In this Hogwarts without a savior. Chapter 199. Contact Dumbledore. Of course Hermione noticed John's silence. She pursed her lips that had lost their blood color, and a forced smile appeared on her face at this moment. You don't have to feel embarrassed, Professor, I can understand. After all, he is too powerful, no one can fight against him now. We can wait. I will keep telling them, let them believe that there is still hope in the future. John suddenly interrupted her at this time. You don't need to keep telling them, and you don't think too much. I didn't say anything just now, not because I was thinking about how to tell you that we are not prepared for this, but because I was hesitating whether to tell you about this plan. Hermione froze, she looked at John, and John looked at her, with a smile on his face. We have a plan from the beginning, and you don't need to ask about the rest. After that, you only need to insist on keeping the secret. The air fell into silence, and it wasn't until a long time later that Hermione sniffled her nose. She tried her best not to let the tears that had already flowed around her eyes fall down, and asked in a crying voice. Are you telling the truth? John replied softly. The professor at the other Hogwarts never lied. Hermione raised her hand and wiped away the tears she didn't shed with her sleeve. Her eye circles were red, and the smile on her face again was finally not as forced as the previous one. She said firmly. I believe in you. Late at night, after coming out of Hermione's dormitory, John didn't go directly back to his dormitory. After calming down the emotional little girl, John quietly leaned against the wall next to Hermione's bedroom door, holding the Marauder's map in one hand and the invisibility cloak in the other, standing silently like this, with I don't know what to think. The corridor in the basement bedroom was pitch black, and he stood still in such darkness for 20 or 30 minutes before he finally moved. John put on the invisibility cloak, looked at the Marauder's map in his hand all the time, sneaked up to the statue of the blind, hunchbacked old witch, used a spell to open the entrance to the secret room and got in. When we came to Hogsmeade, it was completely covered by snow. The thick snow on the streets hadn't been cleared yet. The bright moonlight was reflected by the snow on the ground, which made this quiet wizarding town not look dark. John paid great attention to his whereabouts. After he came out of the cellar of the Honeyduke's candy store, every time he took a step forward, he would turn around and clean up his footprints to prevent any possibility of leaving any suspicion. He walked very slowly this time, but from a distance, he could see that in the Pig's Head bar, even the house number was a little messy, there was still a faint candle burning, as if it was specially for him. Give directions. John approached the Pig's Head bar, and before reaching the front steps to knock on the door, Aberforth opened the door from the inside. He welcomed John into the warm tavern where the fireplace was burning, and then served him a cup of hot cocoa. He knew that John actually liked this better than butter beer and pumpkin juice. Didn't take the initiative to ask, Aberforth just waited for John to finish his first sip of hot cocoa, and then opened his mouth. I killed the basilisk, but I didn't get the item. This situation was before the start of the Christmas operation, and Aberforth had already speculated with him that it might happen, so he didn't seem too disappointed, just asked. Are there other guards guarding the room where those two things are hidden? John nodded. 3 portraits, staring at those two things together. It's about the same as what we guessed before. He will still keep a hand. Also, before I found the room where the two things were stored, I saw the office of the principal's office. There are 4 things on the table, a sword, a cup, a locket, and a crown. I suspect there must be something wrong with these 4 things, otherwise the Dark Lord would not have put them here. Listening to John's narration, Aberforth looked thoughtful, and he thought for a moment before speaking. The matter of the portrait is not unsolvable. After all, this thing is a magical creation. In the magic world, except for the 3 unforgivable spells, other magics have counter spells. Of course, portraits in the magic world are not exception, but our difficulty now is how to solve the 3 portraits before they send out the information. As for the 4 things you mentioned, those are probably very important magic to Voldemort thing. I was discovered while cleaning the corpse of the basilisk. Oh, you have been discovered? You have been discovered. After repeating John's words twice, Aberforth realized what he had heard. He looked at John and said in a hurry, "Being who found out?" John said silently, "A student in the same grade as me. She didn't just discover me today, but she saw something wrong with me early in the morning. Dollahove, who was supposed to attend the Dark Lord's Christmas dinner tonight, returned to the castle early and found I was not there. She helped me find an excuse to cover up, and then found it so that I was not exposed." Aberforth was relieved to hear that the person who discovered John was not some faculty member in that castle. "I saw that you had a problem early on. What's going on?" John told Aberforth exactly what Hermione questioned his identity from the beginning, then confirmed his origin and finally helped him, and Aberforth couldn't help admiring at the end. A very smart little girl, she would definitely shine in a peaceful age. After Aberforth finished his compliment, John took a deep breath and said the following words. "She finally asked me if we planned to sneak into the Hogwarts castle. Did we plan to rescue them?" The tavern fell silent. It was so quiet that they could only hear each other's breathing. After a long time, Aberforth spoke slowly. "Is she threatening you?" "She's asking me." John leaned on the back of the chair and murmured that the little girl's face of expectation and fear with pursed lips was still in his mind. Aberforth let out a long sigh. Such a matter should have been decided by him. After all, he was nearly 100 years older than John, but he still subconsciously asked John, "So what do you think?" John didn't speak out immediately, but looked at the ceiling of the tavern, paused for a few seconds before speaking calmly. "Can you contact Professor Dumbledore? I want to chat with him." I fell asleep, adopted a book friend's suggestion during the day, and sent out the 3 chapters together before 12 o'clock, saving everyone from waiting. Chapter 102-100. Breaking the Curse. Of course, contacting Dumbledore does not mean that you can get in touch just by contacting him. The Ministry of Magic has strict control over all the current means of communication in the magic world. Even if you want to adopt an owl, you need to go to the Department of Magical Communications for the record. Any owl that has not been registered has the right to be shot down by the Auror command. It will take time for Aberforth to contact Dumbledore, and John is not in a hurry. After all, they haven't got the set mission goal yet, and they still have to find a way to solve the 3 paintings in the tower. The methods used to make magic portraits are not superb, but the process is very complicated, especially it needs to add some emotions of the portrait itself. But if you want to destroy a portrait, you can actually cast a universal cracking spell. Curse stop. Aberforth nodded. Yes, although the universal cracking spell cannot completely erase the magic on the portrait, it can turn the portrait into an ordinary portrait for a period of time, and the length of time depends on your mastery of cracking the spell. But the problem is, the ordinary breaking spell can only have an effect on one target at a time. That is to say, after you rush into that room, you can only disable one painting. John frowned, and he continued to ask. "So what do I do?" Aberforth shook his head. "If there is only one painting, then this is actually a very easy thing to do, but now there are 3 paintings, so I don't know what to do next." John thought for a while, then suddenly raised his head and asked, "Can we go teach other people how to learn this spell?" Although he didn't say the whole thing, Aberforth understood the meaning. "You want me to find a way to get 2 magic wands for you to bring into that castle, and you will teach the little girl who has discovered your identity and another person to unravel the spell, and the 3 of them will look at different portraits at the same time. Using a spell." John nodded and said, "Universal Resolving Curses is not a difficult spell to learn. As long as you can find a way to get 2 magic wands, you teach me, and I will teach them. It shouldn't take 2 or 3 months. This seems to be a perfect solution, but Aberforth poured cold water on him. This idea is indeed feasible, but you still can't avoid the admission contract on those Muggle students. Aberforth explained to him, that contract not only restricts their activity space, but also allows them to during the execution of the contract, there will never be a way to hold the wand, and the Dark Lord has thought of it from the very beginning, and he must prepare to eliminate the possibility of these children touching the wand to cast spells from the source. John still asked a little unwillingly. What if they got the wand? Aberforth answered him gravely. 3 years ago, an adult mudblood wizard couldn't bear the oppression, and tried to steal the wand of a half-blood wizard and escaped from England. He had received normal magical education before the Dark Lord took control of Hogwarts, so he knew how to use a wand to cast spells. But after the Dark Lord completely controlled the magic, he was forced to sign a slave clause similar to the current enrollment contract, giving up the right to use the wand for life, and just when he got the wand in an instant, the hand holding his wand was scorched. Vicious, but also effective. As long as this makes the mudbloods unable to hold the wand for the rest of their lives, no matter how much they want to resist, they will not be able to cause any disturbances. They are even worse than the goblins who have also been confiscated of the right to use the wand. After all, they still have the exclusive right to use the wand. A method of casting spells belonging to one's own race. John's idea was rejected, and they couldn't think of any other more effective plan after that. They could only learn the general staff swing gesture and spell pronunciation from Aberforth, and mastered the spell by themselves. Let's talk about other things. It was already midnight, and John didn't stay in Aberforth any longer, and returned to the castle at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Christmas is over, but there is still some time left for the Christmas holiday. None of the pureblood and mixed-race students returned to school, and the campus was still empty, but after the Christmas dinner, most of the professors returned to the school, including Snape and Barty Jr. He is a single teacher and has no family. If he has nothing to do outside, he basically stays in the castle. In the day or two after Christmas, John was always on the lookout for Snape's reaction. The Marauder's map was always open. Whenever he had time, he would pay attention to whether anyone was passing by near the principal's office, or have plans to go in. Voldemort's prohibition of anyone entering his principal's office is only his guess after all. Whether Snape and Barty Jr., his 2 confidants, have permission to enter and leave it still needs to be observed by John. And also after Christmas, he began the punishment given to him by Dolokhov, cleaning the public toilets in the castle alone until the end of the holiday. Having time alone is not a punishment for John at all, and he hopes that Dolokhov can assign him more such opportunities in the future. As long as he keeps looking at the Marauder's map and pays attention to whether there are people passing by around the bathroom, John can use this time to practice the spell. As for the cleaning work, it is undoubtedly much faster and more convenient to use the cleaning spell with a wand than with gestures, so after being punished, his life was more comfortable and compact than before. The only thing that makes people uncomfortable is that the smell in the bathroom is really not very pleasant. After finishing today's work, I returned to the basement. There wasn't much work to do during the holidays, so most of the other mudblood students were able to relax for a while, but their freedom of movement was still restricted. The ground cannot go to the ground. It was already time for dinner when John came back. Their food has been slightly better these days than before. At least the bread is not so hard, and they can occasionally drink some pumpkin juice with flavor. Even if she made it clear that John's true identity was discovered, Hermione didn't show how close she was to him in normal times. This little girl is indeed very smart, knowing what to do and what to restrain. This holiday is much better than last semester. Hanton was sitting next to John during the meal, and he chatted softly while biting a piece of bread. Mr. Dolokhov is very happy these days, and those few the professors who usually hate us have also gone home. Last Christmas, Crucky accidentally bumped into Professor Carlo when he was going to water the flowers in the garden, and was almost tortured to death by that professor. John just listened absent-mindedly at first. He was still thinking about how to solve the 3 portraits, but after a while, he suddenly seemed to think of something, and turned his head to stare at Hampton. "You mean that Professor Carlo is not in the castle this holiday?" Chapter 103-101. Defense Department Professor Office. Hampton was a little surprised why John's reaction suddenly became so big, but after all, not everyone has Hermione's careful observation and keen intuition. He didn't ask any more questions, but just answered John's question. "At the beginning of the Christmas holiday, Mr. Dolokhov asked some of us to clean the area in front of the school gate. You were not assigned at that time, and Ariel and I went there together. At that time I saw the 2 professors carrying their suitcases together, and it seemed that they were going to go home together. We haven't seen them in school since then, and they probably won't come back until the start of school. The Office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor is also the goal of John coming to Hogwarts Castle. It's just that he hasn't been able to find any chance to sneak in before. The current defense professor Amicus Caro seldom leaves his office, and during his class time, John also has to fight with other muddies during the day. If such students stay together, it is easy for Dolokhov to find out the problem if he sneaks out alone. After the Christmas vacation started, his attention was always on the basilisk to enter the principal's office, and he always ignored the reconnaissance of the defense professor's office. In fact, if he was more careful, he would have discovered it very early. Well, the defense professor's office was already empty, and the brothers and sisters of the Carlo family left Hogwarts Castle at the beginning of the Christmas holiday this year. After all, they are all teachers with families, unlike Snape and little Barty, who killed his own father, who are homeless every festival. But now John, after Hampton's reminder, found out that it's not too late. There is still nearly a week left in the holiday, and these days are enough for him to go in and out of the Defense Department office dozens of times. "Thank you, Hampton, my pumpkin juice is yours." John stuffed a mouthful of untouched pumpkin juice into Hampton's hand, which made the little boy look dazed, not knowing what he had done for him. The snow that fell on Christmas has still not meant to melt. Hogwarts Castle was very cold at night. John put on all his clothes, then put on the invisibility cloak, and left the underground bedroom with the opened Marauder's map. The defense professor's office is located on the 3rd floor of the castle. A room away from it is Barty's Charms professor's office. This is the only place John should pay attention to tonight, and he can't make too much noise, so as not to disturb this big filial son in the magic world. Aberforth didn't ask John to return the retractable eye that John lent him for use, which gave him more room to scout before entering the door. After checking that there were no magical portraits or living creatures hanging in the office of the Defense Division, John used the unlocking spell to open the door of the office and walked in carefully. By the moonlight shining in through the window, he could clearly see the layout of the office. There is a lot of space here, basically a little smaller than Voldemort's headmaster's office. There are rows of bookshelves along the surrounding walls, but there are very few books on them, and they are all weird things. Grindylow larvae soaked in an unknown liquid, placed upright on a shelf, dry human hands unknown, a necklace stained with dried blood, a green human skull, etc. Rather than saying that this is the office of a professor of defense against the dark arts, John prefers to believe that this is a secret base of a dark wizard. But combined with the character of that Professor Carlo, it is reasonable for his office to be like this, but John is a little curious about how he usually teaches students in defense classes. While thinking about these messy things, John carefully walked past the bookshelves without touching anything on the shelves, and then walked all the way to the inner room where the office is usually used for rest. The furnishings here are much more normal than the outside, but the daily necessities are thrown away randomly. It can be seen that Amicus Carlo is not a person who likes to be clean and tidy. John didn't waste much time. Before stealing the sorcerer's stone, Slughorn gave him all the notes and materials left by Mr. Adrian Fox, who created the ring and cast spells. He had long known where Adrian hid his research results when he was a defense professor at Hogwarts. He walked around Carlo's bed and found a floor at the end of the bed that looked indistinguishable from the rest. Then he drew his wand, and lightly pointed at the floor according to the spell he read from the notes. Tapped. Invert up and down. The floor suddenly moved, it turned over on the ground, the side that was originally exposed on the ground turned to the underground, and the side that was originally hidden underground was exposed on the ground. At the same time it turned over, a long and narrow wooden box with the same length and width as the floor was brought out. The wooden box had a lock, but it was not locked. John opened the box without hesitation, and it was full of rolled parchment. He opened the cloth bag that had been cast with the no trace stretch curse, and put all these materials into the bag. In the process of sorting out the information, he was very careful, but until he took all the things in the box, he didn't see any shadow related to the gemstone on the ring. This made John frown, but he didn't stay in the office any longer. After making sure that nothing was missing, he restored the wooden floor to its original state, put on the cloak of invisibility and left. There was no accident on the road. He returned to the dormitory safely. After returning, he spread the Marauder's map beside the bed, lit the candle, and began to take out the materials he had brought back one by one. Adrian's notes did only record that he hid some relevant materials in the office, but did not say that the gem was also in this place. But since Slughorn clearly told John that there is a gem in Hogwarts Castle, there should be no problem with this matter, but Adrian did not put his research and gem together, that's all. John was not so discouraged. He began to look through the hidden magic materials bit by the faint candle light, hoping to find some clues from them. Just when he saw what these magic notes were researching, his whole attention was attracted by the information above. I overestimated my code word speed. I finished writing 2 chapters before 12 o'clock and posted them together. There is another chapter in the back. Chapter 104-102. Gems in the book. Professor Adrian Fox, when he came to Hogwarts to teach, his research on rings and gemstones had reached the final stage. And the gem made at Hogwarts was the last of the 5. People always like to save their most precious things to the end, and Adrian is no exception. When making this last gem, he did not follow the usual techniques, but wanted to add a little bit of uniqueness to the stone. Same characteristics. The ring and the stone are a transfer station for spellcasting. The wizard's own magic power is absorbed into the ring, and then fed back to the wizard himself as a changed fact. Then why, when creating this kind of spellcasting equipment, the mind must be limited to the magic power of the person who uses the equipment. Compared to the core of the wand, the magic gemstone I created has a stronger magic power tolerance. Why not try to accommodate other magic power as a power for the wizard using the ring to strengthen spellcasting? The magic of the ring acts on the wizard himself, and the enemy's spell also acts on the wizard himself, so is it possible to erase the effect of the hostile spell, and only store the magic power in it, and then store it in a gem? This is the question Adrian asked himself in the notes, and it was also the original intention of what kind of characteristics he planned to add to the last magic gem he made. There is a huge collection of books in the Hogwarts castle, and the knowledge in it gave him enough magic theories to support his own ideas, and the resources of various herbs and magical animals in the Forbidden Forest are also rich, giving him the opportunity to study gems. Modified raw materials. Later, the reason why he was injured at the end of his tenure as a defense professor was to collect gemstone transformation materials. He went deep into the Forbidden Forest to obtain some unicorn horn debris, but when he scraped it, he encountered resistance from the unicorn, was directly stabbed through the stomach. Fortunately, he was discovered by the students in time and sent to St. Mungo for treatment, and finally returned to school during the final exam, but it also left sequelae, and he could no longer continue teaching in the castle. However, after paying such a price, his research was finally successful. For some unknown reason, the gem endowed with the characteristics of absorbing and storing magic power was finally left in Hogwarts Castle by him. The storage place is in the library. When he saw this, John seemed to suddenly think of something, and he was suddenly stunned. Before Christmas, when he was still practicing various spells against basilisks in the room of requirement, one midnight he overheard a major event happening at Hogwarts at that time. The magic power attached to the books in the restricted section of the library all disappeared inexplicably. In the end, the professors in the entire castle investigated for more than half a month, and even invited people from the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic to find out the matter, so they had to let it go. Then, could this matter have something to do with the gem that Adrian hid in the library? If there is a relationship, why did nothing happen after hiding for more than 10 years, but now eat up the magic power on the forbidden book? John couldn't figure out the problem for the time being, but he was keenly aware that the gem hidden in the library might be the key to solving the 3 portraits in the tower. Since it can absorb all the magic power from the forbidden books in the library, why can't it also absorb the magic power from the magic portraits? After figuring this out, John couldn't sit still in the bedroom. Originally, he was still having a headache about how to solve the 3 paintings, but now the key point to solve the problem is exactly what he has been looking for. Leave. The Hogwarts library is in a separate tower, and it is Quirrell who is in charge of managing this place. He was not punished for the banning of books last time. After all, he really cannot be blamed for this matter. At the time of the count, he was not even eligible to enter the restricted area. The gate of the library does not have any protective measures, not to mention that the remaining banned books inside have been removed, leaving only some books that ordinary students consult, so there is no need for protection. The locked door was easily opened by John with an unlocking spell. After entering the door, there was a long row of neatly arranged desks, and the bookshelves stood beside the desks, which were full of various books. John didn't stay here. He turned around and closed the door of the library, and then walked straight in, and soon came to a separate enclosed area. This area is also full of bookshelves, but there are not half of the books on the bookshelves. This is obviously the former restricted book area, but now students can freely come in and out. After all, there is no book in it. John directly crossed the fenced line. Although all the banned books were removed, the gem left by Adrian must still be in this library. Otherwise, the professors in the last castle will not get nothing, and there is no way to give Voldemort an explanation. Besides, the location where the gem was stored was also very hidden. If John hadn't learned the location from the notes, then he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to find it in less than half a year. John kept walking inward until he reached the 3rd row of bookshelves from the back, and then counted the partitions from left to right at the 4th row, and he stopped when he counted the 7th partition. He pulled out his wand without chanting any spells, but tapped the tip of the wand on the vertical surface of this partition, and a hole was magically opened on it, and a thick book was hidden here in a partition. John pulled the book out of the partition. He didn't take the book back to the dormitory. The library has a lot of space and is far away from the living areas of students and professors. If something happens to him when he opens the book, then it is far better than taking it back to the dormitory. This book does not have a name. When he opened the book, he saw a passage left by that Professor Fox on the title page. I would like to admit defeat, because of the bet with Horace, I left my research results at Hogwarts. Since you opened it, no matter who you are, I hope you don't use my results for black magic research. He carefully looked at this line of messages for 3 or 4 seconds before scrolling down. There are more than a dozen pages at the end of which are detailed introductions about this gem. When John turned to the middle part of the book, he realized that the pages at the back were completely glued to death. And in the middle of these sticky pages is a diamond-shaped, crimson gemstone inlaid. I was stuck for 2 hours, and I sorted out the plot for about an hour before starting to write. It turned out that it was already 4:30, so I finished writing and fell asleep. Chapter 105-103. The stone that absorbs magic power. The color of the gemstone is very conspicuous, and there seems to be a scarlet liquid flowing quietly inside. Its shape and size are exactly the same as the blue gemstone on the ring that John is wearing now, but the color is very different. John took it out of the book, and it wasn't cold, it was even warm. He didn't directly embed the gemstone into the vacant space of the ring, but carefully read through the previous materials, carefully reading the notes left by Adrian. This gem endowed by him is different from the other four. It can absorb the magic power of magical substances and store it. Under normal circumstances, it is also ice blue like the one on John's ring. The red appearance means that its stored magic power is at full capacity. It is necessary to mention that the magic power that supports wizards in this world is not similar to the blue bar of wizards in the game, but just the source of energy for using magic spells. The meaning it represents is more complicated. If you insist on getting closer to the regular mages in the game, magic power is actually more like magic power. The stronger the magic power, the more powerful magic can be used and learned, and the spells that were originally of average power can be made stronger. However, physical strength specifically limits the number of wizards who can cast spells. Excessive spell casting will make the wizard feel mentally and physically exhausted. And there has never been any talk about the exhaustion of magic power. Of course, this is just forcibly getting closer, and magic power also has other more special attributes. For example, when casting a spell, whether it is a spell or a transformation, the magic power in the wizard's body is mobilized to affect the world. At this time, the magic power in the wizard's body, the magic power of the wizard will be adjusted, but the total amount will not be reduced in the slightest. When the magic power of the wizard is drawn, the magic he uses will also have the same strength. There is nothing to use on this spell. A saying that the more magic power a spell becomes, the stronger it becomes. The specific variable of the strength of magic is not only the strength of the magic power, but also has a lot to do with the emotion of casting the spell. In short, the factors of the strength of the spell released by the wizard are very complicated, and many things are related to it. And the gem that John got now, it can absorb the magic power released by other wizards when casting spells or making magic items, and then enhance the total amount of magic power of John himself when casting spells as a whole, so as to achieve the purpose of strengthening the spell effect. And this gem is bound to a spell, which means that when it is created, it can only be used by this spell. The spell that is most suitable for it is naturally curse standing. Because the magic spells used by wizards when casting spells are all already formed, with changes outside and magic power inside. If you want to absorb and store this magical power, you need to eliminate the external changes, and the only spell that can do this in the magic world is spell standing. Using ring casting to apply the universal cracking spell to John himself can make him immune to spells that can be immune to normal cracking spells, and after the effects of these spells are immune, the magic power attached to it will be absorbed by gems and stored stand up to enhance John's spellcasting. It seems that this ability is very buggy, stronger than the iron armor curse, but the premise that he can be immune to the spell is that when John himself uses the breaking spell with his wand normally, he can erase the spell. But using the magic wand to use the breaking spell, if he doesn't succeed, he can think of other ways to evade the spell that attacked him. If it is cast on the body, the spell doesn't hit him, how does he know if he can bear it? If you can bear it, then of course it's okay, if you can't bear it, then there is no follow-up, and it will take effect on the spot. Moreover, the general cracking spell cannot resist the 3 unforgivable curses, that is to say, no matter how deeply he researches the cracking spell, he still can't ignore the killing spell. In addition to the function of storing the magic power of immune spells and increasing his own spellcasting strength, which is also very good, it is actually a bit of a disadvantage for John to waste a gem slot to learn spell stopping. After all, if he really wants to strengthen his own defense, and later learn the Iron Armor curse and use it directly on the ring, even if he can't resist some spells, the Iron Armor curse can help him offset part of the power of the spell before it breaks. It's not like breaking the curse. If you can block it, you can block it completely. If you can't block it, you can't block it at all. It's just a gamble. However, in addition to absorbing the magic power of spells through the erasure of curse standing, this gem can also absorb the magic power of magic items. Just like most of the forbidden books in the library lost their original magic power not long ago, it should have sensed the ring that John brought into the castle, triggered it passively once, and sucked away all the magic power in those forbidden books. Now this gem is almost full, and the thick magic power directly turns it into blood red. This is enough to show how strong the magic power it can hold. Many of these banned books stored in the restricted area contain powerful magic power, because the authors who made the books themselves have very strong magic power, and the entire film The Restricted Area is basically sucked up by gems. But this was obviously an accident. John could see from Adrian's notes that if he inlaid the gemstone on the ring, the magic power that the ring could hold was at most his own magic power plus the gemstone's original magic power. The sum of the magic strength of the magic power, if it is higher than this value, it will not be able to absorb it. In other words, if John were to take this empty gem to the library to it, he might not even be able to the magic power from a book. After all, he is only 12 years old this year, and the magic power in his body is far away. It hasn't grown to its fullest yet. Anyone who can write a book and leave magic power on it must be stronger than his magic power. But now the magic power in the gem is basically equivalent to the state of being fully absorbed. When added to his own magic power, it is definitely far superior to more than 99% of wizards in the magic world. He can use this gem to go solve the 3 portraits in the tower. After all, those 3 portraits are all real magic items. After John read all the notes in the front of the book, although his frown was relaxed, there was no joyful expression on his face. With a blank face, he turned the book from beginning to end again, and finally fixed his eyes on an inconspicuous sentence. The absorption ability of this gem is effective for the signed magic contract itself, but not for the person who signed the contract. The fact that the magic power is not the blue bar is a mistake pointed out by a reader when I was writing a big problem. Later, I read a lot of information to find out, and found that Rowling's setting in this regard is quite confusing, and it can even be said that there is no setting. I can only try to fix it to this extent. It is estimated that I am a single dog who is struggling to code words for the Big Kixie Festival. Readers who read my book are all winners in life, and they will accompany their girlfriends or wives at this point. You should not find that I will update the next 2 chapters later. Will it? Right? Are you right? Chapter 106-104. Preparation. John can understand the meaning of this sentence. The signing of a magic contract is actually the person who created the contract, leaving his own magic power on that contract, and when someone signs the contract, half of the magic power left on the contract will be split into the contract signing in the body of the recipient. These 2 magical powers together maintain the effectiveness of the contract, and any problem with either party can destroy the contract. The gem left by Adrian can only absorb the magic power of the spell on the magic item and erase the effect. These magic powers are outside the wizard's body, and it cannot affect the magic power already in the wizard's body. Therefore, the gems can't absorb the magic power of the contract from those Mudblood students, but they can absorb the magic power left in the contract they signed. But all the enrollment contracts are not in the Hogwarts castle. Before Christmas, John asked Aberforth about this, and wanted to know if he could start with the paper contract itself, but Aberforth asked him about it. It is informed that the admission contracts of all Mudblood students are stored in the archives of the Ministry of Magic. Except for a small number of people who have permission, No one else is entitled to access it? This completely cuts off the possibility of solving the problem from the contract itself. Originally, when he got this special gemstone, John still had a little fantasy in his heart, thinking that maybe that Mr. Fox could do a more in-depth research, but the passage he just read was completely complete. Broke John's fantasy. He can only use this gem to solve the 3 paintings in the tower. How to save these mudblood students in the castle is still a deadlock. John let out a long sigh. Although he was a little disappointed, he was far from the point where he wanted to give up on this matter. The issue of the contract is indeed the key, but whether these children can be taken away from the castle in the end depends on Dumbledore's reply. John took the ring off his neck, and then aligned the scarlet gemstone with a diamond-shaped notch on the left side of the sapphire in the center. He let go of his hand slightly, and the gem and the ring were inlaid together like a magnet with positive and negative poles. The red magic power like water was still turning in the gem. John took the magic note that was originally used to store the gem, changed the bookshelf back to its original state, and then left the library. Obtaining this gem just provided John with a direction to solve the problem of the 3 paintings on the tower. This direction is very open, and there is no stumbling block on the road, but it still requires him to take a step forward. Universal cracking spell he has just started learning from Aberforth, and he is far from being able to use it proficiently, and he still needs to trial and error the spell in changing the way of casting spells from the wand to the ring. Fortunately, the pronunciation of the spell stop is far less than that of the floating spell, which means that after John really masters the cracking spell, it won't take long for him to try the ring casting spell. Christmas break is coming to an end soon. Pure blood and mixed blood students all had a happy holiday at home and returned to school. The castle became lively again as usual, there were more people in the corridors, and the daily work of the mudblood students returned to the level of hard work before Christmas. After school started, John paid more attention to the Marauder's map. Whenever he had a chance, he would open the map to check the location of the principal's office. After his frequent observations, it is now basically certain that no students will approach the 8th floor of that area. Whether it is pure blood or mixed blood, it seems that a death order has been issued, and even the most naughty students will not cross this line. The same goes for faculty and staff. Apart from the principal's office on the 8th floor, there is no other professor's office. No one dares to place their office on the same level as Voldemort, even Snape and Barty Jr. The same is true. After all, it is a creature that has lived for thousands of years, and the corpse of the basilisk is not so easy to rot. After John cleaned up all the blood inside, no one would smell any weird smell after the stench did not come out. This ensures that John still has enough time to lurk in the castle. Make a list of people who you think are credible and whose minds have not been shaken. Remember, this list must be cautious, because once there are students who have been brainwashed by pure-blooded slaves, the rest of us will be exposed. Another night, John came to Hermione's bedroom in the dead of night and assigned her a task. In fact, even if the students are to be rescued in the end, they will not follow the list given by Hermione. John can only do his best to take away the students in the 1st and 2nd grades, and the students in the 3rd grade and above were killed in the assembly last semester. By the time it was discovered, most of the people's memories had been altered, and they were now more resigned, and there was no guarantee that any of these people had been tricked into their heads by the Ministry of Magic's amnestics. If you bring them back to the carriage, no one guarantees that there will be no problems that will affect the safety of the carriage. John will try his best to do some things, but the premise is not to cause any danger to the people around him. Let Hermione make a list tonight, just to find something for this little girl to do. John is afraid that if she keeps idling and focusing on him, what will happen if she finds out that he is actually lying trouble? Hermione nodded solemnly to John. I will be cautious, this matter can be entrusted to me. After handing over the task to Hermione, John came to the room of requirement through the night. He had to speed up the practice of breaking the spell. Even though it seemed that the principal's office was temporarily safe, it didn't make him completely at ease. Fortunately, the subsequent progress was very smooth. John himself was not slow in learning spells, and cracking the spell itself was not a difficult spell. On the first weekend after the end of the Christmas holiday, in mid-January, he has already completely mastered this spell, and can guarantee that there will be no mistakes in daily use. Then, he began to switch from wand casting to ring casting, marking the spell to break the spell on the second gem. According to this item, it was even smoother than his practice of breaking the curse. After all, this gem was created to break the curse, and the spell to break the curse was not complicated. Before the arrival of the end of January and February, John had completed all the preparations and planned to start the second trip to the principal's office. Some people still don't quite understand mantras and mantras. Let me explain here that these two mantras are actually a set of words in English, but there is a difference in translation in Chinese. Mantras, it is an official version of the cracking spell, although it is true that there is no end to all spells, and the ending sounds good. As for the cracking spell used against Grindelwald's fiend in the Fantastic Beasts movie, it is actually a combination of spells. There are requirements for the number of people, and it is basically impossible for individuals to use it. Then there should actually be one chapter left tonight, but I couldn't bear it anymore. I went to bed at 4 o'clock last night and went to work again. Now everyone is almost gone. Fortunately, I will rest at noon tomorrow. I will fight for tomorrow's chapter. The 3 chapters, including the remaining one tonight, will be posted before 9 o'clock tomorrow night, and I will correct my schedule by the way. The story of Hogwarts Castle will end in 3 to 5 days at most, and the following are all climaxes, which can be regarded as a pleasure for you to watch. If you can't do it, I will send a group account to let everyone join the group and give you red envelopes. Fell asleep. Chapter 107-105. Book and Pen. The temperature at the end of January was still very low, and there had been a winter rain at Hogwarts in the past 2 days. The cold wind at night penetrated through the window into the corridor, rattling the invisibility cloak that John was wearing. After he came out of the basement, he went straight up the stairs. The stairs that were active during the day in the castle are now quiet. Before Hermione led these seemingly conscious steps, they could help them, but they didn't help John in this way, and they seemed to only recognize Hermione. But John didn't need to be in a hurry now. He stretched out his hand and wrapped his invisibility cloak tightly, and then came to the 8th floor of the castle. He crossed Voldemort's boundary for everyone familiarly, opened the door of the principal's office and walked into the hall. There are still some dry blood stains on the ground here, and the ground is also full of potholes, which have not been repaired. Go forward from the foyer and walk into the principal's room, and you can see the corpse of the basilisk that was riddled with holes. A month later, its corpse hasn't changed much. The emerald green scales are still so bright, and the flesh and blood exposed by the wound are still fresh, without any sign of rot. After all, the basilisk is a magical creature of XXXXX level, not to mention that the basilisk created by Salazar Slytherin has lived for more than 1,000 years. From venom to snake skin, it is full of precious magic materials. Take it out and definitely sell for a high price. It's a pity that John has no way to take this corpse away. The cloth bag space prepared by Dumbledore with the untraceable stretching curse is far from being able to hold the corpse of the basilisk. He can only find a way to knock it out. A fang was removed, and some venom was collected and kept. In fact, he originally planned to pry away both eyes of the basilisk, but he had no way to guarantee that the magic on its eyes would lose its effectiveness when the basilisk died. To be on the safe side, he did not take this somewhat risky move. Passing over the basilisk, you can see the desk with the 4 founder relics. These 4 relics are still quietly placed here, looking like exhibits in an exhibition hall, and there is nothing special or different. John passed them cautiously. The more harmless these 4 relics looked, the more vigilant he was. Going up the spiral staircase in a small room behind the office, he came to the door of the small room on the top of the tower again. Inserting telescopic eyes into the crack of the door, John first confirmed that the old witch, middle-aged wizard, and young wizard in the three portraits were still in the frame, and then he raised the ring in his hand. The spell stops immediately. The cracking spell, which is different from the normal wand casting, sounded softly, and John's body suddenly became different. A strange wave began to spread out from his body, and this wave quickly broke through the door in front of him, broke into the room inside, and then the people who were still bowing their heads and snoring the three portraits were suddenly stopped like a pause button being pressed. The original realistic and vivid portrait began to become stiff, like a living object turned into a dead object, and the three wizards in the frame were all silent, they were not breathing or swaying, and turned into three pictures ordinary dead painting. The room became quiet. The open book on the desk in the middle seemed to be blown by a breeze and the pages of the book were turned, and then the quill pen inserted in the ink bottle on the side flew up out of thin air. A child's name was written on a blank page. John outside the door didn't feel anything, but he looked at the ring he was wearing in front of him, and he could vaguely notice that the blood-red gemstone seemed to have become darker again. The magic power contained in it is extremely abundant, and after absorbing the magic power of the three paintings, it has almost no storage space and can only wait to be released. John didn't stay outside the door. He opened the door and walked into the room. Without looking at other things, he went directly to the desk, closed the book full of names, and took "Gone is the quill that just flew" back into the inkwell. These two things are what Dumbledore asked John to sneak into Hogwarts to steal: the Book of Access and the Pen of Acceptance. Hogwarts' annual enrollment is based on these two magical items. When a child shows his magical talent for the first time, the quill will fly out of the ink bottle, trying to record the child's name in the Book of Access. The Book of Access then slams shut, refusing to be written until it receives sufficiently exciting evidence of magical powers. That is to say, how to become a wizard. Entering Hogwarts to study actually has to go through two screening procedures. Only when the book and the pen agree at the same time, then the child is recognized as having the talent to become a wizard. Since the establishment of Hogwarts for thousands of years, the cooperation between the Book of Access and the Pen of Acceptance has never been wrong. They have not put any muggles or squibs without the ability to learn magic into the castle, and they have not missed any student with magical aptitude was exiled outside. This also means that from the year Hogwarts was founded, this book records the names and dates of birth of all the students who have studied in Hogwarts Castle for nearly 1,000 years. This is a privilege unique to Hogwarts. Before Voldemort ruled the wizarding world, the Ministry of Magic had no right to see any information in this book. But after Voldemort became the master of the Ministry of Magic and the headmaster of Hogwarts Castle, he could use the student information on the Access Book to identify wizards in the entire wizarding world and determine their lineage. No one can hide their life experience. After all the wizards in the wizarding world have graduated from Hogwarts, and when they entered school, they had already left traces of absolute authenticity. However, Voldemort did not disclose the existence of the Book of Access to the public. Only he can enter this tower connected to the principal's office, which means that he alone monopolizes the right to explain the blood of wizards. What puzzled John was that according to the shrewdness Voldemort has shown for such an important thing, he should put it in a safer place where he can see it, but Dumbledore said to John cryptically, "Well, it's not that Voldemort himself doesn't want to change the position of the book and the pen, but that he simply doesn't have the ability." But now John obviously has this ability. Chapter 108-106. How about next Thursday? He had already packed the books and pens into the cloth bag, then left the principal's office, sneaked out of Hogwarts Castle, and came to the Pig's Head bar. Aberforth had been waiting for him here long ago, and John would inform him of the time in advance before any action in the castle, so as to avoid any unnecessary accidents that were too late to prepare. As soon as he entered the bar, John put the bag containing the book of admission and the pen of acceptance in front of him. "It's here, I got it." Aberforth opened the cloth bag, and saw the book of access covered in black dragon skin and the quill made of the feathers of the aurora bird, with a relaxed smile on his face. Leaving aside other things, at least their initial purpose was completed. With books and pens, it was of great significance to Hogwarts on the carriage. Before they competed with Hogwarts Castle for students, they basically observed the actions of the professors in that castle when the school was about to start, and then started. The efficiency was extremely low, and there was no way to protect more Muggle students from enrolling each year. But now that they have the books and pens, the situation will be completely reversed. The difficulty of recruiting Hogwarts Castle will be greatly increased, because they not only have to take care of Muggle students, but also screen pureblood and mixed-blood children. They are all wizards, and the newborn child may be a squib before fully revealing his magical talents. Under Voldemort's rule, the social status of squibs was not much better than that of mudbloods, and it may even be worse, so some parents will hide the fact that their children are squibs, pretending that their children have shown signs of magical talent, to deceive the Ministry of Magic's reconnaissance. Muggle students are even more difficult to identify, because there are more people, and there are tens of thousands of newborns every year. The staff in the Hogwarts Castle do not have so much energy to check whose children show their children one by one. Special talents, which will cause great trouble to their recruiting work. But for the Hogwarts carriage, the only objects they wanted to recruit were Muggle students. Other pureblood and mixed-blood families who were dissatisfied with Voldemort's rule would have to send their children to Dumbledore. I found it on my own initiative. Now that there are books and pens, it will undoubtedly make them more convenient. There is no need to wait until the student is 11 years old. When the name is first recorded in the admission book, the professors can contact this gifted student. All in all, the existence of the Book of Access and the Pen of Acceptance is very important to any Hogwarts, so this is Dumbledore's purpose for letting John sneak into the castle in the first place. And now this goal has been perfectly achieved. But after Aberforth showed a smile after seeing the book and pen, his face turned back to silence again. John also sat at the table and didn't speak. The two of them looked at each other, knowing that according to the original plan, since the latent purpose had been completed, then John should leave here and return to the Hogwarts carriage on. After that, everything in Hogwarts Castle has nothing to do with him anymore. Randy Smith, a mudblood student, will disappear, no matter what Voldemort does after discovering that the headmaster's room has been broken into and books and pens have been stolen. No amount of anger would involve John Green in the slightest. But now neither John nor Aberforth mentioned the matter of leaving. After a long silence in the tavern, John asked first. "You said before that Professor Dumbledore can contact me tonight." Aberforth took out his pocket watch from his pocket and glanced at the time on it. "In half an hour, the Order of the Phoenix will be able to establish an independent flow network. This flow network can last for about 48 hours. During this period, you can get in touch with Albus at any time." John nodded quietly. He stared at the night outside the window without blinking, as if he was thinking about how to speak when he met Dumbledore later. Aberforth didn't bother him, but went to the bar and prepared a cup of hot cocoa for him. Time passed bit by bit, and when the scheduled time came, Aberforth walked to the burning fireplace, took out a box of white powder from the fireplace, squeezed out a handful, and sprinkled it into among the fire. The originally bright orange-yellow fire turned dark green in the next second, and then the flames rose, and the green fire soon formed a person's upper body. Dumbledore looked at Aberforth with a smile through the flow network, and a voice came from the fireplace. "You seem to be living a good life recently, and your mental state is much better than mine." Aberforth had a stinky face. The first time he saw Dumbledore, he pulled his face down, like an old goat with a long face. "I'm younger than you. Of course I'm much stronger than you. Old man, your students want to see you." He was cursing, as if he was about to turn around and leave the space for John and Dumbledore, when he suddenly turned back and stared at Dumbledore silently and said something. "This kid has done a good job, you can seriously consider his appeal." Dumbledore just smiled and nodded at him. Aberforth retreated behind the bar, leaving the space here for John and Dumbledore, and after he left, John also stood up from his chair. "I got it, Professor." Dumbledore's face was obviously surprised, and the final result did not surprise him at all. Since he dared to ask John to do this, he knew that he had the ability to complete this task, but he did not expect John's the action is so fast, and the set goal has been completed after only a little more than half a school year. "Well done, John, it turns out you're far better than I thought you were," he said with emotion, but in the face of his praise, John did not show the slightest happy expression on his face. His eyes were still so dignified, and he said with a heavy expression, "But I have one thing I want to discuss with you, Professor." As if seeing John's seriousness, Dumbledore also restrained the smile on his face. He looked at John seriously, nodded and said, "Tell me what's on your mind." John opened his mouth. He had already envisioned a lot of reasons in his mind on how to persuade Dumbledore, but now, when it was time for him to speak, he just asked, "Can we rescue all the Muggle students in the castle?" The scene fell silent. Behind the bar, Aberforth subconsciously stopped his hand wiping the glass. John held his breath, and Dumbledore in the flames showed a thinking and hesitant expression. Seeing this, John's heart sank gradually, until a few seconds later, Dumbledore suddenly spoke. "If we set the rescue time for next Thursday, will your side have time to prepare?" Boom. Aberforth accidentally dropped the cup on the ground, and John was completely stunned. Chapter 109-107. Take it out. "Are you sure, Professor?" John widened his eyes, looked at Dumbledore who was smiling again in the fireplace, and asked incredulously. Aberforth behind the bar has come to his senses at this time, curled his lips and began to pick up the glass shards on the ground. After all, he is still a brother. Even if he doesn't like his brother very much, he still knows his character very well. This was obviously planned by Dumbledore a long time ago. From the very beginning when he let John enter the castle, he had already thought about saving these mudblood students, but this purpose had nothing to do with stealing books and like a pen, he told John from the beginning, until now he took the initiative to bring it up. "Say it openly, John." Dumbledore said, "Actually, when I let you enter that castle at the beginning, I had already planned to do so, but at that time I was not sure how things would go. Can't get to this point, this progress not only refers to your side, but also other aspects. But your progress has exceeded my expectations, and on the other side they have been preparing for many years. I originally wanted them to wait until June this year, but now it seems that they can no longer wait." Dumbledore fixed John's eyes. "Now there is an opportunity, John, which was not created by me or you, but by another group of people who are suffering, and they have chosen a time, which will be next Thursday. As long as you can bring those students, bring out Hogwarts Castle, and I will let Minerva Kingsley and the others pick you up on the outskirts of Hogsmeade." John's throat was a little dry. He didn't expect that Dumbledore had already prepared everything, and his voice became a little nervous. "However, the contracts on them have not yet been resolved. If they go out of the scope of Hogwarts, the school staff and the Ministry of Magic will all be alert, and even the Dark Lord will come over in person. I've got a very reliable piece of information, John." Dumbledore said softly, "The Dark Lord will be held up by an urgent matter next Thursday, and no matter what happens, he won't have the Hogwarts Castle. As for the other people in the Ministry of Magic, they also have other jobs that have to be done, including some faculty members in Hogwarts Castle who will leave by then, and that is an excellent opportunity. What I have to do is to take them out of the castle." John asked again, "What time next Thursday, is it day or night?" Dumbledore's face became serious. During the day, between 11 o'clock noon and 1 p.m., you must find a way to successfully bring them out within these 2 hours. If you miss this time, you will not have another chance after that. John frowned deeply. With the invisibility cloak, he could transfer the students to the entrance of the secret passage in the dead of night, but in the daytime, with so many people staring at him, even the invisibility cloak would not work at all. The invisibility cloak can only hide 4 students at most. John can only send them to the secret passage in batches. Mudblood students are not monolithic. If a student is missing, there will definitely be senior students who have been tamed and reported to him. Dolokhov, then things will inevitably come to light. I know it is very difficult for you to act during the day, but this time period cannot be changed. You can only try your best to find a way. Dumbledore urged earnestly. John nodded deeply. Although Dumbledore didn't say it clearly, John could feel that it was not easy to create this opportunity now, and even if there were difficulties, he had to find a way to overcome them. After they come out, someone will help them untie the contract, but the first key point is to bring them out. In the end, remember that no matter what, John, if you are forced to make a choice, it's about protecting yourself. After this last sentence, the conversation with Dumbledore is over. The flame in the fireplace changed from miserable green back to orange, and the tavern became quiet again. Aberforth wiped the greasy bar counter rarely. He looked at John, who was already in deep thought, and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" John shook his head slowly, but he didn't show any embarrassment on his face. Instead, he looked at the burning and jumping fire, his eyes reflected the bright yellow fire, and his voice was calm and decisive. Hendon was very envious of other students who had broomsticks to ride, but he could only hold the broom and use it to clean the bathroom. Although Ariel didn't say it directly, everyone could see that she missed her mother's knitting for her. The cashmere cap, the freshman named Colin has been secretly crying, whispering to himself that he should have a camera of his own. They are only teenagers, no one should be around all day and night being a slave in that castle, no one should lose the freedom they should have. I will find a way to bring them out of this prison. In the underground dormitory of Hogwarts, the Mudblood students returned to the dormitory after their daytime lessons and work as usual. Dolohov locked the door from the outside, and night fell again. Near midnight, John knocked on Hermione's door, and he said straight to the point. "Next Thursday, a professor from another Hogwarts school will be in Hogsmeade. What we have to do is to take all the students out." Hermione froze. She didn't expect things to progress so quickly. She was smarter than many of her peers. She knew that after signing the enrollment contract, the Mudblood student would not want to easily escape from the cage of Hogwarts Castle. As long as they go out of the scope of Hogwarts School, they will be found immediately. This is what Dolohov has warned them when they first entered the castle. Originally, Hermione thought that even if John wanted to rescue them, at least he would have to wait until after this year's summer vacation, when the Mudblood students would be let out of Hogwarts Castle in a fair manner, which is the best way to save people the timing, but it's only February now. "Is there any accident that caused the plan to advance?" she asked, a little uneasy. John shook his head. "The time planned at the beginning was next Thursday, but now there is a problem. We can't act at night. We must send the students to be rescued out of Hogwarts Castle between 11 o'clock noon and 1 p.m. that day. Do 3 chapters first, and continue writing the next chapter." Chapter 110-108. Go home. Keeping Mudblood students out of sight of the rest of the faculty during the day is almost impossible. Hermione's face was a little pale. "Since what happened last semester, Dolokhov has become extremely strict with us. Even if he has necessary things and cannot see us with his own eyes, he will leave this task to Bit and Kate's senior students. They are all absolutely loyal to pure-blood wizards, and they will not show any mercy to us. The more this happens, the advantage of John's adult mentality is manifested. He is calmer than Hermione, analyzing the difficulties he is currently facing. It's not necessarily that it's impossible. The main difficulty we face now is how to get rid of the sight of Dolokhov and other faculty members. As for the senior students like Bit and Kate, as long as they are in when the number of people is small, I can solve it without attracting the attention of others. It's actually not impossible to make these people look a little bit away from the Mudblood students. He lowered his head and pondered, calculating the possibility. Perhaps we can make a fuss about the principal's office. Since Professor Dumbledore said that after 11 o'clock on Thursday, it is absolutely impossible for the Dark Lord to have time to appear in Hogwarts Castle, then we can calculate the time and let everyone in the castle people accidentally discovered that the principal's office was opened and the basilisk was killed, and everyone's attention will definitely be attracted by this discovery. Hermione shook her head and said, "This won't work. If Dolokhov and the others discover such an unexpected situation, they must know that dangerous elements have broken into Hogwarts Castle. Then their immediate reaction must be to increase their vigilance, especially for us people. Both mixed-race and pure-blood students have families and identities to follow, only we are easy to be placed." The reason why John asked Hermione to discuss this matter was because he knew that Hermione was smarter than most of his peers, and also knew his identity. If he wanted to find someone to discuss with, it would be "This girl is gone." Just this sentence is enough to prove that she is not blind and just wants to escape from here. The more critical she is, the more rational she will be. Hermione is indeed right, especially when Dumbledore had planted people from the Order of the Phoenix to sneak into Hogwarts Castle before, and they were discovered. Once it is discovered that the principal's office has been broken into, even if the staff in this castle cannot contact Voldemort for the time being, they will seal off the entire castle in a short time, prohibiting all students from going out, and then deal with the Mudblood students first. Start the search. Not only can't this divert the attention of Dolokhov's people, but it will concentrate their attention. Besides, John and the others have no way to let the people in this castle find out that there is a problem with the principal's office. Before that, he had been worried that during the period when the basilisk was killed, someone would suddenly break into the principal's office and find one of the exceptions. But now it seems that even if John took the initiative to report to the people above that there was a problem with the principal's office, the people in these castles would not think of going into the principal's office to check immediately, but would hang him up and force him to ask how he knew of this matter. Thinking of this, John couldn't help frowning. If this path fails, then his idea of attacking a few pure-blood or half-blood students to cause chaos in the castle, and then take the opportunity to rescue the Muggle students will obviously not work. Today's Hogwarts is not the Hogwarts in the original book. If students are attacked, the staff in the castle will definitely think that there are rebels like Dumbledore lurking in the school. If they come in, they will definitely block the Mudbloods at the first time. It is still the same reason. If you want to infiltrate, it is most convenient to borrow the identity of the Mudbloods, and this is indeed the case when Dumbledore arranged for John Maid. It is almost impossible to find an effective way to attract the attention of Dolokhov and the others at the same time without keeping them on guard. It is not completely impossible, as long as... But before the idea rose from his mind, John pressed it down by himself. He looked at the dancing candle in the darkness, slowly narrowed his eyes, and reached out to touch the ring he had hidden in the inner pocket of his robe. The gemstone I just got from the library still contains extremely powerful magic power. If you really can't think of another way in the end, then you have to give it a try even if it is a hard rush. An island covered in grey mist. Monsters in black robes floated recklessly around the dark, huge prison castle. The breath of despair and death emanated from them, covering the entire island together with the grey mist. In the deep prison, Sirius was stroking the dozens of magic wands on the ground with his trembling hand. "Have you heard from Dumbledore?" Lupin sat beside him, nodded and said. "I received a reply. He agreed to the request to plan ahead, and set the time for next Thursday at noon. It must be a sunny day, The strong sun at noon will make those dementors bored, and it is our best chance. Sirius' voice was hoarse, like someone who has been thirsty for a long time and hasn't drunk water. Just remember the time. After staying here for a long time, who knows what day of the week it is. When he reached this point, his voice suddenly paused, and then he took a deep breath and asked in a calm manner. How many of us are left in prison now? Lupin clenched his fist slightly. I have been encouraging them for more than half a year, but Danis and Beatrice are still dead. The corners of Sirius' mouth couldn't help twitching, his teeth were tightly closed together as if they were about to be crushed, but he still spoke. It's okay. It's okay that we just lost 2 friends in the past 6 months, nothing more. He fiddled with the magic wand on the ground, and gently separated 2 of the 42 magic wands. Are there enough people left? Hersey, Ralph, and Aaron are already on the verge of their limit. There is nothing they can do to help us. There are still 37 people left. According to our original plan, only 35 people can make nearly 7 people. Probability of success. Sirius turned his head and looked into Lupin's eyes, his bloodshot eyes calm and terrifying. Then the success rate of 37 people is 100%, we must be 100% sure, because we want to bring our friends home. Today is 4 chapters, the promise is fulfilled, I can finally go to bed early, good night everyone. Chapter 111-109. Chance. John stared at Dollahove's back, and at the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the school doctor Lestrange who was walking towards him, who looked like he had something to discuss. Unobtrusively, John shook his head at Hermione who was also waiting on the side. Hermione pursed her lips and turned from outside the iron door of the basement dormitory back to the iron door. Together with John, she landed at the end of the Mudblood student team and walked back to her dormitory. We'll talk about it tonight. John whispered beside Hermione in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Hermione didn't speak, but nodded in disappointment. And Dollahove, who was totally unaware of their small movements, was listening to Lestrange's invitation. You know, if you hadn't been a big show at the Christmas dinner, Mr. Crouch would not have invited you. In previous years, when our card club gathered, there were only a few professors from the same 28 family. Dollahove showed a smile on his face. He knew that because of Voldemort's words at the dinner that night, he had actually squeezed into the core circle of pure blood. Of course, I have always been yearning for this club founded by Mr. Crouch, but, you know, I didn't have any chance before. When will the party be? It was originally scheduled for Friday night, but that day the Caro brothers and sisters were going home to celebrate their mother's birthday, and they would spend this weekend at home. Mr. Crouch arranged the time. On Thursday, several of their professors there were no classes. Mr. Crouch did have a charms class himself, but that was in the afternoon, so the party was rescheduled for Wednesday night at 9 o'clock. Lestrange looked at Dollahove and reminded. I know that you still have to patrol after 8 o'clock every day, and you should be careful not to be late. Some other people were not satisfied with the invitation. Dollahove asked hesitantly. Professors don't have classes on Thursday, but I still have a work party during the day and hold it all night. We usually play cards and play all night. If you have something to do during the day, there is an accommodation room upstairs in the Three Brooms bar, where you can rest. We have known each other for so many years, don't blame me for not reminding you. You want to rest, yes, but pay attention to the occasion and don't spoil everyone's interest. Otherwise this is your first time participating in a rally and it will probably be your last. You don't need to remind me, I'm not unreasonable to that extent. They chatted and walked out of the basement, and then parted at the stairs on the first floor. Dollahove was in a better mood than ever. He returned to his office humming a little tune, feeling that after last year's Christmas dinner, his future was bright. The night is quiet. In Hermione's bedroom, John said solemnly. This kind of thing can't be done by force. If an accident happened during the attack on Dolokhov and someone else discovered it, it would be tantamount to wasting all previous efforts. We won't even have the last chance to fight. Today has come to the Tuesday of the week agreed with Dumbledore. The only feasible way John can think of now is on Dolokhov, the castle administrator. In fact, his main responsibility for managing the castle is to take care of the Mudblood students. As long as John can find a way to deal with him, and then use compound soup to change him into his appearance, then at that time, at noon on Thursday, he can give the second-year Mudblood students assigned a cleaning job on the third floor of the castle, and then they could get everyone out of the castle without anyone noticing when they figured out the time. But the difficulty of this matter lies in how to solve Dolokhov without disturbing anyone else. In terms of strength, John is definitely not as good as an adult wizard like him, especially a Death Eater who has followed Voldemort for more than 10 years and survived many battles. And if Dolokhov is allowed to react, he will definitely not hold back at all, and directly cast a death curse on John. The gem that John just got contains powerful magic power, but these magic powers can only be used for the magic on his ring, the levitation curse and the breaking curse, but neither of these two spells can block the killing curse effect. So he could only sneak attack, knocking Dolokhov down when he was completely unprepared. It is difficult to find such an opportunity that there must be no other people around, and Dolokhov must be completely defenseless. 3 days have passed since John came up with this method, and when they returned to the basement in the evening, that was their best chance. Originally, they planned to let Hermione attract Dolokhov's attention, and John would do it again, but the arrival of Lestrange can only force them to terminate their original plan. Hermione sat on the bed with her knees hugged, and she looked at John. "Can you find another chance?" John crossed his hands and his face darkened. He said in a low voice. "Then look for an opportunity at night. The action time is set the day after tomorrow. I will try to sneak into Dolokhov's room tomorrow night. No one will disturb him at night, and he will not be vigilant." Wednesday night, after the curfew completely started, John sat up from the bed. He took out the Marauder's map, lit a candle and began to watch Dolokhov's every move. He watched from the map that after leaving the Mudblood's underground dormitory, the castle warden went all the way up, inspecting every floor of the castle, and then at 8:50, he unexpectedly came from Hogwarts. The door of the gate left the confines of the school. John couldn't sit still in the bedroom. He knew very well that tonight was the only chance if he still wanted to plan to pretend to be Dolokhov. Without staying for a moment, he immediately put on the cloak of invisibility, and left Hogwarts through the secret passage, and came to the brightly lit Pig's Head bar. It's only past 9 o'clock now, and there are still many wizards drinking and chatting in the bar. John carefully avoids everyone, walks up to Aberforth who is preparing cider for the guests behind the bar, and pulls the hem of his robe. Aberforth understood right away. He didn't clear the bar immediately, that would be too obvious, but called a familiar wizard and asked him to help look at the tavern below, and then took John with him under the pretext of going to the cellar to get wine to the underground wine cellar in the backyard. "I wanted to get rid of Dolokhov and pretend to be him, and take the students to the secret passage tomorrow, but he came out of the school tonight. I need your help to go to Hogsmeade and see if he is still in this place. In the small town, if he is there and there is only one person, then we will be more confident in attacking together." John quickly finished talking about the current situation, and Aberforth also made a decisive decision without stopping. He told John to wait for his news in the wine cellar, and then return to the ground. Chapter 112-110. Do your best. After waiting here for less than an hour, Aberforth came back with an ugly face. "I saw him in the Three Broomsticks, but he wasn't alone. Barty Crouch Jr., the Carrows, the school doctor Lestrange, and 28 other purebloods, the professors from the family, are all gathered there. They should be throwing some kind of party." John sat on an empty wine barrel, his face was gloomy, and he finally said, Let's wait and see when they go back, and whether they go back together or separately. Aberforth didn't make John wait here. He took him to a guest room on the second floor of the tavern, and asked him to rest here first. After all, no matter what happened tonight, he would definitely be tired from running around during the day tomorrow. Settled John. Aberforth closed an hour earlier than usual, kicked the last drunk out of the shop at 11 o'clock, closed the shop afterwards, and went to the Three Broomsticks himself stalk around the bar. He chose a just right position. He could see the group of Hogwarts faculty and staff who were drinking and playing cards in the bar hall from the side, but the people inside couldn't see him from this angle. The weather in early February was still very cold, and the cold wind made his wrinkled face a little numb, but Aberforth stayed on guard until about 2 o'clock in the morning. When he saw Dólokhov finished the last game of cards and turned around to go to the hotel on the second floor of the Three Broomsticks bar, he couldn't help but clenched his fists angrily and punched the wall beside him hard. Then he didn't care about his bruised hands, turned around and walked quickly towards his tavern. Came to the second floor of the Pig's Head bar, and he woke up John, who was in a light sleep. He spent the night at that bar. Is everyone else asleep? No, except for him. The rest of the people are still playing cards in the hall. John rubbed his face with his cold hands, and let out a light breath. He knew very well what Dólokhov would mean if he stayed in the Three Broomsticks tonight. Barty Jr., the Carroll brothers and sisters, and other professors from Hogwarts Castle are all there. Even with the invisibility cloak and Aberforth, John has no way to guarantee that he can take Dólokhov to him in such an environment. Husband solves. There are only their group left there. After putting on the invisibility cloak, how should they enter the bar with the closed door? Even if you find the right opportunity to sneak in, how do you sneak into the second floor while avoiding the first floor full of Hogwarts professors? It's not that they can't succeed, but that the risk is too great. If they choose to take risks and tonight's operation fails, it will affect not only the rescue of the students from Hogwarts Castle tomorrow, but also Dumbledore's other activities. Plans are obviously also likely to go wrong. John bowed his head in silence for a long time, and in the end he didn't make up his mind to take this risk. It's okay to save people, but you can't put your own people at risk of sacrifice just to save people. If they were exposed tonight, John and Aberforth would definitely be able to escape, but the Ministry of Magic would definitely be alerted, and the scope of the impact would be too great. It doesn't matter. John sat up from the bed, put on his own robe, without much frustration and disappointment on his face, and said in a flat voice, "Since we can't take advantage of it, let's go straight." Aberforth sighed. "You can't keep everyone safe. As long as we do our best, no matter what the result is, we won't regret it." Thursday morning, in the Hogwarts carriage. The students who are responsible for making breakfast today have gotten up early and are busy in the kitchen. The second-year students still need to help the senior students for another year, and this morning, Neville and the four of them were helping fry eggs in the kitchen. They have begun to cook some food that does not require skill. 4 people share a pot, half-boiled eggs are sizzling in it, and the 4th grade students who are in charge of the dinner are preparing sandwiches and grilled sausages for breakfast. "You fried it too tender, Ron. I just saw that the yolks in some fried eggs are still liquid." Lavender stared at Ron's finished results and taught him a lesson. Ron shrugged indifferently. "I like to eat it like this, but Percy doesn't like it. He prefers to eat older fried eggs. I hope he can creation by then." Neville stared at his frying pan, thinking. "I don't know what John has been doing recently." Ron clicked his tongue. Maybe John has been assigned a great job. Not only does he not have to go to class every day, but he can also eat roasted elbows in the morning. John wouldn't eat such greasy food early in the morning. Justin muttered softly. While they were chatting, Neville keenly noticed that the door behind them was opened, so he turned his head and saw the person coming, and couldn't help but slightly opened his eyes. "Professor Dumbledore." Hearing his voice, it was only at this time that Ron and the three of them realized that they turned around and saw Dumbledore walking into the kitchen with a smile. Roasted elbow is not for breakfast, of course, but fried eggs are great with sandwiches. He smiled and said, obviously overheard their conversation just now, give me a copy of your creation first, Ron, I like tender ones. Lavender, please help me go to the Sphinx and ask for a sandwich and pumpkin juice. There is no need for grilled sausages, and my appetite will not be so good when I get older. He naturally sat in front of an empty preparation table in the kitchen. Ron blushed and found the most decent one from his own works, put it on an empty plate and brought it to Dumbledore in front of Leto. Lavender also trotted all the way to ask for a thick sandwich and warm pumpkin juice from the 4th grade students, and carefully handed it to Dumbledore. In the past, Dumbledore would go to the dining hall to eat with the students. Occasionally, he would come to the kitchen to see if there was any food left. If he couldn't find it, he would make it himself. Today, this was the first time Neville and the others saw the headmaster get up so early and come directly to the kitchen for breakfast. Neville asked curiously at Dumbledore, who was eating breakfast seriously, while controlling the heat of the fried eggs. Do you have something to go out today, Professor? Dumbledore cut open Ron's fried egg with a knife and fork, and the egg yolk inside flowed out at once. The old man replied softly. I'm going to meet 2 old friends today. Chapter 113-111. Wolf and Dog. Dumbledore left the carriage at 7 o'clock. Leaving from the car alone, he didn't wear a wizard robe but a long windbreaker, and then used apparition to come to an ordinary Muggle town next to London. He is like an old man who wakes up in the morning and walks aimlessly along the street, walking from one end of the town towards the park in the center. The scenery here is very good. There are many young people doing morning exercises in the morning, as well as children standing on the side of the road waiting for the school bus to arrive at school. He walked along the side of the road unhurriedly until he came to a park next to the bench. There was also an old man sitting on the bench. He looked much thinner than Dumbledore, with a short beard on his face, wearing a long windbreaker with a stand-up collar, and his face was even more grim. He just sat on the bench and closed his eyes. You came earlier than me. Dumbledore was obviously surprised in his words, and he sat on the other side of the bench as if he knew the old man very well. The cold old man opened his eyes. Instead of looking at Dumbledore, he reached out and took out a cloth bag from his pocket and threw it to him. What you want? The old man Grigovich has joined me now. These are the first batch. Dumbledore asked curiously. How did you convince him? The old man sneered. Vader pointed his wand at his head, and I asked him if he had any other suggestions for me. He said he would follow my example. Dumbledore was silent for a while, and he smiled after a long time. This can be regarded as your style of doing things, but don't be too harsh on him. After all, you stole things from others back then. The old man snorted coldly. Don't pretend to be a good person here. I'll give you things, and you can't lose a penny. I know that even without the Philosopher's Stone, you still left a lot of gold in that old car of yours. Dumbledore waved his hand indifferently. Don't worry, after today's business is over, I will ask someone to deliver the previously agreed price. As he spoke, he stuffed the cloth bag into the empty pocket of his windbreaker, and then stood up from the bench. Dumbledore looked at the old man who was still motionless on the bench, blinked and said with a smile. I received the things, why don't you go? The old man leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes again. The cold morning wind blew his collar, but he remained motionless. You haven't paid me the money yet, I'm going to wait here. In this world, no one can deny my debt. Dumbledore suddenly laughed. He didn't look at the old man sitting on the bench who obviously could have sent someone to deliver things, but came here from Bulgaria. Instead, he turned and walked towards downtown London. Past. He didn't walk fast, and left here like a walk. Out of the town, he reached out and stopped a taxi, and told the driver a place name. At 10 o'clock in the morning, he arrived on time on this street that seemed dilapidated and deserted even in the daytime. It seemed that he had a good conversation with the taxi driver along the way, and after paying the fare with a Muggle note, he got out of the car and entered a red, old, shapeless telephone booth. Instead of touching the antique telephone in the phone booth, he drew out his wand. This wand was not the elder wand he usually used, but an ordinary applewood wand with phoenix feather core. He raised the wand and tapped lightly on the phone. Then the entire phone booth began to shake. The next second, the phone booth suddenly began to descend, just like an elevator, leading Dumbledore to the ground. This landing lasted for about a minute before the phone booth finally landed at its destination. After the door opened, he was already in a hall that was almost half the size of a football field. There are many gold-plated fireplaces embedded in the walls on both sides of the main hall, and directly in front of him is a stone statue of Magic is Power. 7 years ago, this location was actually a fountain of magic brothers. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Dumbledore's eyes showed a little nostalgia. He walked out of the phone booth, surrounded by all kinds of wizards passing by him, and at this time a witch finally saw his face. The witch froze in place, which caused the other wizard who had been following her to bump into her back, but before he could complain, he followed the witch's eyes and saw him walking in the hall with a smile on his face. Dumbledore in. Gradually, more and more wizards saw him, and almost everyone in the hall was stunned. They looked in disbelief at the number one black wizard and wanted criminal in the magic world who walked in so blatantly. The brain went blank for the first time. Dumbledore didn't pay any attention to the performance of these people around him, but just came to the wizard registration office in the main hall without haste. The employee of the Ministry of Magic who was looking down at the newspaper felt someone approaching, and he spoke formulaic lines without looking up. "Put the wand on the table and register and sign the form over there." Dumbledore did not put down his wand, nor went to register and sign, but said calmly in a voice that all wizards in the hall could hear. "Can you contact Voldemort and tell him, is his teacher visiting him?" At the same time that Dumbledore walked into the Ministry of Magic, Azkaban. Sirius took the wand from Lupin's hand, and he had already walked out of the prison, walking side by side with Lupin on the main road of the prison. The irrepressible excitement appeared on their faces, and their obvious actions in broad daylight naturally attracted the attention of the jailers. Dementors floated towards them, and the entire main road was crowded with such monsters, so densely packed that it was impossible to count them. Which one to start with? Sirius held his wand up in front of him, licked his dry lips, and showed a fierce smile on his face. Lupin was still so stable, he and Sirius were back to back, and said calmly, "Let's start with Ralph and the others. We need to take him out first." In the past 3 years, they have been getting along like this, with Lupin directing and Sirius doing things. After determining the target, Sirius couldn't hide the ferocious smile on his face anymore. "Cubs." He waved his wand. "Call God for protection." Silver light diffused around him, like a star ring around a planet. Lupin also used this advanced defensive spell together. "Call God for protection." The light suddenly became extremely dazzling. The Dementor rushing to the front began to scream silently, and retreated desperately, under the dazzling silver light. The wolves and the dogs cohere together, and they run towards their prey group. Chapter 114-112. Questions. Mudblood students were assigned to clean the owl shed on Thursday morning. Even though he went to the club party held by Barty Jr., Dolokhov did not affect the work of the next day. He returned to the castle early in the morning and opened the door to the basement, released the Mudblood students for their first class in the morning, and then arranged for them to clean the owl shack after class. This is where the school helps pureblood and mixed-race students foster owls. The smell inside is sometimes worse than the bathroom, and it is also the most difficult place to clean. John was estimating the time in his mind. The time slot Dumbledore set for him was from 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but now he had to take the students out before 11:30. If it is delayed until after 11:30, it will be lunchtime and students and professors will go to the auditorium. The more people there are, the more difficult it will be. The best time period is between 11 o'clock and 11:30, when both pureblood and mixed-race students have not yet finished their classes, and there are not many professors in the corridor. As long as John moves quickly, he will be able to quickly pass a class. The children in the first and second grades were brought to the entrance of the secret passage on the third floor. The distance from the first floor to the third floor does not take long, but the width of the secret passage of the statue of the blind and hunchbacked old witch is limited, and at most one person can enter at a time. The first and second grades including John add up there are a dozen or so students, and John has no way of guaranteeing how many faculty members will be able to react during the period of entering the secret path. And even if they are really fast enough to send everyone into the secret passage, it will take at least half an hour to climb from the entrance to the exit of Hogsmeade. Any action will definitely find a way to block the surroundings of Hogwarts Castle, including the town of Hogsmeade. At that time, even if Dumbledore sends people from the Order of the Phoenix, it will inevitably be a fierce battle afterwards. In that situation, there is no way to guarantee that there will be no casualties, which may be members of the Order of the Phoenix, or these children who were rescued. But John can't think of any other better way, just like what he said to Aberforth last night, they can only do their best. John asked Hermione to inform the first and second grade students of their plan last night in advance, because Hermione organized the assembly this year, and she has a high reputation among these people, and these children will obviously be willing to listen her words. At 9:30 in the morning, I came to the Owl Shack, and the cleaning was completed at 10:50, which was almost the same time as John initially estimated. Bit and Kate, the seniors who guarded them, brought them back to the castle. John and Hermione were at the end of the student line. Before entering the gate of the castle, he had already quietly put the necklace with the ring on it. With his right hand tucked into the sleeve of his robe, the hidden hand grasped the end of the chestnut wand. "Did you tell the others what to do later?" Hermione's lips were a little pale, she looked preoccupied, and it took 2 or 3 seconds before she returned to John's question. "Well said." John's attention was all on Dolohov, who was standing inside the castle gate, waiting impatiently for the student to walk in. He didn't realize that Hermione was wrong at this time, so he took a deep breath. Shen Sheng said, "Pay attention to my movements. When I pull out my wand, you immediately lead these students to the location I told you on the third floor. When I come to the back of the hall, remember to be fast. No matter who you meet on the way, don't even stop." Hermione didn't respond to him again, and John didn't look to see if Hermione was nodding, because at this time they had already entered the castle hall. Just as John, who was at the end of the line, passed Dolokhov, he watched the castle administrator turn around, reach out to close the gate again, and was about to shake the hand hidden in his sleeve. When the wand is drawn out as fast as possible to cast a spell. A slender, pale, and trembling hand suddenly grabbed his arm through his sleeve. John's eyes widened and he turned to look at Hermione, whose face was already pale, but with a determination and firmness that had never been seen in his eyes. "This is the best way. Please. Make sure to get each of them out unscathed." She finished these words to John in the most humble pleading voice that only the two of them could hear. Then she let go of the hand that held John's arm to prevent him from casting a spell, and without hesitation, she left the team of Mudblood students and walked towards Dolohov. John stopped moving, and he stared at her blankly. The girl with her hair loosely draped behind her, thin and inconspicuous, like a young leaf that just sprouted from a small tree in spring, just made her own voice. "Mr. Dolokhov, can you answer a few questions for me?" Everyone in the hall heard her voice. The Mudblood students walking in front, except for the senior students with numb expressions, looked blankly at Hermione, who had left the team suddenly, and stood up to the name in front of a middle-aged wizard who was the castle warden, who was actually a jailer. Dolohov, who had just closed the castle gate, also heard her voice. He turned around and looked at this little mudblood who obviously didn't follow the rules and left the team without any instructions. However, before he could wait for his reprimand to come out, Hermione had already pursed her lips and asked the outrageous words. "Everyone is equal. This is the truth that even muggles, who you most despise and think are no different from animals, can see clearly. Why do wizards think that people are divided into different classes?" The students who hadn't walked out of the hall were all stunned, even Dolokhov was stunned. Why is a person's social status determined upon birth in the magic world? Why do you need to rely on that unreasonable bloodline to define a person's life? Dolokhov finally came to his senses when she asked her the second time. He blushed and became furious. He didn't answer Hermione's question, and he didn't act immediately. Shouted the mudblood students, looking at Hermione in shock. "Go back to the basement. Immediately. Immediately. Bid, Kate. Let them all stay in the dormitory for me. Watch them. Today's lunch is cancelled. No one is allowed to come out without my order." The two prefects started to scold the stunned students in a panic, and drove them into the dormitory. At this time, Hermione had already been grabbed by the collar by Dolohov, dragged the thin girl to the ground, and pulled out her own. The chains she carried bound her hands. Chapter 115-113. No one will stay. John watched as Hermione clenched the wand in her sleeve several times, but when he saw the girl with her hands bound and shaking her head facing him, he let go of her hand again. He can understand what Hermione is doing now, and he has thought of this method before. Let a mudblood student make a mistake at this time, and make an extremely serious mistake to drag Dolohov. Whether it is whipping or other more serious punishments, he must be present in person. At this time no one will pay attention to other mudblood students. But there must be one person who will become a victim. The only person who knows John's identity and all his plans is Hermione, and only Hermione can be this victim. This girl, who is smarter than other people of her age, should have thought of this a long time ago. She knew that there was a high probability that John would not agree to what she said. She can only make her own decision at this time and turn the matter into an established fact, then she can be sacrificed alone to ensure that John can be safe and save everyone else. After this, when it is revealed that the mudblood student escaped, she will definitely die. What are you looking at? Go away. Bid kicked John, who was still in a daze. John completely let go of the hand holding the wand in his sleeve. He took a deep breath, did not speak, but followed the mudblood in front with a blank expression, a large army of students. His mind is clearer now than ever. He knew that it would be the most unwise behavior for him to act suddenly and violently at this time. Not only would Hermione, who was already in Dolohov's hands, be in danger, he would not be able to guarantee that all the students would be rescued. Down. But John also knew exactly what he should do. This girl who has never even touched a wand, never learned a real spell, has done enough of what she should and doesn't need to do. The rest, I can only look at him. The mudblood students were sent back to the dormitory. Except for the two prefects, everyone else could not come out of the dormitory without Dolohov's order. After returning to the dormitory, John took out the invisibility cloak and a pocket watch that Aberforth had prepared for him. The time is now 11 o'clock, and there are still 30 minutes before the other pureblood and mixed-race students finish class. He must act quickly. Putting on the cloak of invisibility, he quietly walked out of his dormitory. The corridor was empty, only two prefects stood in front of the iron gate, and they were still chatting about the scene that just happened in the hall. Granger is dead, Mr. Dolohov will beat her to death. I've always thought she was dishonest, and I've long wanted to report to Mr. Dolokhov that she might be thinking wrong, but I didn't expect her to explode herself. I think she might be crazy. In fact, what's wrong with the current life? As long as we listen to the purebloods, well, don't we live comfortably? They didn't realize that there was one more person silently behind them. John hid under the invisibility cloak and pulled out his wand. Be subtle. Lost in a swoon. The next second, Bit fell to the ground, and just when Kate was at a loss, John's second stun spell fell on her. Both prefects fell unconscious, but John didn't stop at all. He tore off his invisibility cloak and knocked on Hanton's door. It took 4 or 5 seconds for Hanton to open the door in a panic. John looked at him and didn't say anything else. Come out, don't talk, follow me. Hanton obviously wanted to say something, but he finally obeyed John's words and kept his mouth shut. After that, John knocked on the door of the 2 second-year students and called them out. Under the cloak of invisibility. This is already the maximum number of people that the invisibility cloak can cover. John led them out of the basement bedroom. Men was hoisted up by chains. It will be time for lunch soon. The auditorium is next to the foyer, and every student and professor who comes to eat will be able to see Hermione hanging here. He is not only punishing her, but also humiliating her. Seeing this scene, Hanton and the other 2 second-grade students stopped in their tracks until John pushed them forward before they walked up the stairs. After taking them all the way to the statue of the blind and hunchbacked old witch on the 3rd floor, John tore off the invisibility cloak again. He opened the entrance to the secret passage with his wand, and then urged Hanton and the others in a hasty tone. You go in first, but don't rush down, wait until I bring everyone else, and then slide forward. Just as he was about to turn around and leave after speaking, Hanton suddenly grabbed his arm. The boy looked at the completely different Randy Smith in front of him timidly, and looked at John with pleading eyes. Hermione will be fine, right? The other 2 second-year students also looked at him with the same pleading eyes. They can't do anything now, they can only use such undeserved requests to ask someone they are not qualified to ask. John put on the invisibility cloak again, he put down Hanton's arm, and just left such a sentence before leaving. Accident will happen to no one. He brought 3 students to the secret passage on the 3rd floor every time thereafter. Hermione lied. She didn't inform these students in advance that they would escape at noon today, but just told them that no matter what happened, they had to listen to Randy Smith. She has a high reputation among these students, especially after what happened today. John's next actions went very smoothly. Dolohov had already hung Hermione in front of the hall, and then he went back to his office to get the whip. When all the students came to eat, he would be in the public under the circumstances, punish this little mudblood who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. But no one noticed that in the basement dormitory, the 1st and 2nd grade students had disappeared. 3 minutes before the students dismissed for lunch, John sent the last 2 first graders into the secret passage. He asked Hanton to take the children to climb forward, told him to go all the way to the exit, there would be another professor from Hogwarts waiting for them, and told those professors for himself, and he would be there when he received them. Go now, don't wait for yourself. Chapter 116-114. Good things don't come for nothing. Hanton looked at John in disbelief in the secret passage. You're staying with Hermione. Believe me, no one will stay today. John stared into Hanton's eyes. Remember, don't stop with these children, go straight ahead, there is a trap door at the end, open the trap door after the board door, you don't need to do anything, someone will help you to do everything well. After he finished his last sentence, he tapped the statue with his magic wand, and the entrance to the secret passage was completely closed the next moment. And at the same time that John put on the cloak of invisibility again and walked down from the 3rd floor, the pureblood and mixed-race students also dismissed the get out of class. The originally quiet corridor became lively. The teenage children all rushed out of the classroom and ran downstairs happily. No matter when, Eating is always the most pleasant. However, just as they walked down the first floor talking and laughing in groups of 3 and 4, everyone saw the girl who was hanging in front of the hall. Her hands were tied, her feet were suspended in the air, her body was shaking helplessly in mid-air, her mouth was sealed by Dolikhov's spell, and she could no longer make any sound. All the students who saw her were stunned, but soon these pure-blood and mixed-race students reacted. Looking at the linen robe Hermione was wearing, they all knew her identity. Although these mudblood students rarely meet them, they always live in a castle. They have seen a few of these different students. Coupled with what happened last semester, they also know that if you make a mistake, what kind of punishment will you receive? The pure-blooded students were the first to react. They looked at the girl who was hung up to show the public, commented that a mudblood was a mudblood, and walked into the auditorium proudly. Some mixed-race students were like these people. They laughed softly, said sarcasm, and passed in front of the girl. There were also most of the mixed-race students in the lower grades, who lowered their heads, unable to bear to see the girl's miserable situation, and left in a hurry. Among them was a tall and handsome boy who frowned tightly. He seemed to think that it was wrong to hang such a small child. He drew out his wand and wanted to save her privately, but was dragged by his classmates. And dragged him into the auditorium, telling him not to meddle in other people's business. The performance of these people all fell into Hermione's eyes. She didn't cry or shed tears. At this time, she calmed down instead. She was hanging like this and watched the people coming and going below, thinking in her heart that her classmates who were rescued in the future would definitely be able to live on such a life. You don't have to do dirty work every day, you don't have to go through the education of being enslaved, and you don't have to suffer such demeaning eyes. They will bathe in the sun and become a free person, owning their own things as well as their own knowledge and ideas. This prison can no longer become a cage that restrains them, just like colorful birds can only show their beauty under the blue sky and white clouds. As for myself, beautiful things can't come for nothing, someone has to sacrifice, isn't it? Since she firmly believes that no one is more noble or special than anyone else in this world, why can't this victim be her? Hermione laughed. Her smile was not bitter or stiff, but a smile from the heart. Students passing by saw the smile on her face, and they whispered whether the mudblood was crazy. Dolohov came down with a whip. He looked at Hermione with a smirk. In fact, when he first hung up the mudblood, he had already decided that she was crazy. But in the wizarding world, madmen are the best cure. He had already decided that after lunch, he would go to the Ministry of Magic and invite the employee who was proficient in the forgetting curse to change the lunatic's memory. No matter how crazy a person is, she will become obedient in the face of absolute magic. After today, she will become the most obedient slave. Dolikhov moved a bench out of the auditorium, then conjured a table in front of him, and started his own lunch in front of the hall. He was not in a hurry and immediately whipped the girl. An hour ago, the two stewards of the castle, Snape and Barty Jr., left in a hurry. But when these two people leave, he can be a little more unscrupulous. The students were eating, and he had to wait until after lunch to show off his skills and majesty in front of other students in the school. John stood in a corner less than 5 meters away from Dolikhov wearing an invisibility cloak. He was holding the Marauder's map in his hand, and he was staring at Hanton and the others as they were escaping from the castle. He wanted to pinpoint the timing and start his actions when these children broke away from the school. This will not affect the progress of their escape, and it will also be helpful for their side's raid and rescue. Just like what he said to Hanton at the beginning, John never thought about keeping anyone who was originally scheduled in this castle. He hates sacrificing individual things in order to achieve certain goals. Maybe some things are done out of consideration for the overall situation, which is natural and justified, but he just hates it. There is no reason for this kind of antipathy, and there is no need for a reason to eliminate this antipathy. Looking at the map, Hampton and the others were already approaching the edge of the map, and it was estimated that they would be able to completely leave Hogwarts in at most 3 minutes. John also put away the Marauder's map. He took out Fox's feather from his pocket, held his wand in the other hand, and stared at the back of Dolokhov, enjoying the stake slowly, silently adjusting his state. It was easy to deal with Dolokhov when he was unsuspecting, but now he is not the only faculty member in front of the auditorium. There were people coming and going around, including students who brought food back to the dormitory, and a few professors standing in front of the stairs talking, but John himself didn't just have the feather and wand in his hand, he also came from the castle. Gained confidence that I usually didn't have. It may be troublesome to save a group of people, but John doesn't think he can't do it if he only saves one person. It was time to count silently in my heart, and at this moment, there was a scream in the entire Hogwarts castle. That was the alarm for a mudblood student escaping from the school. Dolokhov suddenly changed color, and he stood up from the chair in a panic. At the same time as he stood up, John had already stretched out the hand holding the wand out of the invisibility cloak. All petrified. Don't scold me, I didn't stop, it's almost time to write this, so I can only post it first. I will continue to write, and try to update one chapter tomorrow morning, and the remaining 2 chapters are estimated to be a little later tomorrow. After all, I will go to work on Monday. And I feel that Hermione's last inner monologue I wrote quite well, satisfied. I certainly can't achieve such a noble level, but I believe and respect that there must be such a noble person in this world. They are not the Blessed Virgin, just like the sentence in Shawshank's Redemption: a strong man redeems himself, a great man saves others. Great greatness like that, isn't it? Chapter 117-115. The other Hogwarts professor never tells a lie. At the end of the secret passage from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade, Hampton stopped in front of the trapdoor with the escaped first and second graders. Are we going to leave Hermione like this? Ariel suddenly whispered. Everyone stopped in their tracks immediately, and even the first-year students who were a little ignorantly excited about the upcoming freedom lowered their heads with gloomy faces. They are not very old, but none of them have ignored the immature children who don't know anything and escaped from the old castle called a school but actually a prison. None of them ignored it. When John brought them out of the basement bedroom, everyone saw Hermione being hung up in the hallway, and no one would be calm and untouched when they saw that scene. But they themselves are all the objects of salvation. No matter how much unwillingness and sadness they feel in their hearts, they have no way to give any help. Seeing the depression of the people around him, Hampton was a little angry. Do you all think this way? You can't help yourself, but you have to drag others down, and you just blame yourself like this? My idea is very simple. If Randy and Hermione can escape from there alive, then I will thank them for the rest of my life, but if something happens to them, I will not let them regret their decision to save me. They want us to look forward. Gratitude should not be used for regrets that we can't do. We should remember today's powerlessness and don't have the same situation as today in the future, not when they create for us. Stop before the door you come out of. His words made some first-year students who had already begun to choke wipe away the tears that had not yet left their eyes. These words could not be right or wrong, but they helped others get out of their sad mood. Dazzled by emotions, a stupid idea of going back to live and die with Hermione Randy popped up in his head. Hampton had already walked in front of everyone while he was speaking, and then he pushed open the trapdoor with all his strength under the gaze of other people. Soft light shone in from behind the door, and there were 2 slender figures standing there. One was an elderly witch with glasses and a stern look, but a gentle expression, and the other had dark skin and golden earrings. A smiling middle-aged wizard. Together they faced behind the trapdoor, and the child who was still watching them in a daze stretched out his hand. Dolokhov was completely defenseless. He never thought that he would be cursed in the back. This Hogwarts castle has been ruled by Voldemort for 7 years. Although there are resistance forces roaming outside during these 7 years, no one can penetrate into it. This school. Coupled with the panic caused by the alarm, he had no time to react. The tall body fell down, the petrification curse restricted his body, but he didn't lose his eyesight. When he fell backwards, he saw a pair of worn-out shoes with some bird feces remaining on them gradually. Zoom in, and step on his face the next moment. John did it on purpose. The moment he cast the petrification spell, he also pinched the feather in his left hand to death. A golden red flame burned in his palm, but it didn't make him feel the slightest burning sensation. Instead, a different kind of warmth radiated from the flame. John let go of his hand, the red fire stayed in the air. Fawkes did not appear immediately. Dumbledore specifically told him when he gave him the feather, the anti-apparition magic inside Hogwarts Castle was destroyed. Voldemort was buffed, especially against Phoenix's exclusive apparition. This feather is equivalent to providing Fawkes with a coordinate point, but it will take a short time to break through the anti-apparition magic in the castle and let it come here now. John doesn't think it's a bad thing to be able to stay for this little time. He came to this castle incognito, and he couldn't just ask for it but leave nothing behind. This is not in line with the way of being a guest in the root of his soul, coming and going without being indecent. Not only did Dolokhov fail to react to this sudden attack, he fell directly to the ground, surrounded by pure-blood and mixed-race students who had just walked out of the auditorium, and the sound of sirens at the stairs where mudbloods were escaping from the school. The 3 surprised professors of astronomy, arithmetic, and divination, and protection of magical animals were all stunned. While they were in a daze, John, who stepped on Dolokhov's face, didn't swing his stick, and he directly uttered the spell that was so familiar that he could no longer be familiar with it. Wingardim Leviosa. Everyone in this castle is very familiar with the floating spell, the first spell that non-mudblood students officially started to learn the spell, and John flew into the air lightly like this. The second gem full of magic power gave John a powerful boost to this spell, allowing him to stay in the air for a longer time. His body is more flexible, and his speed is faster. But the same blood-red gemstone faded a lot the moment he used the levitating spell, from blood-red to bright pink. The magic power stored here does not belong to John. Every time he uses the magic power on it to enhance his spell casting, it will be consumed. Unlike the magic power in the wizard's body, no matter how many spells he uses, it will not change at all. But John didn't feel pain when using it. The magic power on the ring can only be used for the magic on the ring, and now he can only use these magic powers on 2 spells. Hermione, who was suspended in the air, also looked at John blankly. She didn't cry when she was hanged by Dolokhov, she didn't cry when she was ridiculed by countless people around her, and she didn't cry when she thought of her tragic end and couldn't see any hope of surviving. But when she saw John flying in front of her, her eyes couldn't help getting wet. "Professor, why are you coming back?" John had pointed his wand at the shackles that locked her hands, and it was easy to untie them with an unlocking spell. "I told you that the other Hogwarts professors never lie." He carried Hermione on his back. The little girl was frighteningly light. There were no deafening speeches, and no righteous words. He just gently told the truth with lies, just like how he deceived the little girl that night. "Just now, Hanton and I promised that no one will stay today." The moment he freed Hermione from the shackles, 3 spells rang out together. "Disarm you." Swoon. All petrified. The 3 professors standing at the top of the stairs made a move. But they didn't use the death curse directly at the first time. After all, they still don't understand everything about the sudden situation. If they can try to catch them alive, don't kill them. However, John didn't make any movements, he didn't even have any intention of raising his wand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and in the eyes of countless students who were still in a daze and hadn't reacted, he once again uttered an ordinary incantation. The spell stops. The original bright pink gem quickly faded back to the same light blue color as the first one. And at the same time, an energy that used magic to prohibit magic suddenly spread. This is not called a break, it's a complete chapter, and there are 2 more chapters to be released at night, so it's time to go. Chapter 118-116. 3 Battlefields. In the hall of the Ministry of Magic, the witches and wizards who were originally dealing with affairs were leaving quickly. No one dared to stay here for too long, even though the old man sitting in the chair in the center had never had any record of killing anyone, he didn't dare to let others watch here. The chair under Dumbledore was of course not given to him by someone. Even if some of these people still had a good impression of him, none of them had the courage to stand in front of so many people present. Express even the slightest intimacy with him. The wizard who was in charge of registering the wands and names of the visitors had already been on the ground, with his face facing the ground and his neck curled up. While pretending to be dead, he wanted to bury his whole head in the ground like an ostrich. The chair was just under him. The Auror Command reacted quickly. They quickly gathered their people through the fireplace and arrived at the entrance of the hall. Lucius Malfoy led the team himself. He saw Ayn Rand sitting in the middle of the hall, as if he was in his own living room, a contented old man. His face was as dark as if he had been smeared with ashes. He commanded the Aurors to divide into 2 waves, guarding the exit and entrance of this hall respectively, surrounding Dumbledore in the middle. Everyone drew out their wands in anticipation, and aimed at the old man in the middle with hundreds of wands, but on the contrary, the hand holding the wand on the side with more people was trembling uneasily, and the forehead was bulging. Con, it's like being surrounded by hundreds of people instead of hundreds of people. Albus Dumbledore. Lucius had a gloomy face. Seeing the name of the old man on the seat, Dumbledore smiled and waved to him. Ha, it's been a long time, Lucius, my friend. I praised you before, but you see, my vision is still very accurate. Now you have become the leader of all Aurors. Lucius stared into Dumbledore's eyes. He didn't smile, but asked with extremely cold eyes. What are you doing here? What are you doing? Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. Of course I came to meet my greatest student. What? Didn't he mean to meet me? He was smiling, like an old man in a neighbor's house chatting about household affairs, and the magic wand in his hand twirled casually. It was this moment that made most of the Aurors pointing their wands at him slow down their heartbeats, and swallowed subconsciously. Lucius' face became even more ugly. The current situation is not that they surrounded Dumbledore, but that Dumbledore came to the magic department and guarded them. Before the Hogwarts battle 7 years ago, he never felt that this seemingly harmless old man could pose any threat. He has never experienced his peak period, so such contempt is normal. But after participating in that battle, especially when Lucius was so close to the battlefield in the astronomy tower, he almost watched the entire battle between the 2 top wizards in the magic world, which made him clear from the bottom of his heart. Recognized Dumbledore's horror. Even if the old man loses in the end, it only proves that the one who won is more terrifying, not that he is weak. Now if they really act, most of the 10th floor of the Ministry of Magic underground will be destroyed. It is impossible for Dumbledore to kill all of them, but he can leave safely after paralyzing the Ministry of Magic. Go. He's using this Ministry of Magic to force Voldemort to come and meet him. It was precisely because of this in his mind that Lucius was extremely nervous and apprehensive at this time. He didn't know what was going on outside at this time. He needed Dumbledore to come to the Ministry of Magic in person, and he didn't know that the Ministry of Magic was in Voldemort's heart. And these people in the Ministry of Magic, what is the weight in his heart at this time, and whether it is worth it for him to come here in person. Just as the beads of sweat on Lucius' forehead slipped from his forehead, a voice that made him terrified and delighted suddenly sounded behind him. It's been a long time, Professor Dumbledore. The handsome and extraordinary wizard with a tall and straight figure and sharp features came out from behind the Auror. No one dared to stand in front of him, and every auror standing here bowed to him in trepidation, lowered their heads, and shouted in unison. "Gentlemen!" Dumbledore leaned against the back of the chair, crossed his hands and put his fingers on his knees. The smile on his face remained unchanged. He looked at the most powerful man in the magic world opposite him. He waved his hand, and someone moved him a chair came, and then all the aurors present, including Lucius, retreated and left the hall, leaving only the teacher and student Dumbledore and Voldemort. "Hogwarts, Azkaban, and the Ministry of Magic, you still know me as before, and you know that this is the only place I can't let go of." Voldemort looked calmly into Dumbledore's eyes, "But I'm still curious, how did you insert people into the other two places?" Sirius and Lupin each carry a person on their backs. Behind them were more than 30 Azkaban prisoners in ragged clothes and emaciated faces. At this time, they had rushed to the gate of this prison, and nearly 80% of the Dementors on the entire island had gathered here. Silver radiance flowed between them, and the overflowing light illuminated the entire grey and foggy castle. But there are too many Dementors gathered in front of the prison gate. They are almost endless. The Dementors whose bodies are melted close to the silver light shrink back, and the Dementors behind them push forward. Deadly despair and joyful hope resisted, but the final result was that the escaped prisoners became more and more depressed. Gritting his teeth, he protected the unconscious wizard behind him with one hand, preventing him from falling off his back, and raised his wand with the other hand. The last time. Lupin was also contrary to his usual gentleness and calmness. He roared and raised his wand high above his head, and the silver light flowed over them. Every prisoner held up his magic wand just like him, and for a moment, the dazzling light swayed down like the scorching sun. "Call God for protection." The incantations of countless patroness charms sounded together, the lights were condensing, and various animals stepped lightly in the air, leaving gorgeous silver flying debris, swooping down towards the Dementors in front of the gate. Wolf, dog, cow, chicken, fox, honey badger, goat. More than 30 patron saints rushed out a huge gap for them together. The breath of freedom blows in. Outside the prison, Moody is leading dozens of other members of the Order of the Phoenix riding broomsticks to deal with the Death Eaters stationed on the island. The feet of these prisoners. Chapter 119-117. Being a slave is not terrible. The magic power attached to the gemstone on the ring brought an unprecedented enhancement to John's breaking spell. When the number of individual cracking curses increases to a certain level, it can achieve a qualitative change. It can dissolve almost 99% of the magic in the magic world except for the 3 unforgivable curses, even Fiend Fire. Put out. At this time, John alone has reached the level of breaking the curse. And this effect overflowed from his body to the outside. The 3 spells cast by the professor, without exception, were all within a meter of him, and all of them were wiped out. The faces of the 3 professors turned ugly, and at this time, more and more students who were having lunch in the auditorium and heard the movement poured out of it, and there were also some other professors and faculty members among them. The Carlos, Quirrell, and Lestrange all saw John floating in mid-air, and hundreds of students around them watched the scene dumbfounded. Superiority of blood. John's voice was full of sarcasm. He looked down at the purebloods and half-bloods below, and expressed the oppression he had seen in this castle for nearly a year, using their postures that have always been high above them. "Please, your theories are really ridiculous. I'm the worthless mudblood that you say, but now I say that you are all rubbish. Can any of you have the ability to refute me?" In front of him, the red flame grew bigger and bigger, and gradually, a prototype of a bird appeared. These extremely mocking words made almost all the pureblood students blush. They never thought that one day the word garbage would change from a mudblood to an adjective for them. And Alecto Carlo, the younger sister of the Carlo siblings, couldn't bear such humiliation anymore, raised his wand with that thick arm, and uttered the unforgivable spell in a sharp voice. Avada Kedavra. A bright green light flickered in front of the hall, and some timid female students had already screamed, but John's figure was only slightly shifted to one side, and the death curse passed by him, hit the stone wall behind him. A furious and incompetent stupid pig. John tilted his head and looked at Electo Carlo. The superiority of bloodlines means that purebloods have a great appetite, so can more food be wasted? If so, I suggest that when you use the killing spell, you point the tip of the stick at yourself. Apart from losing face, you are still alive. What can it mean? Kill him. Amicus Caro couldn't bear to see his sister being humiliated. He yelled and gave orders to all the professors present. In the absence of Snape and Barty Jr. in the castle, except for the high-status half-breed Dean Professor Greenglass who basically doesn't care, the Carlo brothers and sisters are the people with the highest status. The other professors, including the school doctor Lestrange and the librarian Quirrell, all raised their wands at John. Avada Kedavra. These people are completely unscrupulous about the release of the unforgivable curse. They were born as dark wizards or even Death Eaters, and they have already disregarded human life to the extreme. What's more, mudbloods are not human at all in their eyes. But John was as dexterous as a hummingbird in mid-air, consuming nearly half of the magic power in the second gemstone and using the floating spell on himself, which made him feel that he had completely controlled his body. The gravitational force of the ground and those force fields that pull him down are like his own limbs, allowing him to control his body shape as he pleases. Ordinary spells are counteracted by the undoing spell, and the killing spell can be completely dodged. At this time, John is equivalent to full defense. Even if there is a Hermione on his back, even if everyone in the castle shoots at him together, it will be one. The spell couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. His biggest flaw now is that he doesn't have any effective countermeasures, but effective attacks are not enough, but humiliating torture is easy. The second after avoiding all the killing curses, John suddenly flashed to Amicus Carlo. The breaking spell emanating from his body easily erased the iron armor curse on the notorious wizard. John didn't have time to raise his staff to cast spells at such a close distance, but he never wanted to cast it from the beginning to the end. Curse meaning. Instead, he raised his palm high and swung it in a semicircle. The next moment, he slapped Amicus heavily on the face. Snapped. John was only 12 years old after all, even with all his strength, he couldn't slap Amicus away. He spun freely in mid-air for 3.5 weeks, but he still staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Humiliation. Endless humiliation. Half of Amicus's face was red and swollen, and he wanted to strangle John to death in a hurry, but he couldn't even touch half of his clothes, so he went up into the air again. Hermione lay obediently on John's back. She was still immersed in the feeling of being reborn, but John's sarcasm and the slap made her think that this young under his appearance, the image of a mature and stable middle-aged professor is actually a bit shaky. It feels like this professor is not as serious as she imagined. See. John didn't care what Hermione was thinking, his voice echoed throughout the hall. The so-called nobility of pure blood is only because they can use the evil death curse to judge the life and death of others. When they are not there, when you have that ability, it's as ridiculous as a slug. The status is not what they should have deserved. This is their whitewashing of their slavery, disguising their privileges, and adding high-sounding reasons for their oppression. Hiding behind the auditorium, at the entrance of the stairs, all the mixed-race students on one side of the corridor heard John's words, and they stared blankly at the boy who looked down on all sentient beings. Many of them had seen it in the public restroom a few days ago. He works like a slave. A clear bird song sounded in the hall. Fox's bright red figure finally emerged. It glanced emotionlessly at the students and professors below with its golden pupils, then flapped its wings and landed on John's shoulders. The thundering voices of the Carlo brothers and sisters exploded, and countless spells flew towards him. But no matter how they roared, they couldn't suppress the last sentence left by John, leading Hermione and Fox, before breaking through this huge cage and returning to a wider and free world in the golden red light. Talk. Although it is unfortunate to be a slave, it is not terrible, because you know the struggle. After all, there is still hope to break free, but if you feel beauty, admiration, and intoxication from the life of a slave, then you are a slave who will never recover. The last sentence was said by Mr. Lucian. It was not a joke. Also, I really don't want to break chapters, but the climax of the plot is about 20,000 words in total, and I can't finish it in one day. I have really tried my best to write as much as I can. The chapter I updated earlier is to prove that I want to break the chapter, but it takes time to write it out. As a result, more people scold me. Don't scold me. People will be scolded stupid. Which author doesn't want to write the climax directly, but there's no way, comma. Chapter 120-118. Reason. In the main hall of the Ministry of Magic, which is half the size of a football field, Voldemort and Dumbledore sat facing each other 5 meters apart. These two people who should be the most hostile in the British magic world today did not fight immediately when they met, but everyone looked so calm on the outside, as if they were really a couple who hadn't seen each other for a long time. This meeting is just to reminisce about the old teachers and students. So who did you let into Hogwarts Castle, and no warning has been triggered yet? Voldemort stared into Dumbledore's eyes. There was not much anger on his face, but he was really curious about this question. The magic that detects age is set by me personally. To deceive it, you must use an extremely powerful confusion spell. Apart from yourself, who else can do this? Dumbledore still had that smile on his face, and he spoke softly. Sometimes you trust yourself a little too much, Tom. Trust your own magic, trust your own judgment even more. For Dumbledore's title, Voldemort narrowed his eyes subconsciously. He obviously didn't like hearing this name, and he didn't like the surname behind it. Confidence is never a bad thing, you taught me that, Professor Dumbledore. But self-confidence is not the same as arrogance, but now I am not your teacher, some things you can't understand, but it is good for me, isn't it? The expression on Voldemort's face gradually darkened, and his snake-like eyes seemed to be staring at his prey. What about you, Dumbledore? Are you so confident that the man who sneaked into the castle can save a group of mudbloods? And you are so confident in the bedbugs in Azkaban that they can escape? Your rule is actually a complete mess, Tom. Dumbledore said casually, as if he didn't see Voldemort's dangerous gaze. You should have felt that violent power can only be obeyed for a short time. If you want most people to really support you, you need to let them see the benefits. But the time for you to wake up is still a bit short. If you operate for a longer period of time, maybe I won't have such confidence. Voldemort sneered. Now why don't you talk about your ridiculous love? Dumbledore didn't get angry at his taunt, but looked calm. For the greatest benefit, part of the credit for putting forward the sentence is part of me. I saw clearly what the so-called human nature is before you. But magic is the existence that can make individuals detached from groups, and benefits can be brings the group together, but love it makes the individual stronger. So? Voldemort asked coldly, his voice echoing in the empty main hall, you always said that I have never mastered the most powerful magic, so what is love? But now, who is loser? Who is the winner? Dumbledore quietly met Voldemort's eyes. No matter what kind of spell, will is always the driving force necessary for casting a spell, and love is the strongest will. When he said this, he suddenly laughed at himself, but you are right, even if I say it again, no matter how correct you say it, there is no way to hide the fact that I am indeed a loser. The mysteries of magic are endless. I am not an omniscient god, there will always be powers that I don't understand that are mastered by others, but your strength is also unstable, isn't it? The main hall fell into silence, the air seemed to be frozen, Only the sound of the second hand of a big clock hanging on the wall kept ringing. "Are you sure that I dare not fight you, or is there that incompetent loser who is also in the city, and he has given you enough support to give you enough confidence?" After a long time, Voldemort slowly stood up from the seat, and just looked down at the old man in front of him. Dumbledore looked at him calmly. "Not at all, Tom. I believe that you dare to fight me, and I also believe that you are not afraid of me joining forces with Gellert at all, but I believe that you have enough reason now. Your reason will tell you that if there is a fight, there will be many problems later, which are very unfavorable to you. Your reason has allowed you to have today's achievements, but also because of your reason, you have to sacrifice something for it." Voldemort had drawn his wand as he spoke. But Dumbledore still sat motionless on the chair, watching his movements. The two of them just looked at each other silently. The hands of the clock kept moving. Although Voldemort was holding the wand, he still didn't intend to lift it up. And just when the hour hand of the big clock pointed to I, Dumbledore also stood up from his chair. "It's a pleasure to have such a pleasant chat with you, Tom, but it's getting late." He straightened his windbreaker. "Because Horace was poached by you, I can only replace him as the original professor position. I still have 2 classes to attend in the afternoon, so let's stop here today." Just as he finished speaking, a golden red light suddenly flashed beside him, and Phoenix Fox, who had become a professional driver, landed on Dumbledore's shoulder. "Today's matter will not end like this, Dumbledore." Voldemort didn't even seem to want to stop Dumbledore from leaving. He just said something that sounded non-threatening in a cold voice, and the light of his eyes completely enveloped him like this. Dumbledore responded softly before disappearing from the main hall. "I am looking forward." The light faded away. Only Voldemort was left in the main hall. With no expression on his face, he slowly sat back on the chair. His gaze was very calmly staring at the chair that Dumbledore sat on before. The sound of the hands beating on the clock was very rhythmic, and he followed this rhythm, tapping the body of the wand lightly with the tip of his index finger. When he was deep in thought, his mouth suddenly opened strangely as if by itself, and he uttered crazy words that were completely different from the calmness in his eyes. "Why don't you kill him? What are you afraid of? Why don't you kill him? Why don't you kill him?" The voice echoed in the main hall, but Voldemort raised his fist without hesitation, and punched himself hard in the mouth. This punch was so hard that it directly exposed blood from the corner of his mouth. "Idiot!" He seemed to regain control of his mouth, and his voice returned to calm and cold again. "If it wasn't for you, I would have already done it when I saw him." He took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then turned and walked into the Ministry of Magic with gloomy eyes. Chapter 121-119. The Real Hogwarts. Fawkes took John and Hermione to a hut in front of the woods. This hut is the same as the safe hut that John arrived at first when Lily brought him out of the orphanage. It was made by the Order of the Phoenix and scattered all over the UK to temporarily hide the traces of apparition. Phoenix's apparition will of course not be traced to the source, but Mag, Kingsley, and 2 wizards in the Order of the Phoenix took the students who escaped from the secret passage of the castle and temporarily hid in this place first. The enrollment contracts on these children have not been completely resolved, but before coming here, McGonagall and the others used a spell to temporarily block the tracking effect. To completely eliminate it, Dumbledore needs to do it himself. And after John brought Hermione here, the children were extremely happy. Seeing familiar people, they were finally able to vent their nervousness and worry. Some hugged Hermione and some hugged John and cried bitterly. John's arm cried the loudest. But the crisis has not been completely resolved, and McGonagall immediately covered Hermione's enrollment contract in the same way, and then unified used apparition again, leading them to a new safe house. When they got here, the rescued children were so pale that they couldn't help retching. Even John couldn't get used to the feeling when he experienced apparition for the first time. They experienced it twice in a row. Feeling dizzy even more now. At the same time, although John and Hermione's safe return made their mood not as low as it was at the beginning, the uneasiness in their hearts has not diminished in the slightest. When they first escaped, the professors from another Hogwarts school who came to meet them were very gentle, without the slightest contempt and indifference towards them from the teachers in that castle, but the long-term slavery has made them they are instinctively wary of strangers. After arriving at this safe house, McGregor Kingsley and the others began to get busy, lit the fire, boiled chocolate, and then gave each of the children sitting here a cup to relieve their physical discomfort caused by apparition. The actions of McGonagall and the others made the children a little restless. The first-grade children were fine, they had only entered the castle for less than a year, while the second-grade students were mostly a little panicked. Just like a child who has been abused all day long, if suddenly one day an adult reaches out and hands him a piece of candy, his immediate reaction will definitely not be to accept it generously, but to shrink his neck and hide in the corner. He looked timidly at the person who stretched out his hand. Fortunately, there is John, the bridge. He quickly helped Mag distribute the hot chocolate to each child, and at the same time, in front of them, he took a big sip first, and then said to them with a grin, "I suggest that you don't drink so fast when you drink." The children looked at him and couldn't help laughing, and their emotions relaxed a lot. Some children even looked at Mag cautiously and asked, "Professor, will we still be mudbloods?" Professor McGonagall looked at the appearance of these children, and had just quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and she showed a gentle smile that she had never had before. "Forget that title, kids, you're no different than everyone else." Her answer made the child's eyes shine, and his voice unconsciously became a little louder, but there was still a subconscious pleading in that tone. "Then can we learn real magic in the future?" Mag reached out and touched his head. "I am your professor of transfiguration and herbal medicine. You must listen carefully to my class in the future." "I will." Their conversation made the children completely let go of their subconscious vigilance. They hugged the warm chocolate, and finally showed a smile on their faces that they hadn't shown for a long time. Hermione is also smiling, but when she is smiling, her eyes are always on John. Of course John is not blind, he naturally sensed her gaze, so he turned to look at her suspiciously and asked, "What's wrong? Why haven't you returned to your original appearance, Professor?" The girl bit the word professor hard, as if she had seen something from the relationship between John and Mag just now. John's face remained unchanged. He shrugged and said, "The compound decoction will take 12 hours to remove the effect. If you want to see the real me, you probably have to wait until around 6 o'clock in the afternoon." Hermione didn't struggle with this, no matter what John's identity was, she didn't care, and it wouldn't affect her gratitude to him in the slightest. "Thank you very much." She gave John a hug. John patted the girl's thin shoulder, and he said with a smile, "You should thank yourself." They stayed here until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and when the sky began to darken, Mag and the others continued their journey with these children who had rested enough. Continue to use apparition, this time they came to a vast tulip garden. The Hogwarts carriage was parked on the lawn in the middle of the garden, with candles flying around, and fairies with wings looming among the flowers. When Mag and his group first appeared here, the students who were busy arranging the venue and preparing for the grand welcome ceremony in the evening shouted in a hurry, "Here they come! Here they come!" The soles of their feet hit the ground again. Before the children realized what a dreamlike place they had arrived, the sound of fireworks exploding sounded beside them. Colorful ribbons and sequins fluttered down from their heads, and the students on the carriage who didn't know the exact time even though they had been notified in advance, quickly stood in a chaotic formation according to the original rehearsal, and they happily shouted in harmony, "Welcome to the real Hogwarts." These children were all stunned. They looked at this beautiful scene that they didn't even dare to dream of in their dreams. Everyone couldn't help but burst into tears. The students in the carriage enthusiastically pulled them to both sides of the long table placed in the middle of the lawn, and Dumbledore was sitting at the front of the long table. His smile was as warm as a winter fireplace, and he looked at Joe like this. "Well," said softly. "You did better than anyone could have imagined, John. Thank you for taking these children and getting out of that cage. I forgot to take the chapter name T. I will ask the editor for permission to add it. I will sort out the outline and check if there are any loopholes in the following plot. Just the sauce." Chapter 122-120. Welcome Banquet. You. Hermione watched in disbelief that the compound potion had expired, and John, who had returned to his original appearance, could only subconsciously utter one syllable continuously. John stroked his hair. He didn't have time for a haircut in the castle. After drinking the compound soup, his appearance as Randy was fixed, so he didn't need to take care of his original hair, which led to his hair was obviously too long. It is certainly not a good time to trim your hair during the banquet, but the disheveled hair really affects the image, so John can only use the transformation technique to temporarily conjure up a rubber band, planning to tie the long hair into a short ponytail. Hearing Hermione's shocked voice, he put his hands behind his head and gathered his long hair together, blinking his eyes and asking, "What is the problem? How old are you?" Hermione took a deep breath, suppressed the disbelief in her heart, and tried to keep herself calm and asked the question. "I entered the same year as you." John tied his hair with the rubber band, and at the same time he raised his head and pointed at Lily's position. "Did you see that, Professor? She is the teacher who teaches our potions class. Freshmen enroll. She is usually responsible. When she found me and was going to recruit me, she actually went to your house first, but she was a step late, otherwise we might have been classmates by then." Hermione's face was a bit complicated. She didn't expect that there was only one step between heaven and hell, but she soon came back to her senses and stared at John. "So, you are only 12 years old this year. It's already 1993, and I'm already 13 years old. It's even far-fetched to say that I'm 14 years old." After listening to John's answer, Hermione fell silent. She has a delicate mind, and she has just escaped. From the attitude of McGonagall and these professors towards John, she can actually infer that he is very likely to deceive herself. It is not another Hogwarts professor at all, but a student. But the limit of Hermione's imagination, the one who dared to sneak into that prison and make small moves in front of so many notorious adult wizards, should at least be a 6th or 7th grade student who is close to adulthood. She never thought about it. John was actually the same age as her. John had just his hair, and an arm was already wrapping around his neck vigorously, almost breaking his unskilled ponytail, which was not tied at all. "We didn't know what you did until noon today, John," Ron said excitedly. "Professor Dumbledore has been hiding it from us. Even when he went out this morning, he lied to us that he was going to meet 2 old friends. Then Hagrid brought us to this place at noon, and when we started to set up the venue, only then did Professor Flitwick tell us who we were going to welcome tonight and why. It's good that you can come back safely." Neville looked terrified. "To be honest, I really can't figure out why Professor Dumbledore sent you to carry out such a dangerous mission, but luckily the result is good." Surrounded by second-year students, John was surrounded. Lavender and Justin were curious about what another Hogwarts looked like, and they couldn't imagine what John went through. Danger. The welcome dinner has begun. Although the life on the carriage is much happier than that of the students in the castle, but they are always enclosed in a space, day after day, which also makes the students feel bored, so no matter what the reason for the banquet, every student will be very excited. For the students in the carriage, there is no possibility of xenophobia at all. With no branches, no competition, and the pressure from the outside world, they integrated unity into their instincts. Those children who were rescued from the castle were dragged to both sides of the long table by students who were either the same age as them or older than them. The enthusiasm of these children even made these children a little flattered. It seems that I have been reminded in advance that even if they are curious, no students ask what their life is like in another Hogwarts. The students on the carriage just introduce them to the life they will face in the future, and the professors in the school. There are special arrangements for these rescued children after entering school. When John and Dumbledore confirmed the time for their escape plan through the fireplace in the Pig's Head bar, the carriage was ready and vacant rooms were vacated. And classroom. When they officially enter the carriage and get the wand, there will be professors who will allocate time for them to remediate their missing magic knowledge until they catch up with the progress of normal students. The atmosphere of the dinner party was very warm, and just as the banquet was coming to an end, Dumbledore clapped his hands lightly, attracting everyone's attention. I am very glad that so many new students will join us today, even if it is not the first day of school. Although everyone has already expressed their welcome to you before the banquet, but allow me, a nagging old man, to say something more. Welcome to you, come to Hogwarts. The students on both sides of the long table cheered, and the children who just came here today also showed smiles on their faces. First of all, I would like to thank John Green for his dedication. To be honest, no matter who knew that I asked him to go undercover, he thought I was crazy, but his outstanding performance proved that I am not crazy. Then, we would like to thank Miss Hermione Granger. Her fearless self-sacrifice provided precious opportunities and time for this evacuation. This is admirable to me and everyone here. The students applauded them. John had just been choked by Ron, and now he was being choked by the excited Neville. Hermione lowered her head a little at a loss. She was a little uncomfortable with such praise and welcome. Finally, we also welcome a new professor. Dumbledore's words made the scene quiet, and a pale middle-aged wizard walked over from the flowers. He looked like he had just arrived here, just when Dumbledore was about to introduce him. After Horace left us, we needed a new defense against the dark arts and history of magic professor. Remus Lupin, a wizard who had graduated from Hogwarts with honors, and just today he and another group of people also accomplished an unprecedented feat. After today, he will join Hogwarts and become an excellent professor. Chapter 123-121. Traitor. Lupin was wearing a decent black robe, and his hair and beard were obviously carefully groomed. At least he looked more regular than John. Azkaban's escape plan and John's plan to escape with the children in the castle are carried out simultaneously. Compared with the castle, escaping from that prison is obviously more dangerous. Similarly, Dumbledore also asked Moody to take more members of the Order of the Phoenix to meet them. After breaking through the encirclement of the Dementors, it took them another afternoon to get rid of the Death Eaters who came to reinforce them. Hunt down. The prisoners who escaped were all exhausted. The long-term torture in prison and today's fierce fighting made them fall asleep as soon as they returned to a safe place. Arrange a dinner party. The celebration and welcome banquet in the Order of the Phoenix will not begin until Sirius and the others recover from a complete rest. But Lupin's condition is not bad. He has been wandering and lurking on the island, and has not suffered any abuse from Dementors. Except for today's battle, he has consumed a lot of energy, but he basically recovered after resting for half an afternoon. Originally, Dumbledore planned to let him continue to serve in Hogwarts after a week of rest, but Lupin himself proposed that his condition was fine, and he could come to the carriage today. The students were obviously unfamiliar with him, but Neville introduced him to John and the others in a low voice. I know him. My dad brought me to see him at the banquet a long time ago when the Order of the Phoenix was gathering. He has a very good personality and even gave me a box of candies. Lupin took a seat at the long table, looked at the students who applauded for his arrival even though they were unfamiliar with him, and nodded with a gentle smile. John looked at Lupin's arrival with a strange expression on his face. In his memory, This wandering wizard with a tragic ending also entered Hogwarts as a professor in the original book, but it was in the 3rd grade. And now it is near the end of the 2nd grade, and the time is not bad. This made John couldn't help but feel that things are right and wrong. The dinner ended after Dumbledore had finished preaching everything. The students rescued from the castle were all arranged in the dorms on the carriage. They also experienced a lot of fright and worry today, but before they could rest immediately, Dumbledore led them into an empty classroom alone to deal with the enrollment contracts on them. It wasn't until close to 12 o'clock that the children lay down on the soft and comfortable 4-poster beds that they had never had in another school, and soon fell asleep. The carriage left the tulip field and continued on this journey that does not know when it will end. After everything was settled properly, in Dumbledore's principal's room, all the professors in the school, including Lupin who just joined today, gathered here. There is a quill and a book on Dumbledore's desk. Looking at these two familiar things, Mag had a nostalgic look on his face. Bring them back, so we can take the Muggle students away before the people in that castle. Flitwick also nodded. John rescued all the students in the 1st and 2nd grades in the castle, and now the Pen of Acceptance and the Book of Admission have also been brought back. That castle is equivalent to losing the source of Muggle students, which will definitely have a negative impact on them. Big impact. Lily said coldly. The Dark Lord relied on the continuous oppression of Muggle wizards to stabilize the unbalanced mentality that half-blood wizards have privileges over pure-blood wizards. Now the oppressed objects are lacking from the root, and there will definitely be more people in the future. Big trouble for his regime. Don't be confused by the situation in front of you. Dumbledore shook his head calmly and said, he won't just watch us move and remain indifferent. He holds grudges more than anyone else. The reason why we can accomplish so many things so successfully, the main reason is that he has been focusing on other aspects in the past few years. Except for the incident of Horus last year, he basically adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards us. Lupin frowned gravely. I've been in Azkaban all these years, and I don't know much about what's going on in the wizarding world. If the Dark Lord didn't focus on us, what else made him so focused? The headmaster's room fell silent for a while. Obviously, McGonagall and the others couldn't answer this question. Dumbledore tapped his fingers on the desk surface lightly, and he spoke again after a long time. I learned some things from a special channel that I just obtained. Several of his most trusted subordinates, including Bellatrix Lestrange, Rodolphus Lestrange, and Labastan, the three of Lestrange and Pettigrew Peter, who betrayed us, have not shown their faces in public for nearly 2 years. I think, if the Dark Lord really has anything else, if there are more important things, it may have something to do with this. The moment he said the name Peter Pettigrew, Lily clenched her hands tightly. Her body visibly tensed up, and her breathing couldn't help becoming short of breath. Lupin also stared at the corner of the table with a gloomy expression. This name that seems to have disappeared from the magic world has never been forgotten by them. Seeing their reactions, Flitwick couldn't help but sighed, and raised his hand to pat Lily's arm to express his comfort. Dumbledore knew why they became like this when they heard this name, and he was a little tired. Took off his glasses. Don't relax your attention recently. We did achieve some successes, but compared with what we lost, these successes are not enough to transform into our capital to win. Let's go here first today, and what is his mind on? Where is it? Leave it to me to investigate. After John returned to the carriage, he found that life here hadn't changed much as before he left. The rescued students were still divided according to their original grades, but the 2nd grade students like Hermione Hunton did not attend classes with John and the others for the time being, but were unified and targeted after getting the wand makeup lessons. Their study time should be tighter. After all, compared with the students on the carriage, they have missed a lot of courses they should have. But no one complained about this point. After formally integrating into the life here, Hermione and the others were very enthusiastic about learning. Part of the extracurricular time is spent on learning magic. John is also making up for the courses he missed after he was promoted to the second grade, but these have no effect on him. And on the 5th day after he returned to the carriage, Dumbledore suddenly called him to the office. "You did a great job as a reward, so would you like to go out and relax with me for a few days? There is a chapter to follow." Chapter 124-122. Hermione's Wand. John looked at Dumbledore suspiciously. "Really, to relax, instead of making excuses to trick me and then go do something else?" Dumbledore laughed dumbfounded, and he blinked and said, "A friend invited me to France, just to catch up and talk about some things. Besides, when did you have this impression of me? I had it in my previous life." Of course, these words were only in John's mind, and it was naturally impossible for him to say them directly. But to be honest, Dumbledore never lied to him to do anything, and before going to the castle he sneaked into, he explained all the dangers clearly and consulted John himself. Opinion. Without hesitating for long, John readily agreed. During the time he stayed in Hogwarts Castle, he had been mentally tense and his sleep quality was poor, so it was indeed time for him to relax. Staying in the carriage is of course considered relaxing, but it would be even better to go out for a walk with Dumbledore. After all, John doesn't need to think about safety issues by his side at all, and maybe he can learn some magical knowledge that is helpful to him. After confirming the travel time, John left the principal's office. On the way back towards the dormitory, he happened to bump into Hermione, who had just come out of the library. At this time, Hermione is no longer dressed like a wild girl in the castle. It is said that because she performed very well in the cram school, Lily gave her a bottle of potion for smoothing hair, which made her. He arranged his hair very neatly and let it fall smoothly behind him. She is no longer wearing the tattered grey robe, but the student uniform on the carriage. Although her face is still a little pale from long-term malnutrition, and her body is still very thin, she is obviously much better than before. Up. "Good morning, John." It wasn't until she reached John that she shifted her attention away from the book she was holding in her hand, raised her head and greeted John with a smile. Because the situation in the castle is different, even if John and Hermione have contact, they seldom observe her character. After arriving in the carriage, he found that Hermione, who had experienced 2 years of dark slavery, was much more restrained than the somewhat flamboyant Miss Know-It-All in the original book. Now every time she speaks, she will subconsciously observe the other person's face. Even when she comes to the carriage, this habit has not changed. It's like a little cautiously poking its head out of the water to observe the surrounding situation, full of fear and guard against this world that has seen through the darkness. "Good morning." John also greeted. "Go to the library so early? Didn't you have breakfast? Take it out of the restaurant and solve it on the way." When chatting with John, she seemed very relaxed. "The butter bread for breakfast is great. Today is the turn of the 5th grade students to take turns in the kitchen. The buttered bread should be baked by Ron's 2 older brothers. To be honest, I think as long as they don't secretly hide anything weird in the bread, it's all acceptable." They chatted side by side and walked towards the dormitory together. John was a little curious about the wand that Hermione got just a few days ago. "Can you lend me a look?" Hermione generously handed the wand into his hand. This wand is very new, completely different from those old wands that John and Neville Ron got when they first entered school. "What kind of combination is it?" Hermione recalled. "The vine wood, the core is the antlers of the jackalope. The wood used for wands is basically uniform all over the world, and the problem can be easily seen through the core of the wand. The new wands that Hermione and the others got must not have been made by Ollivander. This wand-making family has determined that unicorn hair, dragon nerves, and phoenix feathers are the most suitable materials for one generation. After the material of the core of the wand, the body parts of other magical animals have basically never been used as the core of the wand. These wands are obviously obtained by Dumbledore through special channels, and there is a high probability that they are not the works of wand makers in the UK. Judging from this year's situation, if there is no new source of wands, there will be so many students pouring in all of a sudden, and those wizards who escaped from Azkaban will also need wands to use. Those stocks in Leto's office are definitely not enough. But now it seems that he already has a solution. After returning the wand to Hermione, they separated in front of John's bedroom door. Back in the bedroom, John began to pack his things. The appointment time between Dumbledore and him was tomorrow. Ron, they are very envious of John being able to go out with Dumbledore. Staying in the carriage all day long, they actually wanted to go to other places, but the actual conditions were obviously not to such an extent. Early the next morning, Dumbledore was already waiting for him in the foyer. John carried a small suitcase in his hand, and the two got out of the carriage together. "So, shall we just apparate there, Professor?" Dumbledore used his transfiguration to complete a transformation for both himself and John. They still had the appearance of the brother wizards when they went to Diagon Alley together last year. After stopping to send them off, Hagrid waved his whip to signal them, and then drove the carriage away again. Dumbledore put a top hat on his head. He said with a smile, "Of course not, who travels directly to the end? The scenery along the way is the most precious wealth for us." He watched the Hogwarts carriage go away, took John on foot in the opposite direction for about 3 or 4 kilometers, and came to a corner of a secluded village, then held the wand in his hand, pointed at the empty "the road will be wand span." The silence lasted for about 2 or 3 seconds, and soon there was a deafening bang, and a 3-story bus with a bright purple color suddenly passed through countless low houses and headed towards them at a fast speed. The position drove over, and finally came to a sudden stop in front of them. With a bang, the car door was opened, and a weak voice came from inside. "Welcome to the night bus, the emergency passenger transport for witches or wizards in distress. Just hold out your wand and step on board, and we'll take you wherever you want. My name is Ern Poulin. Today, tomorrow, and tomorrow, I will always be your driver and part-time conductor. In fact, I have already suggested to the Ministry of Magic that I have a separate conductor, just like 8 years ago, even if it's a mudblood. Good night, Makabaka." Chapter 125-123. Dementor's Kiss. Dumbledore took John onto the night's bus. There were not many people in the car. On the first floor, there was only one wizard with curly black hair lying on the bed with a tired face. He didn't know if he was asleep or just resting with his eyes closed. "If we want to go to France, where do we need to go first, Mr. Poulin?" Dumbledore skillfully took out 2 wet towels from a closet behind the driver named Ern Poulin, handed one to John and asked him to wipe his face. Starting the bus again, Poulin didn't answer his question directly, but continued to mutter in that unmotivated voice. 2 wet towels, 1 silver sickle, these will be added to the fare in the end. Also, in order not to trouble me, if you need anything, you'd better take it from the cabinet now. 1 piece of chocolate is 3 sicos, the kettle and toothbrush are matched, and a set needs to pay an extra sico. He muttered a lot about the prices on the bus before finally answering Dumbledore's question. "Because the Ministry of Magic is very strict about exit control, I can only send you to the Flow Network Management Branch in Wales, where you have to provide your own identification, then fill out the form, and you can use it after approval. There is a transnational flow network. Also, if you have enough money, remember to prepare 2 extra galleons for the employees there. This is a hidden rule, which can save you a lot of time. Otherwise, no matter whether you have any problems, the exit approval of the country has to be stuck for 2 to 3 weeks. Plan's attitude was not enthusiastic, but his introduction was fairly comprehensive. He even deliberately lowered his voice when he said the last sentence, but in fact, this is a well-known unspoken rule. The Ministry of Magic under Voldemort's management naturally has nothing to do with cleanliness. In addition, Some departments are all composed of new-style pure-blooded upstarts, so it is normal to charge money to do things. Dumbledore listened to him seriously, took out 2 more chocolates from the cabinet, and finally thanked him. "Thank you for your reminder, then please send us to the Flow Network Management Branch in Wales." "Okay, gentlemen, you'd better find a place to lie down first. Your destination will be reached around 4 o'clock this afternoon at the earliest. We will take the gentleman who is still sleeping to his hometown in Devon, and Mrs. Vieira upstairs. She is going to Scotland to find a quarrel with her estranged husband, so I suggest you not to provoke that lady. She is in a very bad mood now." Dumbledore and John glanced at each other, and the two thanked Poulin again, and then went to the second floor of the bus through the spiral staircase. In this way, there is also only a fat witch leaning on a bed. She seems to be cursing someone, and it seems that she is doing a rehearsal exercise for the quarrel that will happen soon. Her mouth is always moving. And when she saw Dumbledore and John coming up, she glared at them with her toad-like eyes. Dumbledore took John but did not stop on the second floor, and continued up to the 3rd floor of the bus. There was no one here, and there were 4 or 5 empty beds placed separately. They each found a bed to sit down on. After sitting down, John picked up a copy of today's newspaper that was originally hanging on the wall. In this Daily Prophet, he saw the first report at a glance. Antonin Dolokhov was executed on Azkaban Island yesterday evening. John didn't continue to read, but his eyes widened when he saw the headline of this news. "Dolokhov is dead." He looked at Dumbledore in disbelief and asked in a low voice. Dumbledore was peeling off the outer wrapping of the piece of chocolate he got from the cabinet. Hearing John's question, he nodded as if he had received the message earlier. "It's not dead. 3 days ago, a reporter from the Daily Prophet said that he was convicted in the Wizengamot court. Dolokhov asked him what was wrong with him in court. It was his master who judged himself. Charged him with the crime of incapacity. So the Dark Lord was going to kill him, and did." John didn't feel sorry for Dolokhov's death. He didn't have any good impression of this perverted castle administrator. The more accidents happened to him, the happier John should be. But according to his original expectation, even if all the things he had done were discovered and exposed in Hogwarts Castle, there was a high probability that Dolokhov would be severely punished. John has always felt that even with Voldemort's harshness, he is unlikely to kill his own people directly because of this incident. At most, he will cancel all his duties and throw him into prison for a few days. But John still misjudged his understanding of Voldemort in the end, and Dolokhov obviously didn't survive. He was not directly sentenced to death. Dumbledore sat on the edge of the bed and said softly while eating chocolate, "The guards on that prison island were very angry because many people escaped from their hands. Dolohov's final punishment was to be rewarded with a Dementor's kiss. The kisses of those monsters will directly away the soul of the person being kissed, so that although his body looks alive, it is actually an empty shell. It can be said to be death in another sense, or worse than death." John quietly finished listening to Dumbledore's explanation, and at the same time read the report in the newspaper. Dolokhov is completely finished. The great future he originally imagined is indeed very great, and he will contribute to the cause of eating the Dementors. Looking through the news on other boards, John said that the changes in the wizarding world after he escaped with a group of low-grade students in Hogwarts Castle and the prisoners in Azkaban escaped that day. Got some understanding. The biggest influence on British wizards was that the Dementors were allowed to leave the island of Azkaban and let them catch escaped prisoners by themselves. This puts almost everyone in the magic world at risk. After all, everyone knows that Dementors are not wizards. They basically don't communicate with people, and they mainly feed on the positive part of people's emotions. They left the prison and used the excuse of catching escaped prisoners to wander around the wizarding world, which would definitely have a great impact on the lives of normal wizards. The fact is indeed the case. Today is the 3rd day that the Dementors are allowed to leave the island, and the Daily Prophet has reported 7 or 8 cases related to these monsters so far. Chapter 126-124. Carriage unable to leave English land. The third floor of the night bus has a very wide view. John leaned against the head of the bed, and through the window beside him, he could see the bus passing through a Muggle city. The speed of this transformed magic car is extremely fast, and the way it moves forward is very unique. Compared with rolling forward with 4 wheels, it is more like jumping forward, which also causes it to move forward slowly. Unusual bumps. The houses in front of the bus jumped out of the way of the bus to the sides before the bus was about to hit them, and then returned to their original positions after the bus left without causing any Muggle pedestrians, and the attention of the people in the house looks amazing. When John passed between these houses, the most recent time was even through a glass, and he could hear the sound of 2 boys plotting to steal grapes from the neighbor's vine. This feeling is very novel, a bit like John was in the driver's seat of the carriage before, watching the scene of Hagrid driving the Hogwarts carriage, but it is obviously different. I went to Professor Potter on the second day after I came back, and planned to return her the invisibility cloak, but she didn't accept it. John and Dumbledore talked about what happened when they returned the invisibility cloak. She said, "Give this thing to me for safekeeping for the time being, and if she needs it, she will ask it back from me." Dumbledore was also lying comfortably on the bed, and it seemed that taking John out this time was really just an ordinary trip. That thing is a memorable but painful past for her. It is also a good thing for you to help her keep this invisibility cloak. John quickly changed the topic to something else, and he turned to look at Dumbledore. "Professor, even if we want to travel and not apparate directly to France, why do we still have to go through the official channel of the Ministry of Magic? Isn't there a risk of exposure? If we leave the country privately, there will be risks." Dumbledore explained softly, "Of course, an independent and safe temporary flow network can be established in the Order of the Phoenix, and some port keys are left in various parts of Europe. If you want to avoid it, you can also use these methods. However, the Ministry of Magic under the control of the Dark Lord has been strictly restricting the entry and exit management of British wizards for the past 2 years. The Flow Network Management Branch in Wales was also a new department established 2 years ago. I'm interested to see if 2 half-blood wizards with clear backgrounds and legitimate reasons to go abroad want to leave the UK, what preparations do they need to make?" John could tell that Dumbledore didn't hide anything. He really just wanted to know about these things for himself, but why he wanted to know about the issue of British wizards leaving the country, there must be a deeper reason. He didn't say it, and neither did John ask. But his answer reminded John of another question that he had been wanting to know since he was brought into the carriage. He asked curiously, "Then why do we keep bringing England with us, Professor Dumbledore? I think the Dark Lord's rule over the British magic world cannot be accepted by every magic government, right? Why wouldn't it be safer to leave England directly and go to a country that can accept the new Hogwarts?" Dumbledore shook his head calmly. "It's not as simple as you think. The carriage we live in is not just a mobile teaching place, it actually inherits the Hogwarts castle that was not captured 8 years ago. It has a very special meaning to this land. As a result, its wheels can only turn on the ground of the United Kingdom forever, but there is no way to touch the land outside the British Isle." When he said this, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes became a little deeper. "Of course, there is no absolute in everything. No one can see what our future is going to be." Just as John was thinking about what he said, the night bus stopped suddenly. The curly-haired wizard they had already laid down in Devon was on their way to Scotland to send Mrs. Vieira to her husband to quarrel, and the side of the road that stopped was the outskirts of a wilderness. And there is no sign of a wizard raising his staff to wave a car. John just sat up from the bed in doubt, when a cold, icy, despairing and deadly breath suddenly enveloped the entire bus. Dumbledore, who was lying peacefully at first, couldn't help but frown slightly. He retracted his hand into the sleeve of his robe, and when the hand stretched out again, there was an extra one in the palm of his hand, which looked ordinary. Applewood wand. The dead breath became more and more intense, even making John subconsciously pull the quilt over his body. And just 2 seconds later, from the position of the spiral staircase, he saw a person who was covered in a gray cloak that seemed to be soaked in water. He was extremely tall, and his whole body exuded an aura that made people feel deeply in his soul. Felt a monster of despair. Dementors. The black magic creature, a specialty of the British magic world, people's enthusiasm for survival, leaving only boundless despair, and apart from the fear of the patron saint's spell, it has no weakness and cannot be eliminated. Long before Azkaban became an exclusive prison for wizards, Dementors existed on that island. Because the British Ministry of Magic did not have any solution to these monsters, one of the ministers decided to use another way to appease these emotion-sucking monsters. Use Azkaban Island as a prison, and the Dementors living on it are hired as jailers. Wizards and prisoners who have made major mistakes will be locked here and become the source of food for the Dementors. In order to appease these monsters and prevent them from going to the British mainland to cause riots. Although this measure has been used by the Ministry of Magic to this day, there has always been controversy in the process of implementation. The key is that creatures like Dementors are the purest evil. The Ministry of Magic has nothing to do with them. Justice. Now, of course, Voldemort's government has no such worries. Under his control, the current Ministry of Magic has become the magic government with the most in-depth communication with Dementors in history. So much so that they are now allowed to come directly to the British mainland to search for escaped prisoners. We don't have the person you're looking for here. After seeing the Dementor for the first time, Dumbledore emphasized in a calm tone. But the Dementor didn't seem to want to listen to his words. It floated slowly and continued to move forward. The cold and desperate atmosphere became more and more intense, almost overwhelming John. At this moment, a silver thread flickered on the tip of Dumbledore's staff, and he spoke slowly in a non-threatening tone. I suggest it's best to leave now. It's over, good night. Chapter 127-125. Bribery and Privileges. At the moment when the silver light came on, the Dementor obviously stopped moving forward. It didn't continue to move forward, nor did it retreat, as if it still didn't want to give up on the delicious food in front of it, until the silver light on the tip of Dumbledore's staff became brighter and brighter. It had to go back the same way and floated down the 3rd floor. Dumbledore and John looked at each other without saying a word, and soon there was a sound of hurried footsteps from the stairway, and Ern Poulin, who was a driver and part-time conductor, walked up the stairs with a pale face. I was relieved to see that they didn't have any accidents. Sorry, gentlemen, these monsters want to check the inside of the car. I can't stop them. Their actions are all promised by the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore waved his hand. It's okay, now is a special period, we can understand. Hurry up, Mr. Poulin, we still want to taste Bobarum cake in Paris tonight. Plan bowed his head again to apologize to them, and then walked down the stairs. After the sound of his footsteps completely disappeared, John turned to look at Dumbledore and whispered. Looks like these Dementors have great privileges. There are no prisoners in Azkaban, and they will lose their food. Dumbledore said in a deep voice, the Ministry of Magic allows them to come to the British mainland to search, and it is very unlikely that they will succeed in catching escaped prisoners. More to appease them in this way. As long as they don't directly the soul, eating a little wizard's enthusiasm is not a big deal in the eyes of the Ministry of Magic. John smacked his lips and didn't speak again. They stayed in the car for another hour or so and arrived in Wales on time at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Dumbledore took John out of the car, and in front of them was a somewhat dilapidated manor. This manor is located in Cardiff, the capital of Wales, on the edge of the Muggle city. There are occasional Muggles passing by here, and they seem to turn a blind eye to this building. It is obviously blessed with a powerful Muggle expulsion spell. Dumbledore stood in front of the rusty gate and rang the bell, and then a man's voice seemed to ring from above their heads. Visitor name, lineage, purpose of visit. Richard Williams and Jack Williams, of mixed descent, plan to leave for Paris, France. The men were silent for a moment, as if they were looking up information to verify their identities. After about 10 seconds, the iron gate in front of them was suddenly opened. Go directly to the main hall along this road, don't go to other areas, or you will bear the consequences. The voice issued a warning, and then disappeared completely, while Dumbledore and John walked into the manor together. After they entered, the iron door closed by itself, and they walked straight along the stone road, and they walked into the main hall of the manor. As soon as you enter the door, you can see that there are more than a dozen fireplaces on the wall opposite the gate, dancing with the fire of green snakes. From time to time, wizards come out of the flames of the 5 fireplaces on the left, and the fireplace on the right is lined up. There is a long line, and they are pouring flux powder into the fireplace one by one. This place is far from being as deserted as it looks from the outside. There are people coming and going in the main hall, and most wizards are in a hurry. But one of the venues was deliberately left empty, where 2 Dementors were floating quietly, watching everyone in the main hall silently with their vision shrouded in grey cloaks. It is precisely because of their existence that even though there are more than a dozen fireplaces burning, the main hall that should be hot is as cold as winter at this time. This also makes no one willing to stay here at all, and people keep walking from various rooms. When you come out, use the fireplace to leave immediately. Dumbledore and John didn't stay in the main hall too long, they continued to the registration office, and an impatient witch received them. Brother Williams. Want to go through the exit procedures for France? Go to room 5, register first and wait in line. There are 13 people waiting for approval in front of you. Dumbledore calmly took out 5 gold galleons from his pocket, placed them in front of the witch at the bottom of the registration desk, and asked with a smile. Ma'am, we have a very important business to discuss in France. Excuse me, is there any channel for quick application? The witch looked up at Dumbledore, then turned her gaze to the 5 brand new gold galleons. Her face was expressionless, and she didn't reach for the 5 gold coins. If you read the newspapers recently, you should know that something big happened a few days ago. The Ministry of Magic has more strictly restricted the entry and exit management of wizards, especially half-blood wizards. Look at those 2 annoying Dementors I know. So if you want to apply for a special channel, it will be more troublesome than before. Dumbledore put 10 gold galleons in front of her again without changing his face. I don't know if these can solve the trouble. There are 2 of you. Dumbledore showed hesitation, but in the end he gritted his teeth and took out 10 galleons. This time the witch didn't keep her hand anymore. John only felt a blur in front of his eyes. She didn't even take the initiative to reach out. The total of 25 gold galleons on the table disappeared in front of his eyes in the next second, and then the witch moved quickly, handed Dumbledore 2 badges. Take it and go to room 3, someone will save you time. Dumbledore took the badge from her, and walked towards room 3 with John. Compared with the main hall, there are much fewer people here, John whispered beside Dumbledore. Are they accepting bribes so openly? This is not called bribery. Dumbledore said calmly. What's that called? Bribery means that officials in this position can ask for money when doing business, but if the witch just now was a half-breed, she would not dare to do so. Dumbledore said softly, so this is not called bribery, it should be called a privilege. John shrugged, his thinking has not yet changed, the magic world is inherently unequal, and he really can't apply the previous conventional thinking. They came to the door of room number 3 with their badges, knocked on the door, and waited for the sound of permission to enter, and then Dumbledore took John and pushed the door and walked in. In room 3 sat an elderly wizard with eyes. He saw the two badges that Dumbledore had put on his desk after entering the door, so he took a form from the side of the desk, asked without looking up while filling out. Destination: Paris, France. Dumbledore replied. I plan to leave the country for a few days. Do you have any plans to return to the UK in the near future? In about 3 to 5 days, I will come after the business negotiation is over. Chapter 128-126. Seclusion. The wizard quickly filled in the information on the form, and then pushed the two forms in front of Dumbledore and John. Sign and pay. The cross-border use of the flow network costs 10 galleons per person, and the two of you have a total of 20 galleons. They each signed their pseudonyms on the form, and then Dumbledore took out another 20 gold coins and put them on the desk. After the money fell on the table, it suddenly disappeared, as if some magic had been attached to the table, allowing the money to be collected by itself. The wizard helped them open a door behind room number 3, behind which there were also 2 unburned fireplaces. The flow network of the fireplace on the left is connected to the French flow network. As long as it is a fireplace recorded in the French Ministry of Magic, it can reach it. And don't forget the return entry time you submitted. If you haven't received it after 5 days, come back, and pay a fine of 12 sickles for each day of delay. After explaining all the precautions, the wizard left the room with the fireplace. Dumbledore and John stood together in front of the fireplace on the left, and then Dumbledore handed John the flow powder box on the fireplace and asked him to squeeze out a handful. Walking into the fireplace, our destination is number 126 Montmartre Square. Shout out the name of the place, and then sprinkle the flow powder down. Listening to Dumbledore's command, John followed the steps he said, and then sprinkled flow powder in the fireplace. The next moment, a rising green flame spread from his feet, enveloping his whole body in an instant, and then he disappeared. In Paris, France, 500 kilometers away in a straight line, at number 126 Montmartre Square, in a wizard bar, the flame of the fireplace turned from yellow to green, and then John's figure appeared here. Using flow powder for long-distance travel is not as comfortable as apparition, but at least John is used to this feeling, so after landing, he didn't make a fool of himself. Less than 3 or 4 seconds after he walked out of the fireplace, the flame that had turned from green to yellow turned back to green again, and Dumbledore walked out of it right after him. Their aim was a lively tavern filled with wizards in robes. The appearance of Dumbledore and John did not attract any attention. The atmosphere in the tavern was obviously more relaxed. They sat in an empty seat, and soon a witch holding a plate came over and asked them in French what they needed. A babarum cake, 2 steaks, a glass of cider and a glass of fruit juice. Need some eggs, mayonnaise and cream of onion soup. Well, it's a good recommendation, so let's have 2. Don't wait for the cake, it can be served with the steak. I'll get the kitchen back as soon as possible, sir. Dumbledore's French is very proficient, and John even suspected that the witch didn't realize that they were actually 2 Englishmen. He observed the surrounding environment first, and then expressed his doubts to Dumbledore during the serving time. If wizards want to go out from England, shouldn't there be many ways? Even if flow powder and portkey are controlled, why don't they just use apparition to come out? From England to France, use phantom. There shouldn't be any accidents with the transfer, right? Dumbledore explained to him. As long as it is not biased towards places like Scotland and Ireland, it is possible to use apparition directly from Wales and England to reach the western coast of France, but the use of apparition within the entire UK can be detected, and the Ministry of Magic will random spot checks are conducted on these apparition locations. Once a British wizard is found to have smuggled out of the country, his name will be recorded and he will be punished accordingly. The minimum fine is 20 galleons. At the same time, in Azkaban I was locked up for 3 days. John understood the meaning of this. No matter how strong the Ministry of Magic under Voldemort was to control the entire wizarding world, He couldn't guarantee that he could monitor every wizard's actions at all times. This is just like the traffic light violations stipulated by the Muggle world. The violations are clearly stipulated. If you run a red light and catch you, you have to admit it. If you are not caught, it can only mean that you are enough this time. Lucky. Moreover, at the end of the 20th century, the flow of information is far from being as smooth as it will be in the future. Wizards can basically rely on the daily profit for information. Now the Ministry of Magic has fully controlled the daily profit, and it has almost become the default official daily. News about the arrest of a few stowaways is published in the newspaper every day, which will have a strong deterrent effect, preventing British wizards from leaving the country at will without reporting. But now if you want to report, like Dumbledore and John, if you want to leave the country on the day of the report, the bribes and handling fees sent by the two will total 45 galleons. One must know that the monthly salary of a regular employee of the Ministry of Magic is only a few tens of galleons. This is still a middle-level position. It costs so much money to go abroad, which is not acceptable to any wizard. This is basically equivalent to a semi-mandatory blockade of the British magic world. John can understand Voldemort doing this. After all, his enslavement policy is turning back the wheel of history. If British wizards can still communicate with the outside world as before, there will definitely be many problems within the British wizarding world. The most intuitive thing is that there must be an outflow of Muggles and half-blood wizards who cannot accept his rule, and once the population decreases, it is definitely not what Voldemort wants to see, so he will make such a move. As for the way of traveling through Muggles, such as leaving the country by plane, train, and ship, it is estimated that Voldemort and his subordinates will not pay attention to the way of traveling by Muggles at all, unless the phenomenon of fleeing by Muggles is particularly serious. They will really face up to the problem in this direction. In fact, in John's opinion, this method is very mild compared to the madness shown in Voldemort's original book. After all, if you really want to leave, you can still escape by spending money and bleeding. In fact, you can't even get the money. It is also possible to fly a broom across the country, but it is more dangerous, and the Ministry of Magic cannot fail to think of this. But if he followed the way he showed in the original book, he might directly ban anyone from leaving the country, which would lead to complete chaos within the British magic circle. The food they ordered arrived quickly, and although they were close together, the gastronomic gap between Britain and France was as wide as the military power gap between France and Germany in the early 1940s. No matter in terms of craftsmanship, taste, or style, French food can beat British food 800 times. For example, Dumbledore's long-awaited Bob-a-rum cake made him very satisfied. He even gave John a little cream in the name of wine in the cake, and didn't let him eat too much, so he made it round himself. Just when they were about to have their fill of wine and food, a quarrel from the neighboring table suddenly caught their attention. I forgot to send it after I finished writing, and I lost a chapter of the leave note directly, crying with my head in my arms. Chapter 129-127. Bloodline Contradictions. I know you, a Muggle student who just graduated from Beau's Batons and was even exempted from the assessment because of your excellent grades and was directly called into the Ministry of Magic. You have been very popular recently. At the table next to Dumbledore and John, the guests at the two tables who were eating independently had a conflict for some unknown reason, and their voices gradually became louder. At this moment, most people in the tavern were paying attention. The person who said this was a well-dressed wizard in a dark purple robe, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. What seemed to be flattering was actually sarcasm. The object of his sarcasm was a young wizard opposite. The wizard's face flushed and he snorted coldly. Hasn't the selection rules of the Ministry of Magic always been like this? Admission is based on merit. Since they have decided that I have shown enough ability, they will of course hire me first. Why are you embarrassing? Because I have taken up your quota. His words seemed to have hit the pain of the purple-robed wizard, and his face obviously became extremely ugly. Sure enough, you are a stunned young man who just graduated from school. What do you think is going to be fine if you enter the Ministry of Magic with your background? Isn't it just a job as a handyman for the rest of your life? Even if you're doing odd jobs, it's better than some people with prominent backgrounds who don't even have the qualifications to get in. The young wizard obviously grasped his pain point. Even if he wanted to forcefully expose his scars, the purple-robe wizard's concentration was not very high, so he pulled out his wand in a rage. You bastard! This is France. If the Ministry of Magic introduces the British system, then you stupid thing who is not even qualified to hold a wand is not even worthy of shining my shoes. His words also deeply trampled on the self-esteem of the young wizard, and he drew out his wand angrily, and confronted the purple-robed wizard. The two of their companions also raised their wands and stood up fiercely, and the atmosphere became tense for a while. The tavern fell completely silent, as if these two people were involved in some sensitive topic. Everyone closed their mouths, and no one made a sound. Only the waiter of the tavern and the owner of the bar ran over nervously, half forcing and half comforting them, persuaded them to leave the tavern. Even the meal fee was waived. After they left, the tavern gradually returned to being noisy, but the atmosphere was obviously different from before. John heard many wizards discussing bloodline-related topics in a low voice. Dumbledore's face became a little dignified. There were too many people here. He didn't talk to John much. Instead, after finishing dinner, he asked for a double room on the second floor of the tavern. Night is certainly not a suitable time to visit, they need to stay here for one night. When he came to the guest room, Dumbledore shook his head and said, "This is not a good phenomenon. When we were eating just now, the conflict between those two people." John asked. Dumbledore nodded. Britain is very close to France, and the wizards of the two countries also have the most frequent exchanges. After the Dark Lord completely ruled the British wizarding world, there were many Muggle-born wizards in advance. I felt that the situation was not good and I escaped here. John thought about it. They brought the Dark Lord's institutional policy here, so that French pureblood and half-blood wizards saw the benefits. This also deepened the blood conflict here. Not only that, Dumbledore added, the British Muggle wizards who fled here will definitely occupy some of the resources and interests of the original French wizards, which will intensify the blood conflicts. What's more, the original thinking of the French wizarding world more conservative, more resistant to Muggle-related encounters. As for the Muggle wizards, because the Muggles in France are more obsessed with equality, this also makes these Muggle wizards very disgusted with the current situation in Britain. We have received a lot of assistance from them. This has also made the confrontation between bloodlines more and more acute, and there have been more and more conflicts related to bloodlines in the French magic circle in the past 2 years. Voldemort's influence is spreading from England to the outside world, and the first to bear the brunt is the nearest France. Some people have always said that Voldemort's structure is inferior to the original Dark Lord Grindelwald. After all, Grindelwald has set his sights on the future of the world's magic world from the very beginning, and his own influence also covers the entire Europe and most of the world. In America, nearly half of the magic governments. John actually looked at this problem dialectically in his previous life. The so-called pattern is just that they chose different directions to obtain rights at the beginning. Grindelwald's place of learning magic is located in the northernmost part of Europe, established at the Durmstrang School of Magic in the northern part of the Navia Peninsula. Even if he was expelled later, the wizards he first came into contact with and the forces he gathered were basically from the Nordic magic circle. Magical governments are different from Muggle countries. In terms of influence and norms, they are far incomparable, and the population base of wizards themselves is much smaller than that of Muggles, so although the magical government in Northern Europe also relies on the power of Muggle countries established, but compared with those powerful magic governments, the gap is huge. After being expelled from school, he has been to many places, including meeting Dumbledore in England, going to Germany to steal Gregorovich's old wand, returning to Northern Europe to organize the Witch Party, the saint's official name, and so on. After traveling around Europe, Grindelwald established his foundation in a country that deviated from several powerful magical regimes with the Nurmengard prison in Austria as the center. He started a guerrilla war against various magical governments in Europe, and even once brought the flames of war to North America. Plus his followers come from all over the world, many of them are dark wizards who are notorious in their respective magic circles. And his ultimate ideals and political goals have completely damaged the interests of the vast majority of wizards. Wizards just want to be content with the status quo, and don't want to destroy the Secrecy Act and start a war with Muggles. So Grindelwald's influence has also affected the whole world. After all, the magic governments all over the world are aware of his threat to the Secrecy Act. Looking at Voldemort again, he studied at Hogwarts when he was young, and he had already won over a large group of like-minded friends with his own means and personality charm during school, and then stayed in the UK for a few years after graduation, and then also travel around the world. During this period, he also relied on his own theory to win over a large group of allies, and then returned to the UK. It's just from here that there is a difference in the way Voldemort and Grindelwald acquire rights. Grindelwald wants to occupy a small magical regime, and then use it to strengthen himself, and then slowly erode the powerful magical regime to unify the entire global magical world, and finally complete his ultimate goal. And Voldemort directly chose to start with the most difficult bone in the British wizarding world. At that time, he split his soul at least 5 times, and he had become a little arrogant in his thinking. Chapter 130-128 International Situation. He chose England on the Hell difficulty level to start his own rights acquisition starting point. Here is one of the largest Ministry of Magic in Europe, Dumbledore, who is recognized as the most powerful and decent wizard in the world, and Voldemort did not adopt the guerrilla strategy of shooting one shot for another place at all, but directly died on the island of Great Britain knocked to the end. However, although his theory is much more extreme than Grindelwald's, he even put forward the slogan of killing all Muggles and leaving the world with only wizards in the later stage, but he also learned from the past and never made it clear that he would overthrow the Secrecy Act. The meaning of not touching the Secrecy Act means not touching the bottom line of wizards all over the world. Moreover, the pure-blood superiority theory still maintained the rule of the existing ruling class, so other magical governments were on the sidelines when Voldemort stirred up the storm. No matter how brutal he is in the UK, it is only the internal affairs of the UK. As long as he does not come out to harm other people, other magic governments will be happy to see the peace in the UK. With Voldemort's desire for power, of course he will not only set his sights on the island of Great Britain, but this is the starting point for him to choose to conquer the world. As long as he successfully completes the rule of the British wizarding world, he can use this as a foundation to influence the world. Other magical governments in Europe. After all, without being too crazy, his thoughts and governance methods actually represent the interests of the vast majority of pure blood and mixed blood, new pure blood. Once the most difficult part is completed, like the ancient siege and war, when a fixed big city is occupied, other small cities will also surrender. Most of the small magic regimes in Europe cannot resist his aggression at all. It's just that Voldemort in the original book became more and more crazy as he went on. He also believed in the prophecy of the Savior, created a fateful enemy for himself, and wasted more than 10 years in his death. Even so, after he resurrected and made a comeback, he successfully designed to kill Dumbledore, and once occupied the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. If it weren't for Harry Potter, the savior of fate, he was actually very likely can also complete the rule of the United Kingdom. Now things are even more different. After Voldemort killed Harry Potter, he became more rational, and his charisma returned to the period when he first formed his forces. Most importantly, he completed the all-round rule of the British wizarding world more than 10 years ahead of schedule. Although he didn't kill Dumbledore, he also defeated him head-on, making his prestige reach the peak. At the same time, he relaxed the restrictions of the pure blood theory, and put the oppression only on the mudbloods, while the half-blood wizards with the largest base were promoted and given more rights to check and balance the pure blood, and most of the lives of others remained unchanged. This has stabilized the British wizarding world that originally changed the regime and redistributed benefits, and even more and more wizards are loyal to Voldemort. Even if Dumbledore still exists with resistance forces, his position cannot be shaken at all. But now, the benefits of Voldemort's implementation of such a system are seen by the nearest French Ministry of Magic, which accepts Muggle wizards who escaped from England, and French wizards who know more about wizards in the UK than wizards from other countries. We are also very clear about who is benefited by such a system and who is harmed. The French Ministry of Magic has an ambiguous attitude towards Voldemort's government, and has never even issued any condemnation of it. The exchanges between the two international magic cooperation departments have become more frequent after Slughorn became the director. From the scene that happened in the tavern today, many things can be seen. Voldemort is having an increasing influence on the world outside of Britain. After figuring this out, John completely lost the relaxation he had when he first arrived in France. For the magical governments of Europe, these past few years have been at a very delicate juncture. The more stable the government that Voldemort is in power, the more they have to express their attitude towards the social system. The subtle point is that no matter what kind of attitude they express, it will not alleviate the conflict of blood, but will intensify it. So up to now, no magical government has expressed any stance on Voldemort's rule. It is regarded as the British Ministry of Magic or the previous Ministry of Magic. How everyone got along in the past will continue to be the same now. It's just that they can't maintain the status quo forever. In the future, someone will force their team. These people may be wizards in their country, or it may be Voldemort himself. At night, John thought about this, and finally fell asleep at some point. Early the next morning, Dumbledore took him to this tavern for another breakfast, and then the two left here together. They walked out of the Montmartre Heights Square, the French Diagon Alley Street, and came to the Muggle residence. Then Dumbledore took the apparition that John used in an unnoticed alley, and arrived at the edge of a deserted town, and in front of them was a small wooden house. This wooden house does not look big, but the door frame is very high, reaching the roof, which is more than 4 meters long. They came to the door of the wooden house, and Dumbledore knocked on the door regularly, first twice in a row, then 3 times intermittently. Soon, this strange door was opened from the inside. When she opened the door, John was also shrouded in a shadow. This is an extremely tall witch, and John even felt that she might be taller than Hagrid. The witch was wearing an ordinary aqua-blue robe and a pointed hat on her head. Her face looked haggard. After seeing Dumbledore, her face was still vigilant. Dumbledore did not make a sound, but lightly tapped his wand on himself and John, and the next moment they returned to their original appearance. "Long time no see, Mrs. Maxim." "Oh. Albus, you're finally here." The witch called Madame Maxime suddenly showed surprise on her face. She bent down and hugged Dumbledore, and then brought the two of them into her hut. Dumbledore introduced to her. "This is my student John Green. I will take him to France to have a look." "Hello, ma'am," John called politely. The first time he saw this witch, he recognized her identity. There is only one witch with such a figure in the original book, and that is the principal of Beauxbaton School of Magic, Olim Maxim, who appeared in the Triwizard Tournament, a witch with giant blood. To be honest, I made Voldemort very bad in the first 2 books, one turned into a Lolita, and the other Horcrux was all stitched by Sherlock, but in fact, Voldemort still had a pattern when he was not crazy. Of course, it's just that later it becomes no different from a neuropathy who can only eat big melons, and it looks very unreasonable. This book is my compensation for hacking 2 of his books, and let him fill it up. If Tom Riddle from another world knew about it, he would probably be moved to tears. Chapter 131-129 Ghost Girl. But as the principals of the 3 magic schools in Europe, it is reasonable to say that Madame Maxim would never live in such a place, and her dress is so ordinary. John glanced around the environment in the cabin with doubts in his heart. The decoration here is very simple, not like a place for long-term living, but more like a place of temporary refuge. Madame Maxim didn't seem to pay much attention to John. After Dumbledore's introduction, she just nodded to John, who greeted her, invited the two to sit down, and poured them a cup of tea. "You should have read the letter I wrote to you." Madame Maxim's expression was gloomy. "I was fired by Bose-Baton." Dumbledore didn't touch the tea on the table. His face became a little dignified. "So, I came here this time just to find out why." Madame Maxim did not immediately explain, but turned to look at John. "Since I brought him here, it means I trust him absolutely, ma'am," Dumbledore said calmly. The half-breed giantess, who was already the former headmaster of Bose-Baton School of Magic, let out a long breath. "Well, your decision-making is always right most of the time." She stared into Dumbledore's eyes. "The Ministry of Magic sent someone to replace me. They said that I twisted the students' minds and taught them incorrectly. Education, drive me out of that manor." Dumbledore frowned. "Such a ridiculous charge. Everyone thinks it's ridiculous." Mrs. Maxim got the approval, and she seemed very emotional. "I deny their testimony. All the teachers and students in the school can testify for me. Booth under my management Barton has always only taught students magic, and never distorted any thoughts at all, and I have no thoughts to instill in them. I demand that they produce evidence, otherwise I will never leave Bose-Batons like this, even if it is an order from the Ministry of Magic." "And then?" Dumbledore asked. "Then?" The excited price increase on Mrs. Maxim's face began to fade, her face began to turn pale, and her lips trembled even more, as if thinking of some bad memories. "Then, they said that I have half the blood of giants. And I showed evidence, saying in front of the whole school that I concealed my life experience. As the principal of Bose-Batons, I actually made profits for the giants in private, and tried to whitewash the students' views on giants, so as to distort their thinking." She seemed to feel that Dumbledore and John looked at her a little glaringly due to psychological effects, and her eye circles were faintly red. She said in a trembling voice, "I swear. Albus, maybe my bloodline is indeed concealed, but I definitely did not do what they said. I have always put my energy into education, and I absolutely did not." Dumbledore softly comforted the switch, who was more than a meter taller than him. I know, ma'am, of course you wouldn't do such a thing. We have to think about the reason. Why are they talking about your background so far?" Dumbledore obviously wouldn't despise Madame Maxim origin. "When you became headmaster of Bose-Batons, you believed that your origin had already been investigated by the French Ministry of Magic, but why did they bring this matter up now and drag you out?" "Dismiss." John could hear that Dumbledore was trying to express his words as tactfully as possible, so as not to let the witch who was about to cry in front of him collapse emotionally. "I don't know." Madame Maxim's voice was already a little choked, perhaps because the half-blood of the giant would make people's emotions more pure. She couldn't hide her sadness, and they not only I got kicked out, and after being expelled from Bose-Batons they confined me to their home, saying the Aurors were investigating my years as headmaster, and if I was formally charged I would be in breach of wizarding law. I felt something was wrong. I felt that no matter what the final investigation results were, they would finally take me away. So on the night I wrote to you, I sneaked up on a few Aurors guarding me and ran away from home. Come out. Now that the Ministry of Magic has issued a reward order for me, now they may find this place at any time." Dumbledore's brows frowned deeper. He was obviously aware of something. "After you left, how did they deal with the principal position?" They parachuted a wizard over here. Madame Maxim's tone was filled with hatred. I thought that even if I was kicked out, my vice principal would be elected as the interim principal, but they couldn't wait and directly make a wizard headmaster that no one has ever heard of before. What's the name of that wizard? Ivan Galas. I've never heard of this man before. He seemed to come out of nowhere, and he became the headmaster of Beaux Batons as soon as he appeared. Madame Maxim's tone was agitated, as if trying to restrain her emotions, but she couldn't calm down no matter what. The French magic world has become a mess now. I have no idea what the Ministry of Magic is doing during this time. She said in an astonishingly loud voice, a while ago, those people actually arrested many family members in order to eliminate dissidents. The Cool family has issued a wanted warrant. Apolline Delacour fled with her husband and eldest daughter. The younger daughter was staying at my house as a guest, so I had to place her here first. But those Aurors found my house directly. They knowing that the youngest daughter of the Delacour family is hiding with me. There is no way I was forced to feed her a bottle of dead soul water, turning her into a ghost, and making the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic think she was dead. Madame Maxime had a look of grief and indignation, and the Delacour family obviously had a close relationship with her. I wrote to call you here, and it's also for this matter. I can't stay in France myself, and I need your help, Albus, to take this girl away. As she spoke, she took out a rose-red bonnet hairpin from the empty pocket of the robe, and when she took out the hairpin, an illusory little girl about 6 or 7 years old timidly appeared. The girl's facial features are exquisite, and she has long, smooth silver-white hair, but even if John has never seen a creature like a ghost, he can recognize her at the first sight. This is definitely a ghost. As soon as the girl appeared, she hid behind Madame Maxim, only daring to secretly show half of her face to peek at John and Dumbledore. Dumbledore's face became a little ugly. The antidote to the dead soul water is not easy to mix. If she is unlucky, she may never become a human again, and will always be a ghost. Chapter 130-130. The desire to spread. I have no other choice. Madame Maxim shook her head and said, if she is allowed to be captured by the Aurors, then she, who has Vila blood, will end up in a worse end. Who knows what those people today will do? What? Dumbledore was silent for a moment, and then said with a serious face. The French Ministry of Magic seems to be preparing to match the Dark Lord. Madame Maxim was stunned. She was stunned for 4 or 5 seconds before she came back to her senses and kept shaking her head. Impossible. If they are going to do this, more than 60% of wizards will rebel. Those Muggle wizards are absolutely unwilling to be slaves, and they will kill anyone who has this idea at all costs. Dumbledore looked up at her. I don't hope that's the case either, but there are indications from the French Ministry of Magic that they are indeed purging families that are friendly to Muggles and not interested in the theory of pure blood. As you said, they have reached the point of using unscrupulous methods, and even exterminated the Delacour family. And you, the real crime they kicked you out of Beaux Batons was not that you distorted the students' thinking, but that you never publicly supported the pure bloods. They thought you were disobedient, so they tried to replace you. Madame Maxime opened her mouth wide. Dumbledore's analysis was well-founded, but she was unwilling to believe that the French Ministry of Magic would make such a crazy move. What good does this do for those people? Just to the benefits that should belong to Muggle wizards. France is different from England. The Muggle wizards here are more bloody, especially those old wizards who have lived from the last century to the present. The Ministry of Magic does not have an invincible wizard like Voldemort. Are they not afraid that once the blood class announces the implementation, those extremely angry Muggles will rush into the hall of the Ministry of Magic and eat all the designated people of the system? Who is the highest-ranking pro-Muggle faction in the French Ministry of Magic? Dumbledore asked in a deep voice. Madame Maxim said with a pale face, the Chief Justice of the Wizard Adele Roland, She is a benevolent witch, of mixed blood. Is there any sign of her recent position being unstable? Dumbledore continued to ask. Madame Maxim shook her head decisively. No, not only is she in a stable position, but she has been fighting against those people. Recently, I heard that she is thoroughly investigating the charges against the Delacour family, and trying to find a way to clear them of their injustice. Dumbledore showed a thoughtful expression. Roland. I had several exchanges with her at the International Federation of Wizards before. She is indeed fair and just. I will find a way to get in touch with her, and I hope to have a chance to stabilize the situation in France. Just as Dumbledore finished speaking, a blue suddenly flew in from the window. The bird flew in without making a sound, but stood quietly by the window and looked at Mrs. Maxim. After seeing this bird, Mrs. Maxim's body trembled suddenly. They found this. John never thought that her huge body could make such quick movements. She quickly rushed to the wall, and lifted a suitcase that was half the size of John from there. Sorry. I have to leave France, Albus. Madame Maxime said hurriedly, if I continue to stay here, I can't imagine what they will do to me. She turned her head to look at the ghost girl who was at a loss and was also looking at her timidly. Gabriel, the situation behind me is very dangerous, there is no way to take care of you anymore, you have to follow this Professor Dumbledore, he will take you to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Witchcraft, where you can get the best protect and teach. After leaving France, I will go to your parents and sister, and then I will let them go to Hogwarts to pick you up. The girl had tears in her eyes, and she seemed to be trying her best not to cry, so as to add chaos to the situation at the scene. Father, mother, sister, and wife, you will be fine, right? It will be fine. Madame Maxim's eyes were red, and she hugged the girl named Gabriel. The future will be fine, and you have to live a good life. I will find a way to help you find the dead soul. The antidote of water will make you return to your original appearance. Finally, she turned her head and glanced at Dumbledore, pleading. Please, Albus, I hid her body in Beauxbaton's secret room. Only I know about that room, and no one can find out. Please help me to take good care of her. Dumbledore nodded seriously. I will. After getting his promise, Mrs. Maxime didn't stay any longer. The blue-headed that reported the news jumped onto her suitcase, and then she used apparition to leave the wooden house. Dumbledore took John and Gabriel, who was left behind by Mrs. Maxime, and they also used apparition to leave here. Dealing with a few Aurors is certainly not a problem for him, but this is the French magic world after all. Even if he conceals his identity, Dumbledore doesn't want to do it here. He uses apparition now, and can also help Madame Maxim confuse the Auror who is following him. Sure enough, 3 or 4 minutes after Mrs. Maxime and Dumbledore left, the door that was more than 4 meters high was blasted open with a spell from the outside. 3 or 4 Aurors in dark blue robes raised their wands and rushed in, but they didn't see anyone inside. Soon, professionals detected the landing point of 2 apparition traces from here. Without hesitation, they immediately split into 2 groups. And the group of people who traced the apparition traces left by Dumbledore arrived at the landing point and wandered in the sky on broomsticks for a long time, but they never found any sign of the existence of wizards. Return. And just 10 minutes after they left, 2 ordinary stones on the side of the road suddenly turned into human shapes. Dumbledore and John patted the dust on their bodies, and the hairpin of the ghost girl Gabriel was in John's pocket. Dumbledore did not immediately use disapparition again, but took John along this path and walked towards a Muggle town not far away. The Dark Lord and the French Ministry of Magic must have made some kind of deal. Dumbledore said in a deep voice, after Horace joined his staff, the first news he sent back to me was that the eyes of time are not on the United Kingdom, but on the intelligence of the French magic world, so our actions in Hogwarts Castle will be so smooth. He looked deeply at the slowly turning windmill beside the wheat field in front of him. His desire is not limited to the United Kingdom, he wants to spread his influence and rule to the whole of Europe. Chapter 133-131. Gabrielle. John followed Dumbledore on this trip, and overall he was really relaxed. With Dumbledore around, he doesn't have to worry about safety at all, he just needs to enjoy the trip. But after visiting Madame Maxime and receiving Gabriel from her, John had to think about something deeper, and he also understood what the fundamental purpose of Dumbledore's trip to France was. He was observing how this piece of land closest to the UK has been affected by Voldemort's system in the UK. Judging from the current results, the form is not optimistic at all. French pure-blood wizards have not only been attracted to Voldemort's blood superiority theory, but it seems that they have developed some kind of cooperation with the British Ministry of Magic. But just like Madame Maxime said in her heart before leaving, John also felt a little inconceivable that the French pure-blood executives made this choice. Because the situation of French wizards and British wizards is different. The pure-blood wizards here may be more conservative and proud than the pure-blood families in England, but they are not fools. The implementation of the blood class system can indeed bring them more benefits, but none of them are like Voldemort. With the prestige of one person, the entire exploited group of wizards can be suppressed. The current situation in Britain, as long as Voldemort himself does not die, he will never return to the way it was before, because his personal strength has surpassed the existence of the group. There is no such person in the French magic world. Although a master alchemist like Nick Flamel is as famous as Dumbledore, his strength is far inferior to that of the top wizards. It is absolutely impossible to agree with the current tendency of the French Ministry of Magic. Once the blood class division is officially announced here, the angry Muggle wizards and some half-blood wizards, who are more than 60% of the French wizards, will riot. Anyone with a little brain can see that the French Ministry of Magic will inevitably be attacked, and the Muggle wizards will eat big melons from the current high-level government, and then form a new magic government. This is a dead end unless the current senior officials of the French Ministry of Magic are willing to give up their rights, submit to Voldemort, let him take this piece of land in the French magic world, and then use Voldemort and his British magic government to deal with the rebellious Muggle wizards. To suppress. But are these people really willing to find a master for themselves? John couldn't figure out the key to this, but he didn't need to think about it. He is only about to graduate from the 2nd grade now, and he has not yet started the 3rd grade. He has done enough things this year, and he can leave the general considerations to Dumbledore. He never felt that he had read the original Book of Another World line in his previous life, so he was much smarter than other people in the original book. What he could think of, Dumbledore must be able to think of it, even in most cases it was better than him. Think more. In 1st grade, the Slughorn affair is proof. Dumbledore did not leave France immediately after his meeting with Mrs. Maxime. Afterwards, he took John and Gabriel to visit many major gathering places of French wizards, and visited several wizards who had been with each other over the years. Hogwarts in exile and friends who have helped the Order of the Phoenix. On the way, Gabriel was basically taken care of by John. This girl who drank the dead soul water to save her life and turned into a ghost, even if she didn't need to eat or drink, she couldn't let her stay in the hairpin all day by herself. John is quite familiar with this little girl, and knows that she has actually appeared in the original book. She is the younger sister of Fleur Delacour, the warrior of Beaux Batons in the Tri-Wizard tournament. She has a quarter of Viva on her body. Lineage. But now her family members have been wanted and escaped from France, and she can be said to be unaccompanied in this land. Mom and Dad took me to Mrs. Maxime's house as a guest, and then, I liked the birds raised by the lady's house very much, and there was a roan horse in her backyard, so I asked my mother to let me stay at the lady's house for a few days. The ghost girl said with an aggrieved face. When Dumbledore was visiting one of his friends, John didn't go in with him, but sat outside on the grass, listening to Gabriel tell what had happened to him. As a result, on the first night I stayed at my wife's house, my mother and the others were all kicked out of France. She was depressed, John was sitting on the grass, and she was sitting on the branch of a small tree, looking like a helpless rabbit. Later, my sister met me with the fireplace of my wife's house. She said that they were still being hunted down by those bad guys, and there was no way to pick me up, so she asked me to hide there first. However, those people behind chased me. The family is here. In order to protect me, my wife can only make me drink that bottle of bitter medicine, and it has become like this. Now, even Ma'am is leaving. To be honest, John doesn't really know how to deal with children, but he still said in a broad voice. They didn't leave you behind. They let you go with me and Professor Dumbledore to better protect you. Have you heard of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? He wants to divert the girl's attention. Gabriel followed his words as expected, recalling with her illusory and transparent face up. I heard my dad talk about Hogwarts. He told me that it is a magic school controlled by evil wizards. The teachers in it are all dark wizards, and the students all learn black magic. When she said the last sentence, her already transparent face became whiter at this time, as if she just thought that since John and Dumbledore came from Hogwarts, they must be evil like the wizard. John obviously noticed her wrong guess, so in order not to scare her, he could only speed up his explanation. The one your dad told you about is Hogwarts Castle. It's really a dark school of wizardry. The Hogwarts carriage we're taking you to, everyone's nice there, you'll love that. Carriage. Gabriel looked down at John from the branch. She was attracted by the word, a magic school in a carriage. Yes, a school in a carriage. We have classes in various places in the UK every day, and there will be a banquet on every festival day. Everyone celebrates in a place with a beautiful view, and every food at the banquet is we made it ourselves. Listening to John's description, Gabriel was gradually attracted by his words. Sounds good. John laughed. Our trip was really good. But there was one sentence, but he didn't say it, but just continued it silently in his heart. If it weren't for this dark magic world, it would undoubtedly be a better journey. Chapter 134-132. Hogwarts Professors. Can I call you John? Gabriel's mood was obviously much more relaxed than before chatting with John. She unconsciously dangled her white to transparent calf on the branch. John raised his eyebrows and said, Of course, I can call you Gabriel too, can't I? This girl obviously has a cheerful personality, and she soon became acquainted with John. I have always wanted to go to a magic school. My sister is a student of Batten, and she has very good grades. Mrs. Maxim has told me that she has never seen a girl who is more beautiful than my sister. Clever witch. But Mom and Dad said I was too young to go to magic school until I was at least 11. Then you can enter the magic school now. John said. But I am like this now, and I can't learn magic even if I went to a magic school. Gabriel propped her chin with her hands, and said disappointedly, Originally, my father promised me to give me a magic wand on my birthday this year. What you can do in school is not necessarily just learning magic. John lay relaxed on the grass, chewing the bitter grass roots in his mouth, and told Gabriel about the people in the carriage. The people there are very interesting. Although there are no rune horses, the carriages are pulled by thestrals. Only those who have seen death can see this magical animal. Hagrid, who drives the carriage, keeps a beast named Beach. Sniff, but it likes to steal things very much. If you are willing to share the cake with it, it will become your friend. Professor Flitwick, who teaches charms, usually prepares some small cakes in his office drawer. If a student encounters something sad, he will take out his small cakes to comfort him. The small cakes he made taste much better than Hagrid's rock cakes. Professor Potter got a small part of the greenhouse from Professor McGonagall, where all kinds of flowers are planted. Professor Potter never locks that room. If you are in a bad mood, you can go to the greenhouse full of flowers and stay alone for a while, look behind the flower pot, maybe you can find the amulet made by the professor himself. If you like it, you can take that amulet away. The professor will not ask you going to come back, but she will make up a new one and put it in the same place when she has time. Professor Dumbledore raised a phoenix named Fox. It looks very proud, but in fact, I found it more than once sneaking into the kitchen to eat chocolate, but it's best not to let it find out that you know about it. Otherwise maybe it will be narrow-minded later, and won't take you with it when it operates. If you see a cat with a spectacle-like pattern around its eyes on the carriage in the future, don't touch her head, and don't try to tease her with dried fish or other food, otherwise Professor McGonagall will. It's going to be very wrong to look at your eyes. The new Professor Lupin is not in good health. He will be weak for a few days every month, but he is really nice. When he first met me, he gave me a book, but I suggest you not take it lightly. Go to his office. He's been preparing teaching props for his defense against the dark arts class recently, and those aren't funny creatures. Filch, the carriage manager, has a bad temper and likes to scold students, but if you talk to him about raising cats, his voice will become very gentle. But don't ask him why he is so. He knows how to raise a cat but doesn't own one. He actually had one before. If only the teacher was still alive. John looked at the blue sky and spoke softly. If Mr. Slughorn is still around, you can ask him to help you go to the storage room and bring out a lot of candies that you can't eat until Christmas dinner. The teacher prefers talented students, but we all know that there are many of these students in the school, and no one else loves them except the professors. He didn't even notice that he had memorized the habits of so many professors on the carriage without knowing it. Ever since he was brought into that carriage, he had already gotten used to life on it, and now he was very familiar with everyone on it. Gabriel listened to John's narration, and her sad expression calmed down. She tilted her head and looked at John on the grass. When are we going to Hogwarts? John spit out the grass roots from his mouth. He sat up and watched Dumbledore walking towards them not far away, answering Gabriel's question. We're going back today. Dumbledore's trip to France with John ended in the evening. They used Flo powder to go back to the Flo Network Management branch where they went through the formalities when they left England. After all, William's identity would definitely be available in the future, and Dumbledore had no intention of giving up this false identity. After listening to John's story at noon, Gabriel looked forward to the performance of the Hogwarts carriage. After they left Wales, Dumbledore directly used apparition to lead them to a road not far from the carriage. The two of them, the ghost, didn't wait long like this. Before the sky went completely dark, they saw the carriage galloping towards them. Hagrid stopped beside them in his thestral, and he greeted Dumbledore and John happily. Good evening, Mr. Dumbledore and John, and this. He saw Gabriel floating beside John and Dumbledore. Hagrid, who had worked as a gamekeeper at Hogwarts Castle for decades, had obviously seen ghosts, but he didn't know what to say to Gabriel. How is Bree called? Although she has let go enough after getting to know John for a few days, Gabriel still seems a little shy and embarrassed when meeting strangers. Gabrielle Delacour. She looked at this wizard who was almost as tall as Mrs. Maxim, and hid behind John and said her name. Hagrid smiled and waved to her. First time meeting, hello, Miss Delacour, just call me Hagrid. You can call me Gabriel too. After they got to know each other briefly, Hagrid turned his gaze back to Dumbledore, and his expression became slightly dignified. Sir, there is something I have to tell you. During your absence, the magic on the surface of the carriage was damaged for some reason. Dumbledore did not continue chatting with Hagrid here. I'll come back to you later to find out about the situation. Hagrid, let's continue our journey now. Chapter 135-133. Dead Soul Water. Everything is as usual in the carriage. Gabriel's arrival caused a sensation. Although there were many ghosts in the former Hogwarts castle, and there was even a ghost professor who specialized in the history of magic, but after the exile began, the students on the carriage never saw such a creature again. Muggle students here accounted for the majority. They had learned about ghosts in class, but like John, it was the first time seeing them. It's so pitiful. Lavender looked at Gabriel, who was hiding behind John, who was a little shy and panicked because of being surrounded by a group of people, and whispered to Hermione beside her. She died at such a young age. I heard that turning into a ghost is because people still have a deep obsession with the world when they die. She must have been very painful when she died. Gabriel obviously heard her words, pouted, grabbed the corner of John's robe, and wanted to poke her head out to explain, but finally retracted resentfully. She is only 7 years old now. Although she has a cheerful personality, she has experienced so many changes during this period, and she has begun to be a little cautious. This is Gabrielle Delacour. John could only introduce her, come from France, and she will be staying at Hogwarts for a period of time recently. Her current state is indeed a ghost, but she is not really dead. Instead, he drank the dead soul water and temporarily became like this. The knowledge of dead soul water is a bit remote. Simply put, it is a potion that can force wizards into ghosts. It's just that the refining of this medicine is very difficult, and some of the materials are basically extinct by now, and the limitations are very high. After all, it is a man-made ghost, which is completely incomparable with a real ghost. There will be no ghosts after death. The characteristic of not dying again, generally can only survive in the form of a ghost for 4 or 5 years at most, before dying completely. But the advantage is that it is not irreversible to turn into a ghost after drinking this bottle. As long as the body of the person who drank the potion is well protected, and the antidote is given within 5 years, he can return to his original human identity. Madame Maxim had indeed reached the point where there was no other way, otherwise she would not risk killing her friend's daughter to feed Gabriel the dead soul water. Lavender and the others didn't know what dead soul water was, but they also heard John's subtext. But they didn't mind whether Gabriel was really dead or not. A child finally arrived in the carriage. Although this child was a ghost, it still made Lavender and the senior girls a little excited. Soon they took Gabriel to visit the carriage, while John and Neville went back to the dormitory to put down their luggage. After you and Professor Dumbledore left, the carriage seemed to have some problems and stopped once, but Professor McGonagall and Professor Potter checked and found nothing abnormal. Neville said this sentence at that time. The tone was more casual, and it seemed that he didn't think it was a big deal. John rescued the students from the castle this year, which made the students on the carriage less cautious and worried because of their exile. After all, in the eyes of the students, John is indeed talented in learning magic, but he is not particularly different from others. He was able to rescue people from the Hogwarts castle after lurking in less than a year, which not only proves his formidable accident, but also shows that the enemies in that castle are nothing more than that. This made the senior students who didn't know much about John have a non-malicious illusion of I can do it too. But John clearly knows more. With Voldemort's character of vengeance, it is impossible for him to suffer such a big loss without fighting back. Not only should he not relax, but he should be more vigilant now. This is also very clear to Dumbledore and other professors. John remembered what Hagrid said to Dumbledore just before getting into the carriage stopped and the spell attached to it was damaged should be the same thing. The carriage stopped halfway and what happened? The professors obviously didn't say much to the students. John didn't talk about this with Nevito either. He put his luggage away, went to the restaurant for dinner, chatted with Ron and the others about the interesting things he encountered during this trip to France, and then he returned to the dormitory alone. After he returned from Hogwarts Castle, he hadn't really studied the gem he got from the castle library. The gem had already changed from blood red to the same light blue color as the original gem on the ring. John didn't dare to keep his hand when he finally left. A levitating spell and a breaking spell allowed him to use up all the magic power in the gem without reservation. The effect obtained is naturally remarkable. Under the joint attack of many professors in the castle, John can be said to be completely unscathed and move freely. Although there is no effective counterattack method, he did not go there to kill anyone. Successfully escaping with Hermione is already overfulfilling the task. The last words he said were not because he had suffered from a secondary illness and wanted to pretend to be cool, but that there were so many students here, so it was a good time to declare. The more the Ministry of Magic wants to reduce the presence of Hogwarts led by Dumbledore, the more John wants to publicize that there are still people in the wizarding world who rebel against Voldemort's system. This may not allow all mixed-race students to see clearly the essence of this pure-blood superiority theory, but it may also awaken a few people and change their original submissive mentality. Even if there is only one person who can make such a change, it would be a good thing for John to say these words, and it can also leave a seed of resistance in the hearts of others. If Voldemort leads the pure blood to continue to be so strong, this seed may never be able to break through the ground, but once the situation changes subtly one day, and the balance is no longer completely tilted to one side, then the seeds planted today will come to fruition. It will bloom and bear fruit in time, and it is very likely to play an unexpected role. The magic power stored in the gem can do so much, and John feels that the steal is not a loss. Besides, the magic power inside is not impossible to store in the future. And the most important thing is that John always feels that there is more than just magic in this gem. Before he was in the castle trying to save the students, he didn't have the time and energy to study it. After returning, he went out with Dumbledore for a few days, and now he was finally free to study the matter on this gem seriously. If there is anything in it that he hasn't noticed, then all John can think of is the knowledge that has been absorbed into the Forbidden Book of Magic Power. Magic power is the carrier of Forbidden Book knowledge, but it does not mean that it is all knowledge. Chapter 136-134 God Without a Shadow. The books that can be classified as banned, except for some history books about consciousness and thought that Voldemort wanted to deliberately seal up, the books themselves may have problems of one kind or another. It may be that the knowledge recorded in books needs this kind of magic carrier, or it may just be the creator's bad taste. And the gem that John got from the library has absorbed the magic power of most forbidden books. And the knowledge stored by magic power cannot disappear for no reason. John always feels that it is still in this gem. He looked at the light blue gemstone, and after thinking for a moment, he used it to recite the spell to break the spell, and added a universal spell to break the spell on his body. Now there is no extra magic power on the gem for him to use, so the threshold for breaking the spell is John's own magic power. If the strength of the spell that hits his body does not exceed his own magic power threshold, the magic will be erased, and the magic power attached to it will be absorbed and stored by the gemstone for use when he uses the ring to cast spells. But if the spell exceeds John's magic power threshold, then he has no protection against the universal cracking spell he released. Now the gemstone is empty, and there is no trace of magic power in it. John wants to try to let it absorb some magic power again to see if there can be some changes. After using the undoing curse on himself, he took up his wand and turned the tip of the wand to aim at himself. Then he uttered a small curse that did little harm to the body. The spell hit John without accident, but there was no reaction on his body. This was not beyond his expectations, because even if he cast the spell with a wand, he could use the breaking spell to lift his own spell, which didn't make sense. You can't change the ring. But even though the effect of the spell was erased, he didn't find any sign of any increase in magic power from the second gem set on the ring. Casting spells on yourself, there is no way to keep the magic power in the ring. John touched his chin and looked at the ring in his hand, lost in thought for a while. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this is normal. The wizard's own magic power is constant, and the magic power can be cast to a certain degree. The ring can help John enhance his spellcasting power by absorbing other people's magic power and having a superimposed effect with John's own magic power to improve. If the magic power comes from John himself, then the things that have the same root should not have any reaction. After figuring this out, John suddenly became enlightened. He got up from the chair and was about to go out to the common room when Neville just opened the door and came back. The little girl named Gabriel is not as shy of strangers as she was when she first came here. She and Hermione Lavender have chatted very well, but sometimes she still talks about whether she can come to the boys' dormitory to play with you. Neville said as he walked in from the outside. I told her that Professor McGonagall arranged her in a first-year girls' dormitory, where she can rest as long as she doesn't disturb others, and she doesn't have to go to class at school, so she can play with you anytime. Yes, but not in the boys' dormitory. When Neville was talking about closing the door, he turned around and suddenly found that John was looking at him with piercing eyes, which shocked him. Why are you looking at me like that? Should I ask Gabriel to come to our dorm to look for you? He thought that John was dissatisfied with what he had done without authorization, but John shook his head decisively and said, No, you are right to dissuade her. Although she is only 7 years old, she should be taught the difference between men and women at this time. Then why are you looking at me like that? Curse me, Neville. John said seriously. Neville was stunned for a moment, and then asked solemnly. What curse have you got on your body? Do you need me to help you solve it? No, I want you to help cast a curse on me. The air in the dormitory fell into a brief silence. After 4 or 5 seconds, Neville stared at John with strange eyes. You're crazy. I'm rational. John didn't explain too much to him, but continued, This is just a small experiment, and you're sure you won't harm me, and I'm not stupid enough to harm myself. Use one of your best spells, jinxes and curses are fine. Neville has a high level of trust in John, and with the lessons learned from the levitating curse last year, he also knows that John will always come up with some strange and unconventional spells. So, hearing John's urging, he hesitated and drew out his wand, and finally asked, Is the petrification spell okay? I haven't been exposed to any evil spells, but I got used to it when you studied the petrification spell last year. No problem. John naturally had no objection. Neville didn't hesitate any longer, he raised his wand at John, and John didn't take any protective measures. All petrochemical. A red beam shot out from the tip of Neville's staff and hit John's body straight. But this spell was like a stone sinking into the ocean, without any splash. Not only did the effect of petrification not show at all, even the impact that should have been attached to the spell disappeared. Neville blinked his eyes vigorously. He guessed in advance that John might be doing some magic research again, but he didn't expect that he forcefully swallowed his petrification spell, and his body didn't even shake. John and Neville are roommates. He is naturally aware of Neville's magic power, which is stronger than Ron, Justin and Lavender, but slightly inferior to him. So it was John's expectation that the cracking spell on him would work, but the key to the problem was the gemstone in the ring. Without explaining to Neville immediately why his petrification spell had no effect at all, John took the ring back in his hand and carefully observed the color of the second gem. It's a little bit deeper. Afterwards, he calmed down to perceive it, and sure enough, he noticed a trace of free magic power in the gem. And this magic power obviously belongs to Neville. It's just that the magic power is so weak that if John is not careful, he may not even be able to perceive it. Compared to when he just got this gemstone when it was still crimson, it is as big as the difference between a drop of water and a river. However, John's focus was not on the magic power absorbed by the gem. He observed the gem with his heart, and he always felt that the magic power obtained from Neville's petrification spell was a book attached to the gem itself. Book title. The contents of that book could not be seen, nor did it know how thick it was. It seemed that Neville's magical power could only make it show the book cover at most. John struggled a lot to finally read the title of the book clearly. The Invisible Blade, the Shadowless God's Etch. And under the title of the book, he also saw a familiar author's name, Severus Snape. Thanks to the Lord who forgot the password for the reward again. According to the statement when it was put on the shelf, the Lord will add 5 updates, but I am currently on a business trip and have no time to write more. I will update it when I go home this weekend. Chapter 137-135. Catalog of Mobile Magic Forbidden Books. Shenfeng has no shadow. This is a well-known black magic in today's magic world. As the current capable general under Voldemort, several black magic and magic potions invented by Snape have been widely spread among Death Eaters and Aurors. Shenfeng Wuying is one of them. Its status in the minds of those Death Eaters who almost engraved destruction in their bones is enough to be tied with the explosive curse, and it is the best offensive spell below the 3 unforgivable curses. The casting speed is fast enough, the hit rate is extremely high, and the damage can be strong or weak according to the wizard's own mood. This spell was not hidden by Snape, and it was impossible for Voldemort to allow him to hide such a useful black magic. He wrote all the learning keys of this spell into the book, so that the Death Eaters could learn more about it. Widespread learning in groups. And it is reasonable for this to be included in the restricted section of the Hogwarts Castle Library. What is now displayed in John's mind is such a book written by Snape. John was excited. The source of his excitement was not only because he found this invisible blade, God's Shadowless, but because the book cover that appeared after the absorption of Neville's magic power told him that it was originally stored in the Hogwarts library. Gemstones, the absorbed knowledge stored in magic power, has not just disappeared. Magic power is the carrier, but not the knowledge itself. As long as the gem is charged and filled little by little, then John will be able to obtain more than 80% of the treasures that were originally hidden in the restricted area of the library. Knowledge of magic. Hogwarts is the oldest magic school in Europe, and its collection of books is also the most complete in the entire European magic world, and the banned books are undoubtedly the most profound and dangerous batch of knowledge recorded on paper. Now more than 80% of the content of this part is in this gem, which means that John has a magical library of forbidden books that can be carried with him. The key to open this library is the magic power of different people. The stronger the magic power absorbed, the more magic knowledge he can acquire. It's like Neville's magic power now, which helped him present the cover of this forbidden book written by Snape. After that, as long as he collects more magic power, he will get all the contents of this book. John couldn't wait to put a coat on himself. He looked at Neville, who was still sluggish, and asked, "Ron, are they still in the common room?" Neville came back to his senses. They should still be there. When I came back, they were helping Hermione's new student's transfiguration. Why did my petrification spell not work on you just now? He finally couldn't help asking. Universal Unraveling Spell, a spell we should have learned in 3rd grade, has a dispelling effect on most spells, and the petrification spell is no exception. But I clearly saw that you didn't make any moves to cast spells. Neville asked the biggest doubt. John walked up to him and didn't lie to hide it. Do you still remember the floating spell I used in front of you at the beginning of last year? This spell is the same as the floating spell I learned at that time, slightly different. When he said this, he seemed to think of something suddenly, looked at Neville and asked, "Did you find the book I told you to go home before the summer vacation started last year? About gravity and Newton's laws?" Neville nodded and said, "I asked my dad to help me find them in Muggle bookstores in my spare time. He bought a few books like this and came back, but..." He scratched his head in embarrassment, "But I can't quite understand what is written in it." "What?" "It might not be difficult to simply understand what gravitation is, but it is not so easy for wizards who have been exposed to magic since childhood to accept this kind of knowledge from the bottom of their hearts." What's more, Neville's father didn't necessarily buy popular science books for him that introduced superficially gravitational force. Maybe it involved deeper contents of electromagnetic force and force field. Way must be like a Bible. So it may not be an easy task for him to get in touch with these from scratch. John wants to try to change his will and thoughts when casting a spell, so as to achieve the same spell to transform into a different way of displaying effects, and whether it can be fulfilled in other students. If it proves that this can be practiced by everyone, then John feels that this change in spell casting must be promising, and it is very suitable for these students in the carriage. The vast majority of them are Muggle-born, and before being taken to the magic school at the age of 11, they all had elementary school education experience, which may prevent them from acquiring such fine knowledge, but at least they have a theoretical basis in natural science, much better than Neville, who has never been exposed to since childhood. And this year's Hogwarts, there is a girl who was rescued by him from the castle, and was admitted by Dumbledore in the original book to have the rational and logical thinking ability that most wizards don't have. Neville's knowledge of natural science was difficult to start with, but for that girl there would be no such problem. Leaving from the dormitory, John went straight to the common room. Only Lavender and Hermione are still here to study the history of magic, and everyone else has gone back. After the students in the castle came to the carriage, the second-year students finally had more than Lavender as a girl. Before, she used to live in the same dormitory with the girls in the third grade, but now she can naturally be assigned to live with the girls in the second grade. Hermione is her new roommate from this year until graduation. It was almost 10 o'clock, and they also packed up their books and parchment, got up and prepared to leave the common room, and happened to meet John, who was walking through the door. "Good evening, can you do me a little favor?" he greeted the two girls. As long as it is a spell that can be erased by breaking the spell, it doesn't matter what the spell is to John, because the student's magic power is too weak. He can only use quantity to make up quality, and try to find as many people as possible to absorb the magic power. Although the professors have strong magic power, his cracking spell can't block the spell used by any professor at all, so there is no way to store the magic power on the spell into the gem. Of course, if you directly consume the magic power in the gemstone and use the breaking spell on yourself, it can increase the power of breaking the spell, but this is putting the cart before the horse. If the stored magic power is exhausted, what's the use of strengthening the breaking spell? Using the excuse of doing a spell experiment, they asked Lavender and Hermione to help cast the spell. Of course, the two girls did not refuse. And just after they met John's needs and the magic power was absorbed by the gem, John stopped Hermione alone. "Do you have time at noon tomorrow? I have something about magic and I want to talk to you. Let's update one chapter first. It's the last day of the business trip. I'll have several days off when I go home tomorrow. Then I'll make up the remaining chapter tonight. At the beginning, the leader who still promised as promised will be added, and then the monthly pass for this month will also be updated. It's going to be over 1,000, everyone, and I will add more updates as I promised when it was put on the shelves. It won't be so short after tomorrow. Then about the recent plot, I know that these foreshadowing will make people feel watery, but these are really necessary, similar to the first volume, not as tense and depressing as the second volume, but all the things I have written so far, it's useful information, it's not written indiscriminately, it's all planned, and there are a few hidden foreshadowings buried. The biggest reason why everyone thinks that the water is actually insufficient updates. Don't worry, I will definitely eat a lot after tomorrow's holiday. Chapter 138-136. Try. Hermione agreed to John's invitation without even thinking about it. Among these rescued students, John's reputation is even higher than that of Dumbledore. Because it was John who brought them out of the castle before knowing who Dumbledore was, and among these people Hermione was the most familiar with John. After all, it was the two of them who made the whole escape plan, and John was the one who rescued Hermione. The two became friends naturally. So Hermione never thought of refusing John's invitation. The next day, after the morning class ended, John and Hermione walked out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom together. He didn't take her to any empty classroom. It just so happened that Hagrid invited him to have afternoon tea before the car in the morning. The driver's seat of the carriage was a very good place, with only Hagrid beside him. It was safe and free from other people's disturbance. Did you learn the concept of gravity in your Muggle primary school? John has never attended primary school in the UK, and he is not sure whether the courses in the orphanage before are the same as those in the primary schools outside. Hermione was a little confused about why John would ask such a question. She looked up and thought for a moment. The memory of being an ordinary Muggle student had become blurred in her mind after 2 years of experience. But is she a fool or not? She hasn't forgotten all the things she learned in elementary school. Gravity. We learned it in the 5th grade. Hermione said firmly. In the last chapter of the 5th grade science class, the teacher taught us the knowledge related to force, including gravity, friction and the principle of leverage. John is not surprised by this. The UK has always attached great importance to science courses, and there are courses set up from the 1st grade. It takes a total of 6 school years. Relatively speaking, there must be a lot of knowledge learned. Then do you still have an impression of the concept of gravity? Hermione nodded hesitantly. I still haven't forgotten what the teacher said. She turned to look at John. But, what role does this knowledge have in the magic world? The existence of magic means that many of those scientific knowledge will be overturned. John didn't say it directly, nor did he deny Hermione's words, he just said it casually. I just have some ideas on this, and I want to ask you to try it out. Wait until Hagrid's. After that, I will tell you what we are going to do. They went straight along the corridor of the carriage, and came to the opposite of Dumbledore's principal's office at the end. The door leading to the driver's seat was only ajar, as if Hagrid had left it for John on purpose. He pushed open the door and walked out of the carriage with Hermione. The breeze dampened by the protective spell blew past them, lifting the corner of the robe and the hair on the forehead. The carriage was galloping along the lakeside of a large lake, and the wheels rolled over the green and fresh grass without leaving any ruts. This seemingly ordinary and dilapidated carriage was actually equipped with a lot of magic. Otherwise, even if Voldemort didn't want to cut off Dumbledore's last hope, they couldn't have been in exile for so long in this dangerous wizarding world. When John and Hermione came over, Hagrid was chatting with someone in the driver's seat. It was only when they turned around that they realized that the person next to Hagrid was not someone at all, but Garcia, who had just been brought to the carriage yesterday. Bree. John. Under the light, the little girl who looked more illusory waved her hands to greet John crisply. After seeing them, Hagrid brought out the black tea and small desserts that he had prepared in advance. Good afternoon, John. I thought you would bring Neville and the others over. Hagrid smiled and turned his gaze to Hermione. I know this little girl, her name is Hermione Granger, right? Brave girl. She must be the perfect Gryffindor if that shabby hat can still be sorted. When Hagrid invited him, John told him in advance that he would bring someone with him. Before, Neville, Ron and the others had come to the driver's seat of the carriage with John to chat with Hagrid, so Hagrid was very concerned about this matter. I don't care. He just didn't expect that the person John brought was Hermione. Hermione could tell that Hagrid was complimenting her. During the summer vacation when she was working in the bookstore, she had peeked at the banned book Hogwarts, A History of the School. Naturally, she was very clear that Hogwarts would have a sorting session for freshmen. And the qualities each college stands for. Her face was a little red, and she reached out to stroke the long hair blown in front of her face by the wind. I'm not as brave as you say, just call me Hermione. John looked at Gabriel in a group of doubts and asked. Why did you come to Hagrid? You all went to class in the morning. Gabriel doesn't want to disturb you, but it's boring in the carriage. She sounded happy, so instead of saying I, she called out her own name. Then invite Gabriel to come here and chat with him when Hagrid gets into the car for breakfast. It's really great here. She seemed to be chatting happily with Hagrid, completely without the timidity. When she first got into the carriage, Hagrid drove the carriage past a pasture in the morning. There are a lot of cows there, and those who are close sometimes Gabriel could even touch a cow's horn. Seeing that Gabriel didn't feel any discomfort after coming to the carriage, John couldn't help but smile. Who doesn't like a child who is innocent and innocent? The driving seat of the carriage is very large, and it is more than enough for Hagrid to lie down here. Now even if there are more John and Hermione, and Gabriel, who is in a ghost state and does not take up space at all, it still looks very spacious. Hagrid knew that John and Hermione came here for some experiments, so he didn't bother them, but Gabriel and Gabriel's other half in the driving seat used transfiguration to conjure a long-handled fishing net, trying to drive at high speed. In the event of an accident, a fish was taken from the big lake near them. I heard from Neville that you learned the levitation charm very quickly, and you have fully mastered it on the third day after you first arrived in the carriage. John asked. Hermione also drew her own wand. She nodded. Casting spells with a wand is not as difficult as casting spells with hand gestures. In addition, there are many similarities between the two different methods of casting spells, so it is easier for me to learn. Both Hanton and Ariel have also learned the levitation curse. Professor Flitwick very pleased with the progress. John looked at Hermione, and he asked tentatively. Then when you were learning the levitation charm, did you ever think about what kind of force the spell created to act on objects and make them float? Chapter 139-137. Cases. Hearing John's words, Hermione obviously hesitated, but then she quickly nodded slightly and said, I have thought about it. Magic is amazing, but the knowledge I learned in Muggle school is also objective. I have thought about why wizards and Muggles live in the same world, but find there are two completely different laws. After I came to the carriage, I also asked Professor Flitwick about this question. The professor didn't know what the rules discovered by Muggles were, but he told me, because wizards have magical powers, it leads to us and Muggles. Seeing the world is different. Magic is like glasses with filters, allowing people who have it and people who don't have it to see different scenery. John touched his chin. He had never talked about these things with Professor Flitwick. The metaphor of glasses is very appropriate. Then is this world what we see when we wear the magic glasses, or what we see after wearing the glasses? Or, in fact, these are all real, but no one has ever thought of connecting these two worlds together. He thought about it and said that he had some different thoughts about applying the theory of natural science to magic. After chatting with Hermione for a while, John didn't waste any time and went directly to today's topic. Compared with Neville, Hermione has received Muggle primary education and has systematically studied scientific knowledge related to gravity. This is basically similar to John's situation, except that John has spent more time studying natural science than her. Longer, deeper content. Try to use the levitation spell, but when you say the spell, don't think that the spell can make the object float in your mind, and believe that the effect of the levitation spell is to directly control the gravity of the Earth. The fundamental reason for floating is that gravity has lost its effect on it. John's whimsy made Hermione a little stunned. She raised her wand and asked unconfidently, "Is this really okay?" John was very patient. He looked at the wand in Hermione's hand. "I'm not sure if it's okay for you, but such an attempt doesn't cost anything, and there's no danger with Hagrid helping to watch. You can try this plate of rock cakes now." Although Hermione felt that John's ideas were a bit unconstrained, she still raised her wand as he said, and pointed the tip of the wand at the rock-like rock cakes on the plate. Wingardim Leviosa. She uttered the incantation of the levitation charm. In my mind, I didn't follow the idea of letting the rock cakes fly as Professor Flitwick taught in class, but tried to set a nature for the matter of making objects float according to what John said, allowing the effect of the spell to actually interfere with gravity. However, in the end, nothing happened. Hermione's floating spell obviously failed, and the rock cake was still lying firmly on the plate. Her spell was recited correctly, but it didn't have any effect. John frowned when he saw this scene. "Do you feel anything?" he asked Hermione. Hermione shook her head. "No, I don't feel anything. I just feel that the spell and the swing of the wand are the same as usual, but the idea of casting the spell is particularly twisted, so when the spell is finished, I can already feel the spell was a failure." John's brows could not help but wrinkle deeper. Regarding the improvement of the spell, this result is a little different from what he thought. When he just got the ring from Slughorn, he came up with such a method of tampering with the wool and thinking of magic in order to strengthen the effect of the levitating spell. In this, the wand and the spell have not changed at all, only the idea changed, and the final result was a success. This made John think that such success could be replicated. After all, since he came to this world, he has not noticed any difference between himself and others. Since the results can be manifested in him, why can't they be manifested in others? But now Hermione's attempt in front of him made him suddenly aware of another possibility. Maybe it's not that he discovered the shortcut between magic and science. As Professor Flitwick said, the existence of magic is equivalent to a pair of glasses with filters. Once you put it on, you will see a completely different world from before wearing it. The two worlds seem to be the same, but they are actually very different, and it is difficult or even impossible to form a connection. And the reason why he himself was able to succeed was not because he discovered a new spellcasting embodiment, but because he was special than others. This special effect of the floating spell can only be used by him. Even if other people follow what he said, understand the principle of gravity, and replace the wool when casting the spell, they can't do it to his level. John stared blankly at the front of the carriage in a daze. Hermione looked at him and thought he was hit by the failure of her experiment attempt, so she couldn't help pursing her lips and comforting him. "As far as you can imagine, you are already better than many people in this area, John," Professor Flitwick said when he was giving us supplementary lessons. "Magic learning sometimes requires some such whimsical ideas, and wizard skills in magic spells research will progress, and the entire wizarding world will continue to move forward." John came back to his senses. He didn't explain much to Hermione. If it was really just his personal special that caused his spell to succeed, then it would not be a good thing to publicize it. But he hasn't completely rejected his previous idea. After all, Hermione is the only experimental subject now, and there may be other reasons for the failure. It is not certain that it is special to John and everyone else. He needs to expand the scope of the experiment, let more students who understand gravity try to cast spells with this kind of wool, and draw an accurate conclusion based on the results. This is not difficult. The most indispensable thing on the carriage is Muggle students who have received education in natural sciences. Among the second-year students at the same level as John, there is another student who would have almost entered Hogwarts if he hadn't come to Hogwarts. Eton boy, Justin Fincree. Just as John was thinking about expanding the scope of the experiment and asking Hermione to try casting the spell again, Gabriel suddenly yelled excitedly from the other side of the driver's seat. "You did it, Hagrid!" Hermione and John looked towards Hagrid together. The coachman was excitedly holding up a long fishing net, and a string of water droplets dripped from the fishing net to connect to the rippling lake. In the net bag, a big fish is twisting its body, shining brightly in the bright sunshine. Add updates during the day, 10,000 updates, until the leaders and monthly tickets are added and changed. Chapter 140-138. Hostility. No matter how many times she tried later, Hermione didn't succeed again. Her situation is completely different from that of John. There are obviously no problems with casting spells and spells, but the rock cakes on the plate are not affected by any spells. Different from the failure on their side, Hagrid took Gabriel along the lake and caught several fish with nets. Both of them were in a very happy mood. After trying to confirm the failure, John and Hermione didn't stay in the cab. They had lunch and classes in the afternoon, so they couldn't stay here for too long. After saying goodbye to Hagrid and Gabriel, the two walked into the carriage. "This may also be my own problem, not your wrong idea. You can find someone else to try again." Hermione was still comforting John, and John waved his hand indifferently. "It's okay, I'm not that vulnerable, it's just that a spell didn't work." Just as the two were talking, when they opened the door and walked into the carriage, an abrupt voice suddenly sounded beside them. "Who let you enter this door? The school regulations clearly state that you cannot enter a room without a house number on a carriage. Don't you all know?" John turned around and looked in the direction of the sound, and found a boy with glasses, iconic red hair, and a student prefect badge pinned to his chest, standing 3 meters away from them. Percy seemed to have just come out of Professor McGonagall's vice principal's office, and happened to find John and Hermione, who pushed the door into the carriage. As a prefect, he had a serious face. John didn't have any dissatisfaction with his attitude. Percy's character was a bit unpleasant, but he also followed the rules. Without Hagrid's invitation, the door leading to the cab would have been opened. "Cannot be opened. We have received an invitation from Hagrid, Senior Weasley, and the school rules also state that if the teachers or staff in charge of the room allow it, it is right to enter a room without a sign, isn't it?" After hearing John's words, Percy didn't respond immediately, but took a deep look at John, and then said in an inexplicable tone, "Don't think that you should have privileges because you have done something for Professor Dumbledore, Green." John froze for a moment, and before he could speak, Hermione was ahead of him, looking at Percy with an unfriendly expression. "I don't think John ever had such an idea, Senior Weasley. He never felt that he should be superior to others." Percy didn't go to argue with Hermione, nor did he stay here any longer. He snorted coldly, turned around and left. Looking at his back, John stroked his hair inexplicably. He couldn't remember when he offended Ron's brother, and he didn't understand why he said what he said as if he was targeting himself. But he didn't think about it. Where there are people, there will never be harmony forever, and John can't make everyone like him. Percy has his right to dislike him in some ways. Of course, if he took the initiative to provoke later, John would not endure it just because he was Ron's brother. John and Hermione had lunch together in the restaurant. He finally thanked Hermione for her help, and then the two separated. The end of the semester is getting closer, and the study atmosphere in the carriage is getting more and more tense. Even the first and second graders who were rescued here at the beginning of this year must meet certain grade requirements before they can officially enter the corresponding grade in the next school year, otherwise they will be retained and study with the new students after the school starts next year. John was not in the carriage for most of this semester. Without his usual classroom performance, he would no longer be exempted from the final exam and get his grades directly like last semester. But even during the time at Hogwarts Castle, he was not all fruitless. He learned a lot of spells and transfiguration skills from Aberforth, and now he is back in the carriage. Well, it's very simple. During this period, John still did not give up research on the improved version of the levitation curse. He found Justin to try again. This boy, who had entered Eton College if he hadn't been brought to Hogwarts, had a much deeper understanding of gravity than Hermione. But the result was the same. After he changed the concept, he still couldn't successfully use the floating spell, let alone directly change the effect of the original floating spell like John. This made John realize his specialness for the first time. When he got the ring from Slughorn, he heard him say that his will is much stronger than ordinary people, but such characteristics cannot be seen from the outside at all. Usually, John only thinks that learning magic is better than learning magic. Others were more relaxed, and others did not notice more abnormalities. Now it seems that the strength of his will brings him more benefits than just learning spells faster, being able to use magic rings that other people cannot use, and his consciousness can even directly change the effect of the floating spell, which is also a manifestation. It's just that John doesn't think such a talent is a gift from heaven. He had a vague feeling that the reason why his will was stronger than others might have something to do with the time travel. There was no way to promote the improvement spell, and John didn't worry too much about it, and he didn't stop collecting the magic power of other students. In the last week before the final exam, he had already found some excuses, asked some students in grades 1 to 3 and grade 4 to help him, and collected all their magic powers. Further up, the spells of grade 5 students were not. He cracked the curse and stopped. That is to say, John's current level of magic power is just on par with normal 4th graders, which is considered a very high level of talent. The collection of all these magical powers only slightly changed the color of the original light blue gemstone visible to the naked eye, which is obviously much worse than the previous crimson. But after collecting all these magical powers, John finally got the forbidden book about the shadowless sword written by Snape that was absorbed in the ring. He didn't rush to study, but took the time to copy the content, and then knocked on the door of the principal's office on the evening of the day when the final exam started. Dumbledore was reading a letter. After seeing John walk in, he stuffed the letter back into the envelope. A smile appeared on his slightly tired face. "Good evening, John. I heard from Minerva about your transfiguration test today, and you did very well." Chapter 141-139. Black Magic. John directly placed the book that copied the relevant knowledge of Shen Fen Wuing on Dumbledore's desk, and he said straight to the point. "Professor, I got something from that castle." Dumbledore wiped the half-moon-shaped glasses, then put them on again, took the book that John put on the table with serious eyes, and said with a little surprise, "It is indeed an amazing thing." He looked up at John again. "Where did you get the knowledge of this book?" Regarding the ring, Dumbledore was obviously ignorant. When Slughorn gave the ring to John, he also specifically told him not to tell anyone about the existence of this thing, so John has always kept this promise. As for why Dumbledore didn't ask him this question, it should be that Slughorn had already patched John before leaving the carriage. He used that strange levitation spell once in Dumbledore's presence, but Dumbledore didn't ask him about it. "It's something that Professor Slughorn taught me before." John considered his words carefully. "When I was in the castle, many books in the restricted section of the castle library suddenly lost their magic power one night, and then I got something that absorbs the magic power of these books, and then I just need to collect magic power in it, and it will allow me to see the forbidden books that were originally hidden in the restricted book area." Dumbledore thoughtfully nodded the manuscript of the Shadowless Shadow in his hand. "So, this is what you get after collecting enough magic power." "Yes, Professor." "You mean, learn it?" John didn't even need to take the initiative to speak. Dumbledore had already seen his purpose this time. This is indeed the main reason why John took the initiative to inform Dumbledore of the existence of the forbidden book. He wanted to learn the powerful black magic, including Shen Fen Wuing, and he definitely couldn't hide it from the old man. And there is no way to learn these magics in the carriage. As long as he uses them in the future, it will definitely involve a series of problems. So instead of waiting until later to be suspected and jealous, it is better to make things clear at the beginning. John doesn't think there is anything difficult to say about this matter. Hogwarts and the Order of the Phoenix led by Dumbledore have been suppressed to this extent. When fighting Death Eaters and Aurors, they can only use the stun spell, petrification spell, and disarming spell, which are useless. Spell. Watching their relatives and friends die under the curse of the enemy one by one, no one can restrain the hatred in their hearts, just like Lily now. Dumbledore can guarantee himself not to use black magic, but he has no ability and no reason to restrain others. Perhaps these rebellious wizards still have enough persistence not to abuse the 3 unforgivable curses, but they will never restrain themselves from black magic like the explosive curse and fierce fire curse. Under such circumstances, Dumbledore would have no reason to prevent John from studying, and at most put some restrictions on him. I must first congratulate you on your acquisition of a huge fortune, John. Dumbledore said seriously, the collection of books in Hogwarts Castle is the richest in the entire European wizarding world, and it is the books listed as banned are all extremely dangerous and powerful magic and knowledge. If you can understand these books, I can guarantee that you can become stronger than anyone else, but... His royal blue eyes fixed on John. But the stronger the power, the easier it is for people to get lost. Knowledge is very tempting, but not everyone can afford it. These words may not be very attractive, but I have to tell you. I won't restrict you from learning the magic in those forbidden books, but you have to grasp the scale yourself, and don't lose your eyes for those false, seemingly powerful forces. John was actually a little surprised by Dumbledore's answer. He was obviously more at ease with himself, using verbal reminders rather than actual constraints. This is probably due to John's performance when he was lurking in the 2nd grade, so that Dumbledore did not worry too much about his ideological inclination. I will pay attention to the professor. He nodded and promised, and then asked hesitantly, can black magic really affect wizards? As long as it is magic, it will affect wizards. Dumbledore said calmly, when we cast spells, various emotions will appear in our minds. These emotions are the root of our control over magic. Most of the time, transfiguration and some common spells such as levitation spell, cleansing spell, petrification spell, etc., are all established to make the wizard believe in his own situation. The reason why black magic is called black magic is because when using this kind of magic, the wizard's emotions must be dark and want to attack and hurt others. Once using black magic becomes a habit, the weak-willed people will unconsciously, he is affected by the emotions of casting spells, becoming irritable, thinking that he can control and hurt other people's lives at will, and the 3 unforgivable curses are the most among them. That's why it's illegal. Many people in the Order of the Phoenix now use black magic as their main means of attack, but I have also clearly restricted some people's right to use black magic. Dumbledore said it frankly. Most of these people's emotions are relatively impulsive, and they are easily affected by black magic. And your performance throughout this school year has shown your reason and calmness, John. I believe you can completely control myself. Horace also made a promise to me about this matter before he left. He said that you are different from others. Even if your body surrenders to the enemy one day, your will not betray yourself. I trust him and trust you, so I won't stop you. What John needs is this guarantee from Dumbledore. What he lacks most now is the means of attack, and black magic is known for its extremely strong destructive power. He also believes enough that he can control his will and will not be easily swayed by emotions. Just as the conversation was coming to an end, John suddenly noticed the name on the envelope of the letter Dumbledore put on the desk, and Dumbledore also noticed his gaze, and did not put the letter away up. Adele Roland, you heard this name before when you were in France. I recently got in touch with her and learned something about the French magic world. There are 2 chapters to be released first, and there are 3 more chapters to follow. The 2 chapters will be released around 12 o'clock, and the last chapter will probably be later. Don't worry, what I promised will definitely come true. Although the time is a bit late, but if you say it will be changed, it will be changed. Chapter 140-140. Gone, living. France is not at peace. Dumbledore did not shy away from talking about these things with John. After what happened this semester, he no longer treated John as an ordinary second-year student. They had just undergone a change of ministers at the beginning of last year. The new minister of the Ministry of Magic is more inclined to fight for the interests of pure blood, and likes to use despicable political struggles to put his political opponents in prison. Gabriel's family, and Mrs. Maxime, the headmaster of Beau's Baton, who we met before, were all kicked out of their posts in this way, and even fled France to save their lives. He reached out and tapped the envelope on the desk. But even if he is a minister, it is impossible for him to cover the entire French magic world. This Ms. Roland, the current chief judge of the French Wizarding Court, is now his biggest political enemy and the leader of the camp that is friendly to Muggles. Since then, after returning from my last trip to France, I have been trying to keep in touch with this lady. She is trying hard to call a parliamentary vote to remove the current Minister of Magic and prevent him from leading the French magic community to a wrong path. John's face was full of thoughts. Regarding the current international situation in the magic world, his vision was definitely not as accurate as Dumbledore's, but he still remembered what happened when they returned to the carriage not long ago. Is there something wrong with the protection of the carriage? Hearing him ask this, Dumbledore narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at the bright moonlight outside the window, and said softly, "When we first came back from France, there seemed to be a small problem with the protection on the car, but whether the problem is big or small, we can only find out after what happened later. The Dark Lord will not be willing as soon as he swallows this breath. He will definitely find a way to get his face back from other places." John knows that this is the key point. No matter how complicated the situation in France is, it will not be able to reach the carriage. Only the threat of Voldemort is close at hand. Did you find anything, Professor? When you were in the first grade, everyone thought that someone had sneaked into the Hogwarts carriage and secretly leaked the location and information of the carriage, causing us to be hunted down all the time. Dumbledore suddenly mentioned what happened more than a year ago, and his eyes reflecting the white light under the moonlight were somewhat indescribable. Now, it is very likely that he really sent someone to come to us. John felt a little creepy at his sudden words. It has been more than a month since they returned from France. If it is true as what Dumbledore said, it means that an unknown person has boarded the carriage since that day. But this month has been too peaceful. John even felt that this was the most relaxing period since he entered Hogwarts. All the students in the castle were rescued, and a kind and knowledgeable defense against the dark arts professor came to the school. There was no hunting, no killing. Dangerous, everything is so peaceful. Dumbledore would definitely not joke about this kind of thing with him. It was because he didn't feel anything, but felt that his spirit was relaxed, which made John feel horrified. The Dark Lord sent someone to hide in the carriage. But why hasn't he done anything after so long? His voice was a little hurried. Dumbledore shook his head. I have no way to answer these questions for you, but according to what I know about him, and a slightly credible feeling, tell me that he will do this. I told you before that, for him, destroying even if this constantly moving school car needs to be crippled, it is not difficult as long as he is determined. It is not difficult to find an opportunity when I am not there, and let someone sneak in silently, but what is he planning? What are you planning, other than killing me? I can't think of anything else for the time being. The office fell into a brief silence. Only Fox on the Golden Branch was dozing off, and the portraits of the previous principals on the wall were humming slightly, as if they were asleep. A moment later, Dumbledore's voice sounded again. His voice had always been flat, as if he didn't care much about Voldemort's counterattack. The summer vacation is coming soon, and there will be fewer students in the carriage. This may be an opportunity to screen the entire school. John didn't stay in the principal's room very late. He returned to the dormitory before the curfew started. Even though the carriage with little bumps felt unusually calm in the dark, John was tossing and turning in bed. After the final exams and before the holidays, Hogwarts will have a special itinerary during this time of year. This year is no exception. In the afternoon of that day, the carriage drove to the seaside cliffs that are very familiar to students above the second grade, and after they got off the car, they could see tombstones everywhere. The sea breeze is blowing here every day, and the tombstones that were originally polished and smooth have long since become extremely rough under the wind and sun, but every name engraved on them is extremely clear, as if they will never be affected by time. Buried by the river. Many students who still have fresh memories of this cemetery discovered that nearly 30 tombstones were added here at some point, which greatly expanded the scope of this cemetery. The students were silent. After they got off the carriage, they formed a team consciously. Even the students who just came to the carriage this year were infected by the atmosphere. No one made a sound or asked questions, and they just followed the students of the same grade and stood at the end of the line. Before the carriage stopped here, there were already dozens of adult wizards standing in front of the newly erected tombstones. They were all wearing black robes, and everyone looked at the names on the tombstones in silence. After the carriage arrived, Dumbledore also brought the school's professors to them and stood with them on the new tombstones. In front of the tombstone, looking at the names that will never come back. Daedalus Diggle, Hestia Jones, Fabian Pruitt, Marlene McKinnon, Beatrice, Danya. The rocks beaten by the waves seemed to be mourning for these names that would never return to the world. All the adult wizards put a white gardenia flower in front of the tombstones, and all the hundreds of tombstones on this cliff were decorated. A touch of white. Gabriel was floating beside John, and she was also infected by the atmosphere, holding John's cuff with her transparent hands with a sad expression. And John's gaze was on a tombstone that was older and newer than the new ones, and the name of his teacher who was still alive was engraved there. What he was thinking in his mind was what Dumbledore said to him last night. The souls of those who have passed away have returned to their hometowns, but the dangers of those who are alive have never been far away. There are 2 more chapters, stay up late and finish it before going to bed. Chapter 143-141. Gabriel's roommate. After the summer vacation begins, a small number of students who have families in the carriage will have a short vacation to go home for a few days. Although Neville extended an invitation to him at the beginning of the holiday, John declined it. After learning something from Dumbledore, he wanted to stay in the carriage at this time to see what the result of the search would be. And on the 3rd day of the summer vacation, McGonagall gathered most of the students in the restaurant in the name of cleaning the entire carriage, and then Filch led some senior students to clean each. The dormitory and common room will be cleaned. Other students thought it was just an ordinary cleaning. After all, there would be such an activity on the carriage every time after the summer vacation. Cleaning will last the whole afternoon, and during this period, John is not idle in the restaurant. Even in the summer vacation, Hermione Hunton and Ariel have not relaxed yet, and they are still doing tutoring. John was on the sidelines to help them make up for the knowledge they left behind before they got to the carriage. Gabriel followed the senior students in a big circle, and then returned to the restaurant in boredom. It's a pity that my roommates are all home, otherwise I can go to them to play, and they can always take me to find something interesting. The little girl propped her chin and lay beside John. John, who had just finished explaining the essentials of the freezing curse to Hermione, turned to look at Gabriel. Your roommate? I was worried that the freshmen who were assigned to live with you would mind you. After all, Muggles are always uncomfortable with ghosts. It seems that they are girls from a wizarding family. Do you get along well? Luna is very interesting. When Gabriel introduced her friend, she was as happy as introducing herself. Although many first-year students think she is weird, other people are really very interesting. Good. She likes to tell me stories about the crooked snorkel, and shows me the corks and carrots that she wears all the time, although I'm not very interested in these 2 things. And Ginny, she is also very kind. Every time her mother sends her something, she will want to share with us. It's just that I can't eat the cakes, biscuits and sandwiches, but she promised me when I turn back into a human, invite me to her house as a guest, and ask her mother to cook all the delicious food for me. However, after the summer vacation, both Luna and Ginny went home. They are not Muggle students, and they both have their own families in the wizarding world. They can go back and stay with their families for a week. John didn't know who Gabriel lived with until today. Luna Lovegood, a little girl nicknamed Crazy Girl, has a very good personality and is very suitable for making friends. As for the other Ginny Weasley, let alone, the children of the Weasley family are basically very good, and the youngest girl in the red-haired family has inherited the advantages of her parents. It sounds like they are all very nice. John echoed Gabriel's words. Gabriel said excitedly, when they come back, I can introduce them to you. They actually talked a lot about you in private in the dormitory. I am looking forward. The investigation of the entire carriage finally ended before dinner. Judging from the expression on Professor McGonagall's face, it was obvious that this trip was nothing. John actually felt that something was wrong with the whole thing. If it is true that according to what Dumbledore said, this time Voldemort sent people to sneak into the castle, why has it been 2 full months and there is still no movement? The carriage has not shown any abnormalities so far, nor have any pursuers appeared, making it impossible to see Voldemort's intentions. The more peaceful it is, the more disturbed the hearts of those who know the inside story. Just like before the storm comes, the sky always remains quiet first, no one knows what lies behind the calm. John has always been vigilant in his heart, but he has never stopped learning magic. Ever since he reported to Dumbledore, he officially started to study the first banned book he got from the gym, The Invisible Blade, The Shadowless God's Etch. Regardless of character, just looking at talent, Snape is indeed a rare genius in the wizarding world. This powerful black magic was invented by him when he was a student at Hogwarts, and he learned it by himself. It's not difficult, but compared to other spells, it takes a lot of effort to master it. In addition, some basic spells in the 2nd grade textbook standard spells, level 2 John did not fail. He got a very high score in the spell test and was praised by Professor Flitwick as excellent spellcasting. But even after the exams, John has been trying to improve on his second-year spells. Because among the magic they learned this year, there is a very useful spell, the Forgetting Curse. If you just learn to use it normally, then this spell can only erase a memory of a certain person at most, but if you master it proficiently, it can not only erase a person's memory, but also weave a false memory into the brain of the person whose memory has been erased. It's just that wizards who can generally have this level are enough to be called masters. There are very few magicians who have thoroughly studied this spell. And now in the Ministry of Magic's Memory Write-Off Office, the director of the office named Gilderoy Lockhart is the best among them. He personally handles the memory write-off and reorganization of Muggle students in Hogwarts Castle. It's done. The investigation at the beginning of the summer vacation was fruitless, and it still had no impact on life after the carriage. The students staying in the carriage are not completely idle. The professors will hold clubs and tea parties at this time of the holiday, temporarily occupy the astronomy classroom on the top of the carriage or the greenhouse full of flowers, and hold some entertaining activities. Activity. Most of these activities are related to hobbies, such as the wizard chess tournament held by Professor Flitwick, the flower arrangement tea party held by Lily, the Quidditch paper club organized by Professor McGonagall, etc. Involved in the study, so that the 2-month vacation as if never had. After a week, Ron, Neville, and the others, who went home for the holiday, also returned to the castle. And just came to the first dinner in the castle, Ron and they complained about what happened at home. Percy, he's going to be the head boy next term, and he's been showing us off that new head badge the school sent him all day, like he can't eat until we praise him for a moment. It's like I can't sleep. In the afternoon. Chapter 144-142. Brother Conflict. His final exam scores were better this time. Not only the main courses, but also many elective courses got the highest evaluation. It is because of this performance that he got the student boy chairman in the last year of this year. Position. Ron didn't seem to be very happy for Percy, but full of disgust. He's so flamboyant, he hasn't even become the president of the school yet, and he declares at home that George, Fred, me and Ginny will listen to him. It's ridiculous that my mother is still talking to him, take him as pride. Neville comforted him from the side as usual. Senior Weasley is indeed outstanding. He has the best grades in the senior year and has always been the student who abides by the school rules the most. If he is not the male student chairman this year, then no one else has the qualification. Of course I know that. Ron said dissatisfiedly, I didn't deny that he is indeed excellent, but his temper is really annoying. It is estimated that when he becomes the student chairman at the school in the future, everyone will have to listen to him. If. At this moment, an abrupt, somewhat gloomy voice suddenly sounded from behind Ron. Am I that unbearable in your heart? Ron. At the dining table, the second-year students were all stunned, and then they all pretended to be nonchalant and ate the food in front of them, but from the corner of their eyes, they were all secretly looking at the same red-haired girl behind Ron, with a smile on her face. Glasses, black-faced boys look. When Ron heard this voice, he couldn't help shivering, but he soon calmed down and turned to look at his third brother. I'm just telling the truth, Percy. He didn't show any retreat on his face. Originally, he had the least respect for this elder brother in the family, although the others might not have it either. Percy, who had the boy's chair badge pinned to his chest, had an ugly and frightening expression on his face. The entire dining table of the second grade fell silent, and everyone was uncomfortable looking at him with such gloomy eyes. Hermione leaned towards John unconsciously. Hampton seemed to be studying whether the patterns on his dinner plate were exquisite. Neville wanted to open his mouth to ease the atmosphere, but he opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Both Wenda and Jajian lowered their heads, trying to pretend that they did not exist in the face of such an embarrassing situation. The atmosphere on their side even attracted the attention of the students on several other tables, and the brothers George and Fred, who were sitting nearby, looked over here. Hey, what's going on? Percy didn't continue to let the situation go on like this. His expression was still very bad, but he just left a sentence in an understatement. Then let's wait and see. Then he turned around and left the restaurant alone. After he left, the second-year dining table gradually regained its atmosphere, and Neville sighed, persuading Ron. You should have apologized to him just now. Saying this will make him unable to step down. After all, he will be the chairman of the boys after school starts. You haven't seen him at home. Ron also looked very angry, and he said aloud, he always feels that everyone should listen to him and think he is better than everyone else, but I only see him madness. Neville didn't say anything more. After all, although this is at Hogwarts, it is also Weasley's family business. John has been watching the scene without saying a word. He didn't say anything to persuade him. He was already very clear about Percy's attitude towards him before, and John naturally didn't take the initiative to jump out to participate in these matters. He didn't think it was a big deal. The younger children of the Weasley family didn't like their elder brother with outstanding grades, because he was a little too eager for power, and he followed the rules to the extreme. It's uncomfortable to get along with people. After dinner, John didn't go back to the dormitory directly, but came to the office of Lupin, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor who came to the carriage this year. Remus Lupin is a very good defense professor. He only officially started teaching in the carriage at the beginning of March this year, but he is very popular among the students. At least his teaching level is no worse than that of Slughorn, and he is easygoing. No matter what difficulties some students encounter, he will help solve it. When John had just returned to the carriage from the castle, he had already learned from Dumbledore that a large part of the reason why he was able to successfully rescue Hermione and the others from the castle was because he was in Ahmedabad. Lupin and Sirius Black, who sneaked into Azkaban, jointly organized a prison escape plan that drew the attention of the Ministry of Magic. They stayed in it for 3 years, delivered wands to members of the Order of the Phoenix who were imprisoned on this prison island, tried to help them alleviate the influence of Dementors, and taught them the Patronus charm, and finally chose Dumbledore to give the jailbreak began at noon on the Thursday that John had determined. Lupin's actions attracted the attention of most of Voldemort's Death Eaters, including Snape and Barty Jr. in Hogwarts, all went to reinforce them. Dumbledore has no way to give John more help. He can only let Kingsley and McGonagall go to help him. It is also because Moody wants to bring other members of the Order of the Phoenix to assist Azkaban's escape plan. Finally, without any communication between Azkaban Island and Hogwarts Castle, Dumbledore dispatched and escaped successfully at the same time. John knew very well that the children he and Hermione rescued from the castle were indirectly helped by Lupin and the others, so he took a few days off when he returned to the carriage, and brought 10 children including Hermione. Several students who escaped from the castle went to Lupin to thank them. Lupin received them gently, without the airs of a professor at all, and gave them a magic book about defense against the dark arts, which made the professors in the castle feel contemptuous and indifferent towards them. Hanton and the others, their favorability for this professor skyrocketed. During the rest of the 2nd grade, Lupin admired John's talent in magic and gave him a lot of guidance in private. It's just that his identity as a werewolf has not been announced yet, although most of the students on the carriage probably don't care much about his identity. After all, in the current magic world, the status of a mudblood is not as high as that of a werewolf. It didn't get any better. But maybe because of Lupin's own consideration, he asked everyone who knew about this matter to hide it. Every full moon, he would get out of the carriage alone, find a quiet place to drink the wolfsbane potion that Lily had prepared for him, wait for the transformation to end, and then return the next day. After the start of the summer vacation, he did not organize any interest clubs, but at John's request, he taught him some knowledge about the Patronus charm. In the evening. Chapter 145-143. The Patronus Curse and the Shadowless God's Front. John is very interested in the Patronus charm, an advanced defense technique. This spell seems to have a lot of limitations. It can only pose a greater threat to creatures such as Dementors, and it cannot completely kill them, but in fact, in most battle scenes, the patron saint can provide wizards with great benefits. Help. It is not just an illusory individual, but a real creature condensed by positive emotions. And in future battles, Dementors will definitely stand firmly on Voldemort's side. The sooner he learns this spell, the better. Lupin didn't resist teaching John to learn the Patronus charm. He was just a little surprised that John had to learn such an advanced defense technique when he was only in the 3rd grade. But he also knew that the boy in front of him was far superior in talent and intelligence to his peers, so he didn't refuse. Since the beginning of the summer vacation, he took time to let John come to his office to teach him about the Patronus charm. Lupin's teaching ability is not bad at all, let alone the Patronus charm is his specialty. During the 3 years of lurking in Azkaban, he taught those imprisoned there, and more than 30 wizards successfully summoned their own patron saints, and finally they were able to escape successfully. So on this spell, he has a strict teaching system? Actually, if there is a Dementor who can cooperate with our teaching, and experience that feeling for yourself, your speed of learning this spell should improve very quickly. Lupin's always pale face looked very serious. He has always been like this when he was teaching. However, we are not in a desperate situation now, and we don't need to be so anxious to catch up with the progress. Come on, give me a demonstration, John, and let me see how well you have practiced this spell during this week. John drew out his wand, and according to Lupin's words, he cast the Patronus charm. Call God for protection. Swinging the staff and chanting mantras, all in one go, it can be seen that he has practiced frequently. But there was only a shallow silver thread emerging from the tip of his staff, and there was no more reaction. However, Lupin already had a surprised expression on his face, and he praised It's a very standard casting action, and the pronunciation is also accurate. John frowned at this, staring at the wand in his hand. Then why doesn't the spell work? Because the patroness charm is very different from other spells. Lupin explained to him, this magic has very high emotional requirements. Even if the casting action and pronunciation are standard, if the emotions are not enough, the spell will not work. Success. John thought, how can I make the emotion stronger? You need to judge for yourself. Lupin looked at John seriously, you need to understand what your own real happiness is. There are many things that can make people happy, but because every individual circumstances are different, and the requirements for this emotion of happiness are also different. For example, when I taught the patron saint spell to adult wizards in Azkaban, their happiness at that time was very simple, that is, the days before they came to Azkaban Island. Every day before being imprisoned was very important to the people at that time. They are all extremely happy, because the despair brought to them by the Dementors will be unforgettable for a lifetime. That's why I said that with the teaching assistance of the Dementors, learning the patroness charm will be more effective with half the effort. But you don't have such conditions now, so you have to try it yourself to find out what really makes you happy and happy. This is the difficulty of learning the patroness charm, John, because human feelings are not easy to be manipulated. Perceived, especially with regard to your own emotions, it is difficult for you to judge how happy you are, and which thing makes you truly condense hope and joy. John can understand what Lupin said. The patroness charm is a typical spell that only looks at the wizard himself. Dark wizards with evil and dark hearts cannot learn this spell, because the source of their happiness and joy is itself dark. The emotions that take pleasure in killing, torturing, and persecuting cannot summon the purest patron saint. This is not just relying on talent to learn magic. It mainly depends on John's own understanding of himself, and when he can figure out what he is really happy about. This matter is not easy, at least John has made a lot of attempts. He recalled how he felt when he was just admitted to university in his previous life, and also tried the feeling of learning occlumency and ring magic with Slughorn, but all had little effect, let alone the patroness. From his wand there are only 3 or 4 faint streaks of silver emerging from the tip. However, although he didn't make much progress in learning the patroness charm, John made rapid progress in another spell, Shenfeng Wuiying. He has practiced this spell for nearly half a month. John used an old-school desk to experiment. The sharp edge he used was enough to leave a half-centimeter deep engraving on the wooden table. If this mark is placed on a key part of the human body, it will be enough to cause a fatal injury. There is no way to see the effect of the forgetting spell intuitively. This kind of spell cannot be used on people at will, and John has no way to test how far he has practiced. However, when he releases it on the experimental frog, it can make the dumbfounded frog. The frog has a memory disorder and thinks he is a fish, lying on the ground with 4 legs and fluttering. The time of summer vacation gradually passed by like this. There was still no accident on the carriage, as if the speculations that Dumbledore had told John before were all his imagination. After entering August, the 2 professors in Hogwarts, Lily and McGonagall, who are usually responsible for receiving new students, left the castle, and went to find 11-year-old children of all ages with magical talents. Their targets are only those Muggle-born students, and mixed-race and pure-blood students. Unless they are the kind of family whose parents know everything, they will not take the initiative to contact them. Since Dumbledore was able to let John sneak into the castle, then Voldemort must also be able to think of letting children of the right age into the carriage. This year, Lily and McGonagall's recruitment of students has become very smooth. Without the book of admission and the pen of acceptance, it is not easy for Hogwarts Castle to even identify whether children of the right age from wizarding families have magical talents. Not to mention looking for a needle in a haystack among Muggle children. The achievements John risked his life last year are being reflected bit by bit on the carriage. Chapter 146-144. The Disappearing Person. In previous years, recruiting students on a horse-drawn carriage was actually quite difficult. There are only so many professors in the car, and every wizard in the Order of the Phoenix also has their own duties. No one has so much free time to wander around the Muggle society all day long. They can only try their luck among the children who are old enough to be 11 years old when the school starts each year. Fortunately, the population of the UK is only so large. As long as you have good Muggle population information first, and then go to screen and search, there will always be some gains. In the middle of this, it is inevitable to meet the admissions professor in the castle many times, just like when Lily confronted little Barty from the orphanage to take John away. In the past, the enrollment period was thrilling every year. Lily and Mag, who were mainly in charge of this task, would experience an adventure almost every time they brought new students into the carriage. Lily is in better condition due to some special reasons, but Mag has already been on the tip of the knife many times. And this year, they finally don't have to take this risk anymore, and they can go out and pick up those children back to the carriage long in advance. The arrival of new students provides new things to do for the bored students in the carriage. These children who have just lost their families and are in need of others to comfort them. Every freshman from a Muggle family, after being told that he is actually a wizard and that he will come to Hogwarts to study magic, Lily or McGonagall will cast a pure erasure magic similar to the Oblivion Curse on their identities. All traces of their original existence in this world will be erased, including files, photos, and memories, as if they never appeared at all. This is actually a rather cruel thing. It is said that when the carriage was first in exile, there was a big controversy within the school and the Order of the Phoenix whether to use such protection methods for the recruited freshmen. But at the very beginning, when Voldemort had just ruled the wizarding world and suppressed Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix the most, the Ministry of Magic had no bottom line to find the family of Muggle wizards in the Order of the Phoenix and arrested them. As a threat, some of these captured Muggles were successfully rescued, while some completely became the pain in the hearts of some people in the Order of the Phoenix. After that, no one raised any objection to clearing the memory and existence of the Muggle students. After Lily and McGonagall took the Muggle students away, they would properly deal with their parents and try to hide it. They once had a child and got picked up by magic school. Because today's Ministry of Magic has no shame at all in dealing with rebel forces such as carriages and the Order of the Phoenix. Once it is determined that a child is picked up by the carriage and will be cultivated into a rebel with reverse thinking in the future, they will do whatever it takes. Most of these 11-year-old children don't understand. They don't know the grievances in the wizarding world and their special identities. They only know that the appearance of the Hogwarts professor will separate them from their parents. Generally, when conditions permit, Lily and McGonagall will explain clearly the situation in the wizarding world and their children to these Muggle parents. After proving the existence of magic, they will show these Muggle parents some of the Daily Prophet who published the blood class policy. Most of the parents can still see the reality clearly, and they are more reluctant than the separation of flesh and blood. Make your own children work hard. And like John, Muggle students who were born as orphans don't need to take this into account. The vast majority of orphans with magical talents don't have much affection for the orphanage that adopted them. Under this kind of mixed growth conditions without blood as a bond, these children are almost isolated by others due to their own special characteristics. Moreover, the orphanage is relatively special, and the Ministry of Magic generally does not take action against the adults and children here, so Lily did not lie to John at the time. Even if the orphanage snatched the students in front of little Barty, the people in the orphanage will not be in any danger. Students like Hermione and the others who were rescued from the castle this year, on the night when they were first received in the carriage, Moody and other members of the Order of the Phoenix who assisted Lupin and the others in breaking out from Azkaban were not idle. The emergency also completed the transfer of Hermione and their parents, out of the sight of the Ministry of Magic. People in the Order of the Phoenix can only do these things as best they can. Protect the families of these children, and then tell these children who have been completely forgotten by their parents and family members that maybe one day in the future, they can erase the magic of erasing memory and existence released on their families, so that they can reunite with their families in the future, walk in the sun. The reason why they were taken to the Hogwarts carriage was for this purpose, and this was also the ultimate goal for which most of the Muggle students on the carriage worked hard. Not only for my own freedom and equality, but also for my family. After the start of August, in less than 2 weeks, Lily and McGonagall brought all this year's freshmen to the carriage. There are 9 Muggle students in total, which is already recorded in the Access book, all age-appropriate Muggle students this year. All 9 students were brought into the Hogwarts carriage, which means that this year's castle did not cheat any mudblood. In addition to the first and second graders brought back by John, there have been a whole bunch of students in the castle. 3 grades of mudblood vacancies. This is a very serious matter for Voldemort's policy. After all, he raised the status of pure blood. The key to stabilizing half-blood wizards is to use the oppression of mudbloods to compensate for the pure blood's original encroachment on the interests of half-blood. Now that there are fewer and fewer mudbloods, the bottom oppressive class is gradually disappearing, and the half-blood wizards who were originally in the middle class will become the bottom class. This kind of class sinking will cause great chaos to Voldemort's stable rule. Logically speaking, the most important thing he should do now is either try to destroy the carriage, even if not kill all the students, destroy the existing teaching place, or take back the book of admission and the pen of acceptance. But it has been 4 or 5 months, and Voldemort has not moved at all. It makes people feel as if the books and pens have been stolen, the students in the castle have been rescued, and the escape of the prisoners in Azkaban has nothing for him. Any impact? John always felt that there was something wrong with this situation, and the current calm could not make people feel at ease. Just when the 9 freshmen were all taken into the Hogwarts carriage, and the students and professors on the carriage were about to hold a small welcoming ceremony for them in the dining room in advance, an unexpected thing happened. It finally happened. Percy is missing. His disappearance was discovered when Professor McGonagall wanted to find the student chairman to help manage the students in the restaurant. No one knew where he had gone, as if he had disappeared from the world. Just when someone wanted to find him, he disappeared from the carriage. McGonagall immediately sensed that something was wrong. She immediately summoned all the students into the dining room, and then searched the entire carriage with other professors, but still found nothing. Percy's things were still in his bedroom, even his freshly laundered robes were still hanging by the bed, but he just disappeared. I have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and go back to my hometown. I will start with a chapter tonight and make up tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 147-145. Image. A student is missing. This is the first time that happened in the carriage since the exile. Besides, Percy will be in the 7th grade after the summer vacation, so he can be regarded as a half-adult wizard, not to mention his excellent grades, which can be said to be the best among the students in his class. Even if someone sneaked into the carriage and hijacked him, it was impossible not to make a little noise. The small welcome dinner that was originally scheduled was cancelled. After McGonagall searched the entire carriage to no avail, he immediately sent a message to Dumbledore, who was dealing with other affairs in the Order of the Phoenix. Soon Dumbledore brought a pale Weasley and his wife came to the carriage together. Apparently when they got the news, Ron's parents, Arthur Weasley and Molly Weasley, were with Dumbledore, so they followed him as soon as they learned that their son was missing. To the carriage. In the principal's office, all the professors came here except for Hagrid, who was driving the car, and Filch, who was watching over the students in the cafeteria. Arthur and Molly fidgeted, and even Molly's eyes were a little red, but at least they maintained the most basic calm, listening to the professors sort out today's situation. Percy was not found in the carriage, and there is a high probability that he is no longer here. McGonagall's voice became obviously a little hasty, and it was obvious that she actually cared about Percy's safety. It wasn't that she had a preference for Percy, but that she would be so nervous if any student in the carriage had such a situation. Lily's voice was much calmer. This morning, I returned to the carriage with the last freshman of the year. At that time, Hagrid stopped the carriage once. The fireplace on the carriage is only connected to the flow network in Grimmauld Place, and there is no way to use apparition in the carriage. If there is no other person to assist, he can only leave the carriage at that time. Arthur took a deep breath, his thoughts were still calm. Why did he leave school quietly? When he returned home some time ago, he was obviously very happy about being the chairman of the boys after school started, and he had been showing it off to his younger siblings. You forgot, Arthur. Molly's eyes were red. He had a big fight with George Fred before returning home to school, saying that they didn't have any respect for his brother at all. There have been a lot of quarrels like this between them before. Arthur shook his head and sighed. I don't think this time is any different from the previous few times, and even if there is a dispute between their brothers, they shouldn't leave the school. He will go to where? Maybe he went home to find us. Molly speculated with a hopeful tone. If this is the case, then we should see him at home at noon. He will apparate and want to go home after leaving the carriage. It will take less than a minute. There was a brief silence in the office. Dumbledore did not participate in the speculation between them, but kept looking at the fireplace thoughtfully, not knowing what he was thinking. It wasn't until everyone fell silent and looked at him that he turned to Flitwick and asked. You said earlier that you found a robe left by Percy in his bedroom. Flitwick nodded. It was a Christmas present from his school last Christmas. I found 2 things from the pocket of my gown. In the principal's office, Six Eyes turned to him. Flitwick took out a small glass bottle and a badge from his pocket and put them on the desk. That badge was exactly the boy chairman badge that Percy had just gotten in the summer vacation, and the small glass bottle contained a 3rd bottle of shiny green powder, which looked a lot like Flo powder. I checked the badge with Remus, and there's no sign of any spells on it, Flitwick said, but the powder in that bottle we didn't recognize. At first I thought it was just an ordinary Flo powder, but Remus reminded me, let me find that this thing is different from Flo powder. It doesn't seem to have the function of connecting to the flow network. Dumbledore's eyes paused for a second on the chairman's badge, and then looked at the bottle of suspected flow powder. He picked up the glass bottle, pulled out the cork, put the mouth of the bottle on the tip of his nose and took a light sniff. This is a variant of flow powder. He said, 2 years ago, the magic company that made flow powder launched a new product. Put the powder on the fireplace, and you can record a video in front of the fire. To see this image, you only need to sprinkle the recovered powder into the fireplace. However, because the practicality is not high, it is very troublesome to recover the powder, so most wizards do not have much demand for taking pictures. Stuff has only been on the market for less than a year and is no longer in production. He put the glass bottle back on the desk, and both Arthur and Molly stared at the small glass bottle. What message is Percy trying to leave us with? During the period when this thing was sold, as far as I know, Percy never left the carriage. Dumbledore folded his hands, his eyes were deep. You haven't even heard of this thing, so you don't know. Maybe he brought it to school from home, so if he wanted to leave us a message, how did he get it? The headmaster's room suddenly fell silent, and everyone else obviously followed Dumbledore's words and thought of this. Molly's face was frighteningly pale. My son was kidnapped and taken away. Arthur's lips were trembling, but he still grabbed Molly's hand, reassuring her that he was still there. He said as calmly as he could. Whoever left this thing, let's take a look, Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded, and he handed the glass bottle to Lupin, who poured the powder into the fireplace that had been extinguished in summer. The moment the powder fell into the fireplace, green flames rose up, and soon, the flames formed a familiar face, appearing in the fireplace. This person is none other than Percy, who disappeared from the carriage. Seeing that familiar face that could no longer be familiar, Molly's tears were already streaming down her eyes. Everyone in the principal's office was looking at the thin boy with glasses who was approaching adulthood. His face was made of green flames, and it was clear that he was very indifferent when recording this video. He looked forward, as if he was looking at all the professors and his parents in Hogwarts face to face. I have always believed that outstanding people should obtain more rights, Professor Dumbledore. Chapter 148-146. Ambition. This should be a matter of course. His voice was as indifferent as a glacier floating in the ocean at the North Pole. I think you, Professor Dumbledore, recognized my excellence and made me a prefect, and now I'm also the student boy president. But most of the other people in this carriage don't seem to think so. My stupid younger brothers never admit that excellent people should get the right to speak. They even look down on progressives and deny that I am better than them. Not only them, in this school, there are many people who have similar idea. They reject the leadership of outstanding people. They are in such an urgent environment, but they still put their personal senses and emotions first. They have great respect for a student who is only in the 3rd grade, but they have never regarded me as an upcoming student. Pay attention to the leader who has assumed the chairmanship. There was no sound in the principal's room. The tension on McGonagall's face was gone, and she frowned. Lupin's face was still as calm as it was at the beginning. Flitwick fell silent when Percy in Flames spoke his first words. Lily shook her head and sighed. Lily's eyes were cold, and her expression looked much colder than Percy's. Molly had already covered her face with her hands, and tears kept slipping from her palms to her arms. Arthur became serious, and he looked at Percy's face, as if using a stranger's gesture for the first time looking at his son. But Dumbledore did not change his expression from the beginning to the end, even though the image left by Percy was obviously talking to him. I don't see a future, you know. There's no future in this wagon. Percy's voice grew louder, and his emotions began to stir. Obviously I did better than everyone else, but I didn't get what I should have. After getting the chairman badge, I was still complacent at first, but after I calmed down, my reason told me that there was no way for this badge bring me any change. Even if I graduate from this wagon as chairman, what do I get? Can I enter the Ministry of Magic? Or join Gringotts? No. Nothing. I'm still a wanted man. No matter how well I study, how excellent the grades are, I have only one way out after graduation, like those poor students. In an organization that has no future, and no respect at all, confront the entire magical government. Be a street mouse that clearly has a noble blood in the magic world. Boom. There was a sound of closing the door in the principal's office. When Percy in the Flames said these words, Lily pushed the door and walked out expressionlessly, as if she didn't want to hear another word at all. Molly had already buried her face on Arthur's shoulder. Her body was still trembling with her sobbing, as if she couldn't accept that her son would become like this. My parents, my brothers and sisters, are happy with this, but I have to figure out a way out for my own future, Professor Dumbledore. Percy's voice suddenly calmed down, and the change in his tone expressed that what he said next was not an impulsive decision, but a deliberate one. I don't fully agree with the theory of blood superiority, but since that gentleman is fighting for the interests of pure-blood wizards, as the person who obtains the benefits, why should I oppose him so much? The world is always about to change, then this gentleman's rule over the wizarding world has become the general trend, and this cannot be changed by just saving a few students from that castle. Rather than being crushed by the wheels of the times with the old-fashioned, why should I continue to sit still? I know that Professor Slughorn is not dead at all. He, like me, sees it better than any of you. He has joined the right side and has now acquired the identity and status second only to that gentleman. It's a good thing. After I pass by, we will all be the same, with the same pure blood, the same experience with a scandalous experience, and the same repentance. He didn't clearly say what he was going to do, but even a first-year student could understand what he said. I will never forget the teachings I received in this school, and it is precisely because of this that I did not stay in the carriage to do more things that are beneficial to my future. Percy looked at everyone coldly. Pure blood is not necessarily excellent, but I will prove to everyone that if I change to another place, what kind of respect my ability will give me. And what kind of power will this kind of respect give me and status? Let's wait and see. His last words fell, and in the fireplace, the face made of green flames gradually faded away, and an inexplicable silence returned to the principal's office. Molly almost fainted from crying in Arthur's arms. Arthur also had sadness on his face, but it was more gloomy. It's really unimaginable. It's unimaginable. McGonagall's face was livid. She was obviously annoyed by Percy's last words, but because Arthur and Molly were by her side, she couldn't say more. Flitwick sighed again. He lowered his head and murmured in a low voice. When children grow up, they will have their own ideas. Lupin shook his head. But I think it's better not to have such an idea. Arthur patted Molly on the back lightly, and he looked up at Dumbledore, who had a calm face from the beginning to the end, without any change in his face. I'm sorry about Percy, Dumbledore. Dumbledore finally had a reaction. He turned his gaze to Arthur, and said, It doesn't have to be like this, Arthur. From a personal point of view, what Percy said is not wrong. He has no future with us, and we can't give him what he wants. However, whether the things he wanted after that was obtained by him on his own initiative, or whether they were generously given to him by others, is another matter. Arthur was stunned, and Molly looked up at Dumbledore with her red and swollen eyes that had been crying. Dumbledore's eyes were deep, and he spoke solemnly. Percy may have some ideas of his own, but they are definitely not so extreme and radical. The powder he used to record this video, the way he left the carriage without a sound, and the information that Horace is not dead, and revealed the promise that if he did more things with the carriage before he left, he would get more benefits for himself. His voice became heavy. Someone bewitched him while he was still in the carriage, stirred up his emotions, and on behalf of the Ministry of Magic gave him a guarantee of his future after leaving us. Chapter 149-147. Weird Betrayal. The Dark Lord will not be willing to bear this tone. He will definitely find a way to get back what happened in the first half of the year. It seems that he is already taking action. Dumbledore's words made the Weasleys stunned in their seats, and Arthur was quickly reacted, and he asked in a hurried voice. You mean, someone in the carriage is abetting Percy to betray us? Dumbledore looked at him and said with relief. It's not such an exaggeration, Arthur. Percy, he didn't do anything harmful to us. It stands to reason that he could have done more things to us to get closer to what he wanted, but he rejected that person. He just thinks that the future is on the other side, and he is going to walk the path he thinks is right. Percy is not the person who caused us the problem, but the problem itself. It's just that the problem has already happened. As a result, we can't change it, but the person who caused the problem is obviously still in the carriage. Maybe he sneaked into the carriage early in the morning, but I never found him. It wasn't until this time that he started to move. I don't know when he started to contact Percy, and then intensified his resentment towards us. Molly wiped the tears from her face. Although she was saddened by Percy's rebellion, she hadn't lost her ability to think. But why choose Percy? Even if he usually has good academic performance in school, what effect will it have on us if he is taught to betray us? What good will it do for the Ministry of Magic? This will not only expose the person who sneaked into the carriage, the information has not changed the current situation in the slightest. Lupin replied thoughtfully. Could it be that they want to use Percy's betrayal as an example, and when he joins the Ministry of Magic, he will be reused openly, and the Daily Prophet will report on it? Originally, there were very few pure-blood families. Some people would be more inclined to us, but their descendants may not necessarily see it that way, and Percy has set a benchmark for them. The attitude the Ministry of Magic used on him shows that as long as a pureblood is willing to serve the Dark Lord, even if they have similarities and differences with their parents, they will not pursue it or even focus on cultivating it. His words did provide a possibility, but McGonagall also put forward a different view. This is not in line with the character of the Ministry of Magic and the Dark Lord. Percy's matter can indeed set a benchmark, but it has no way to have much influence on us now. They may be able to use this matter to make a big splash in public opinion. There is a lot of momentum, but in fact we have not had the right to speak in the field of public opinion. If they really want to make any vengeful response to the events in the first half of the year, this is a bit too much thunder and little rain. Percy's rebellion, especially the image he left behind, really made both the Weasleys and the professor on the carriage feel bitter. But to be honest, the actual significance of his rebellion is not very great. Even if he is indeed the best among his peers, it is not so strong that one person's movements can change the situation. If the person he came in contact with used the Imperious Curse to force Percy to do something more outrageous on the carriage, even a little more ruthless, directly killing any student in the school, then the situation would get worse, for Hogwarts and the Order of the Phoenix hit hard. Now he has chosen a method of retaliation that can be said to have slight consequences, which is very incomprehensible. But no matter what the reason behind this incident is, the fact that Percy has rebelled cannot be changed. Arthur took a deep breath, bowed his head to Dumbledore and said, "My son, he did such a thing, I am sorry, Dumbledore." Dumbledore naturally couldn't have any prejudice against the Weasleys because of this incident, he said broadly. "It's not your fault. People will have different ideas, that's for sure. He just chose the path he wanted to go, even though we all think this path is wrong. I want to put aside my work in France for now." Arthur grabbed Molly's hand, his mood was obviously depressed. "Take Molly out to relax, and, Percy, if he really joined the British Ministry of Magic." Dumbledore interrupted him with a serious expression. "He will not affect you, Arthur, no one will doubt you, I can guarantee this. Of course I know, this is my own idea." He looked up at Dumbledore, with a hint of pleading in his eyes, "Give us some comfort." Dumbledore was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. "Okay, I respect your idea, I will let Sirius take someone to hand over your work." After determining Percy's final whereabouts, the Weasleys didn't stay in the carriage for long, and they didn't visit other children who were going to school, because they didn't know how to tell them such a result. And after they left, McGonagall asked Dumbledore, "Is it possible for Arthur and Molly to go to Percy alone?" Dumbledore took off his glasses a little tiredly. "Don't worry, let them do it themselves. If necessary, Arthur will never hide it from us. Then if the Daily Prophet reports about Percy's joining the Ministry of Magic later, should this be hidden from the students in the carriage?" Dumbledore shook his head. "This is different from Horace's time. We are protecting these students, not blocking their information from contacting the outside world. If we only selectively tell them some news, sooner or later, when they find out all the information after the incident, they will lose trust in us." He didn't say what's the difference between this time and Slughorn's time, but McGonagall won't ask too much, she will faithfully fulfill the task assigned to her by Dumbledore. Later, the development of things was indeed as they expected in the principal's office. The headline of the Daily Prophet the next day was the news about Percy joining the Ministry of Magic to set things right. The third son of the Weasley family, a famous pure-blooded scum family, surrendered himself and was pardoned, and Minister Fudge hired him as Secretary of the Office of Prohibition of Misuse of Magic, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The carriage did not hide this matter. At noon on the fourth day of Percy's disappearance, George Fredrin and Ginny, who were still a little worried about Percy's disappearance, all read this report. Parents with mixed-race students sent the daily newspaper to the carriage. On that day, the whole school knew where the missing Percy went. At noon on this day, all the children of the Weasley family who were going to school in the carriage got together. Chapter 150-148. 3 Investigations. Shameful traitor. George gritted his teeth and said that Fred's face was also very ugly, he said with a gloomy face. Since he wanted to do this a long time ago, why does he still have the face to show us his chairman badge at home? Ron clenched his fists, he didn't lower his voice, and half of the lounge could hear what he said. He also said, "Let me wait and see." This is what he wants to see him do? A shameless betrayer, a hypocritical villain. Ginny, who was only 11 years old, sat next to her brothers with a sad face and did not speak. Everyone else in the common room wanted to reassure them that no one would implicate Percy's behavior to the other Weasley children. The students on the carriage were not so hostile and would blame other people for these things, not to mention whether it was George, Fred or Ron Ginny, they got along very well with people of the same grade. He didn't do anything bad to us either. Neville tried hard to find words to comfort him, he left silently, maybe he just felt that he had different ideas from us. Different ideas? Ron said with a sneer, he is doing it for his ambition to be superior to others. He has always felt that he is different from us, complaining that our parents and our family are now living without a fixed place, and still why not at least have a burrow before? Then he chose to be a lackey of the Ministry of Magic? A noble pureblood who relies on oppression and enslavement to manifest his identity. The people around fell silent, no one could refute Ron's words, he was indeed right. Even if Percy left the carriage like this and did not do anything unfavorable to anyone in the carriage, his choice now is enough to make everyone in this school resent him. When he watched indifferently in the Ministry of Magic, and even participated in enslaving and humiliating Muggle wizards, what status did he put those Muggle-born students who were classmates with him in the carriage before? This shamed Ron and the rest of the Weasleys, and even if no one in this carriage complained about them, they would be ashamed of it. After John knew Percy's final whereabouts, he was a little surprised. It's not surprising because under the normal development of the plot, this ambitious and power-hungry boy would part ways with his family. In the current situation where Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix has no way out, he will naturally. There is resentment in my heart. A little surprised because, like the professors, he felt something was wrong with Percy just getting out of the carriage like this. Even if he didn't see the image left by Percy, John could guess that his departure must be related to the person who sneaked into the carriage because he had communicated with Dumbledore beforehand. Even if the original Percy had resentment, he didn't have enough courage to rebel. Someone must be behind the scenes to make things happen. But since he has been able to get in touch with Percy and induce him to betray, why not do more things? It's like during a war, when a spy on one side instigated an outstanding student in a military academy on the other side, but before he could play a bigger role, he would be directly involved before he had mastered power or even graduated. Helped him defect directly. This not only failed to reap any benefits, but also exposed the evidence of the real existence of spies. No matter how you look at it, this is not normal. Unless it was the man who sneaked into the carriage, established a deep relationship with Percy, and didn't want him to continue to suffer for even a day in this place that didn't fit his ideals. He did this simply to help him escape the sea of suffering. But no matter how you look at this style of painting, it makes people feel that it is wrong. Let alone whether there are such people in the Ministry of Magic and Voldemort. Even if Percy really disagrees with the other students to a certain extent, he will not be eager to wait in the carriage. I couldn't stand the last day. Dumbledore and the others couldn't figure it out, and John naturally couldn't figure it out even more. But even if they can't figure out the reason, things have already happened. Percy's rebellion did not have any substantial impact, but it made the students in the carriage angry for many days. These young children obviously hated the act of betrayal the most, and no one wanted to mention this name anymore, which even affected the future. At the beginning of the new semester, Percy is the candidate to replace Percy as the head of the student boys, and no one wants to inherit this position. In the end, there was a 7th grade boy who reluctantly became the boy chairman under the guidance of McGonagall, and usually assisted the professor in managing student affairs. After that, Dumbledore didn't treat this incident as if it didn't happen. Since that person can turn Percy against him, it means that he can do more things in the carriage. This is different from the incident with Slughorn when John was in the 1st grade. At that time, there was an undercover agent in the carriage, which was completely an illusion, but now it is obvious that someone really came in, and it was not Dumbledore's arrangement. Before the start of school, the carriage found a suitable place to stop twice, allowing all the students to leave the car temporarily, and the professor inspected every room, but nothing was gained. That person is like turning into a ghost. If you don't want others to see you, no one will be able to find him. After Percy left the carriage, even though 2 consecutive searches were fruitless, no other accidents happened again. It's as if the man's purpose has been achieved, and Percy's rebellion is what he finally wants to do, and then disappear from the car completely. But the professors didn't just relax. They arranged a time to search the carriage for the 3rd time on the night of September 1st, the day when the freshmen formally enrolled and held a welcome dinner. They must ensure the safety of this school, because the students living here are all their hope for the future. If something happens to them, Dumbledore is definitely not the only one who will become carefree. Not a few have become complete desperados. The professors did not hide this matter, and the students were all informed of the danger of the carriage. Everyone was asked not to act alone, and even if they went to the bathroom, at least 2 people should be together to prevent accidents. It was in such a situation that the entire carriage was in a state of turmoil. This year's welcome dinner started in a field with a beautiful scenery specially selected by Highgate. The students left the carriage early in the morning and prepared food on the grass. Except for McGonagall, who stayed behind to watch over them, the other professors, including Dumbledore, were all conducting a 3rd inspection of the carriage. This volume is a bit complicated, and it is also the beginning of another big event. I wrote it slowly, so let me make some adjustments in 2 days before updating.